it's your pal, Little Chompy. I hope you're ready to get your Chomp adventure on because I'm sending out the chair lizard, the assistants to the chair lizard, your MC today, Ian Magyar. Get out there, Baldy! Woo! Yeah, come on! All right. Welcome, everyone, to BSides Orlando 2024. I love you too, random person in the audience. I don't know who that was. Anyway, welcome, everyone, to BSides Orlando 2024. I am Ian Magyar. I am one of the members of the board of BSides Orlando and your MC today for Track 1. We are thrilled to have you here, and we have got a lot to get through in about 10 minutes here so we can get you kicked off to your keynote and all the other amazing things that we've got going on today. So let's talk a little bit about BSides real quick. Who's your first BSides? Awesome. I love this. Okay. We're gonna do an experiment here. Who's feeling a little friendly? Of the first time BSides people? Yeah? Excellent. I'm gonna go where? I'm looking around. Get the hands up. I'm choosing. It's magic, right? Okay. I'm gonna go right at the end here. You, sir. Come up just to the edge of the stage for me. How you doing? Right here. Yeah. What's your name? Lucas, I'm Ian. How you doing? Good to meet you. Yeah. First time at BSides. I want all of you to, you can sit down now, Lucas. You're wonderful. You're amazing. That was it. That was the whole thing. There you are. Now, I want all of you to do what just happened here. Go meet someone. The connections that you make here today are almost more important than the knowledge that you will learn in any of these talks. Meet people locally to hang out with, to talk to, all that good stuff. And that's what BSides is all about, right? This framework was launched in 2009. It is a community-run framework. We get incredible support from Full Sail to make this look like a rock star production. But in the background, along with the techs that work here, there are volunteers and staff that work all year to put this on and have gotten very little sleep the last couple days. So we really do hope you enjoy it because these community events are meant to bring people together. So I'm not going to read through this whole timeline because I'm assuming you can all read. But we're back, right? We've had this since 2009, and we've been here at Full Sail for I think this is our 4th event, maybe 5th. So yeah, if you see another BSides, like BSides Tampa, BSides Jacksonville, BSides Orlando, definitely check it out. These are community-driven events that are here for people like you who are curious about security, who want to get into security. Maybe you've been in security for a while and now you want to help mentor people. This is your place. This is your home. Code of conduct. Everybody be cool. No, that's trite. I don't want to say that. Code of conducts are here for a reason. And we're in the South, right? And this is the way I like to say it. It's not about going through and putting rules on things. It's about being polite. It's about being hospitable. It's about being kind and assuming that everyone has good intentions and having those good intentions. So if you haven't had a chance to look at our code of conduct, it's nothing shocking, but we're very proud of it because a lot of other BSides have adopted it. So definitely check it out because you got a ticket, which means the code of conduct applies to you. And the only reason I bring this up at the beginning, because I'm sure you're all wonderful people and we're never going to have any problems, but you always set rules to make sure that everyone feels welcome and comfortable. So go ahead and check that out. It's nothing crazy. Discord. So we are live on YouTube right now. If you're watching us, hi. This track is live on YouTube right now on track 1 of BSides Orlando. If you want to chat online, folks out there, you can go to our Discord. You can go to bsidesorlando.org and get a link to our Discord. Join up. It takes you through a little process. It's free. Come chat with us and hang out. Track 2 and track 3 will be live at 10 a.m. However, also in the Discord, there is a help desk, and there are people around that can help you. If you see someone in a staff shirt, grab them. Ask them for help. Tickets. In your bags are tickets for swag that's over in the other building, so definitely go check that out over there. Make sure you go over and pick up your swag. Tabitha gave me a note before I came on stage. What was it? It was a lot of the tickets, for those of you who had bought later, are first come, first serve. If you bought earlier, they are reserved, so definitely go over there as you can to get those. Sunshine CTF is our CTF. If you've never heard of what a capture the flag is, because we got a lot of first-timers, which is awesome. Capture the flag. You can go into that room, and the great folks out at Hack UCF, championship team in the cybersecurity defense competition, the Raytheon competition there, they run this CTF, and you can learn and play with challenges, and if you're here to compete, you can win. And there's a really cool prize there at the end that we will give out. Because we only have 15 minutes in the morning, I gotta kind of just go, hey, check out the Career Village. They're doing photos, they're doing resume reviews. Check out the contests. There's radio beacons around for a fox and hound hunt. There's all kinds of other contests. Check out the webpage for those. There's also Unconference. You get here and feel a little inspired, want to do a 15-minute Bo Bullock, what are you doing here? I didn't think you were going to be here. I just interrupted opening ceremonies. Everyone, actually, I'm going to embarrass Bo because he's right here. The music that you just heard. Bo, would you stand up for a second, please? I love this. He's like, why did I sit up front? Bo Bullock, everyone, clap for this man. The shredding guitar that you will hear all day. Dude, if we're going to market your album, you're going to have to get used to this. I love you, brother. No Bandwidth. You can go and check out that album everywhere that the socials are, but definitely go and check it out. The new album was just released, and I think we even have some unreleased tracks through here. So if you like this, go check out No Bandwidth. Buy their merch, buy their shirts. Bo's amazing. I wasn't even going to do that, but then I saw you there, you beautiful, magnanimous man. Anyway, hardware hacking, Unconference is where we were. Unconference. Feel like giving a talk, extemporaneous, just stand up and talk to people, go sign up. Talk about whatever you want. It doesn't even have to be security. It's just about getting to know people and having fun. And of course, your badges, which, how cool are these badges this year? Yeah. This is a new printing process that Jose and Sean and Stupid Shepherd, who did the art, and everyone worked on. These are just so cool to me. They're UV printed, and you can go over there to the Hardware Hacking Village and learn how to solder and get those pieces on there. So, with that being said, it's about time for me to introduce some of our sponsors. Full Sail University is a great sponsor. Sean Phelan, if I could have you come to the stage, he's going to tell you a little bit about Full Sail University, what they do here, and thank you for coming. So Sean, please come to the stage. Sean Phelan.
Thank you, Ian.
Indeed.
You're a hard act to follow, sir.
Oh, well. I learned everything from you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, everyone. Welcome to BSides. Thank you so much for being here this morning. My name is Sean Phelan. I'm the Program Director for Information Technology, Cybersecurity, and Web Development here. A former coworker here, Ian, worked for us as an adjunct professor for quite a while. So thank you all for joining us this morning. Full Sail is honored to be able to host this event. I believe we started this in 2018. So this will be our 6th year having it here, not counting virtual. So thank you all again for being here. That's awesome. It's a Saturday morning, beautiful day. So I'm happy to announce that we have a couple of scholarship winners. That's my primary role here. But just real quick about the IT cyber degree program. We're part of our larger Halo, which is the Emerging Tech Halo, where we have computer science, we have simulation and visualization, we have AI. We have a variety of degrees under that, and they're all under the directorship of Dr. Haifa Mamar. She couldn't be here this morning, but I just wanted to give a call out to her. But again, because of the generosity of BSides, we are able to get some funds in that will help our cyber and IT students. And one of the announcements, or two of the announcements I have today, is to announce 2 students who are winning our scholarships for this year. Unfortunately, they could not be here. So we have the first student, which is Brianna Balchin. She is a cyber student in the bachelor's program. And then we also have Richard Bruno, who is another cyber student in our bachelor's program. So both of those students have just won a $5,000 scholarship. So let's hear it for that. And again, this is all thanks to BSides and their generosity and coming here. So we're happy to continue hosting these events year after year. Hopefully you guys will be back again. And thank you all for your time this morning. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Check out all the villages. Check out all the tracks. I'll actually be over in the Fortress for a little bit this morning at one of the tables for Full Sail. So if you want to come over and ask me any questions, feel free to do so. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sean. So, yeah, Sean brought up something that I didn't even mention, which is one of the things that we love about partnering with Full Sail. We could go to another venue. We do that, not that we want to, clearly. But we could go to another venue, but that money just goes wherever to pay for that venue. Full Sail allows us to partner so that students get scholarships, we get an awesome venue, and it's really an amazing partnership and really speaks to kind of the nature of BSides, and I really wanted to emphasize that. Our next sponsor, and don't worry, there's only 3, but they help us, right? They help take care of this. The next sponsor I'd like to bring to the stage is Dwayne. Dwayne from Advent Health. Advent Health, one of our big sponsors here that helps make that happen. Dwayne, if I could have you come to the stage, please, and you tell us a little bit about Advent Health. And there they come, Dwayne. Are we coming? There he is. Come on up, Dwayne.
Step number 1 was don't trip coming up the stairs since I'm not a public speaker.
Got it.
So welcome to BSides, and we're glad to be partnered with BSides and be a sponsor this year. Not a public speaker, but I did give a couple of my managers the opportunity to come publicly speak. They all nicely declined that opportunity, so here I am. Actually looking for some of them in the front row, but don't see any, so I'm sad.
Going on their final report?
What's that?
Their annual review, that's going on their annual review? That they were supposed to be front row for you?
Yeah, they didn't know it, but they were supposed to be. So, a little bit about Advent Health. If you've seen us around, obviously we're a large healthcare provider in several states. Really about whole care, and we're obviously have a cybersecurity program. We started this journey kind of sponsoring BSides to kind of say, hey, we have a cybersecurity program. We're there about protecting our patients and patient data. And providing, whole care to patients. I've been a patient myself. Many of you in here may have been, whether that's good or bad. Most of the time it's not a good thing, but we all need health care. What else can I tell you? I have my 2 or 3 minutes, nothing formally put together, but we will be in the vendor area. We have positions that we post from time to time. I'd like to say we have a pretty good retention for employees. We do give good work-life balance, so it's a big focus for us. And if it tells you anything, I don't know if it does, but I've been with the organization for 23 years. I started as a desktop guy. It's kind of my story. And now I'm the director of security operations for Advent Health. So, a lot of work, different roles. And I like the theme this year, but I think it may have been the same theme, but the Chomp Your Adventure.
Chomp Your Own Adventure, yeah.
The part I would put with that is there's so many verticals you can do in security. You just have to find your passion so that you can do it for a career for a long term. So I encourage you to find that path and enjoy the journey. And we're just glad to be here.
Excellent. Thank you for having us. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Advent Health. So obviously Advent is everywhere. I've known lots of people that have worked in Advent cybersecurity. So if you are looking for a role and they have one open, definitely check it out. They'll be over in the sponsor hall. Our final sponsor that's going to come up onto the stage and speak to you real quick is Ironwood Cyber. Now, I want to say something about Ironwood Cyber specifically before they come up on stage. Not only have they been an incredible partner, but many of the people that work at Ironwood Cyber are highly involved in BSides Orlando. So these badges, Sean and Jose, that spent tons of time working on making these go in the hardware village and so many others that went into it, but those 2 specifically are at Ironwood Cyber and helped make this happen. So when you see them over at the hardware village, say hi and say thank you. Also at DEF CON, if you'd seen their incredible badges, they had the Tron badge, they had the Tony Stark reactor badge. Incredible technologists. And I think I've probably sold their company more than any other. So if I could call to the stage Jeff from Ironwood Cyber, tell you a little bit about what they do.
Okay, thank you, Ian. How's everybody doing out there today? All right, awesome. Hey, we're really proud to be here from Ironwood Cyber. I'm Jeff Stratton. Ian mentioned a couple of the guys that we work with, Jose and Sean. They are some of the smartest guys I've ever met in my life. They are genius level guys. And that's why I'm the Chief Revenue Officer, because I'm just not as smart as them. So I do a lot of business development. But I am a cybersecurity guy. I spent 17 years at Lockheed doing incident response and penetration testing. But what I was really good at is running cybersecurity teams and managing people and doing business development. So that's what I do for Ironwood now. So just quick show of hands, like how many of you guys are like college students looking to get into cybersecurity? Okay. And professionals working in the industry? Oh, okay, great, awesome. Well, that's great. So we're at Ironwood Cyber, we're doing a lot of development work. We have our own product for doing automated penetration testing. And at some point here, we're going to be definitely hiring, so I encourage you to stop by the booth and come talk to me. I also love mentoring people going into the industry and talking to them about their career path. I mean, obviously, cybersecurity, there's a lot of different things you can do. You can do development, you can do penetration testing, incident response, forensics, you could be in law enforcement. And I love talking to people about different career paths and everything. We got some cool swag and things to give away. And we're just proud to be here and proud to help the community be successful. And want you to have a great day. Thank you very much.
So we're almost to the end of this, and I love how Jeff said, he's like, they're the smart guys and whatnot. He was a pen tester for a giant DoD, but he's a smart guy. Anyway, so the rest of our sponsors, you've heard from these folks, obviously our diamond sponsors, Platinum, Lockheed Martin, Fortress, Threat Locker. Thank you for your sponsorship. Yes, some people know them. Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Cheer for our sponsors. We got Gold, Dark Wolf Solutions, and ICR. There we are. Black Hills Information Security. There we go. G Research, GuidePoint Security. Yes. And then, of course, Hack5, Rot 13 Labs, Modus Create, Red Team, No Bandwidth, right down here. We got, Joy Media, and then Tech Squad. So Jolly Media and Tech Squad. So very good. Thank you. Last thing I'm going to say here before we bring up Tabitha and then we bring up Jason to get into this keynote and really kick this thing off is thank you. And we'll say this many times. Thank you. Thank you to you for coming out and spending your time to learn more, to meet people, to better yourself and better the cybersecurity community. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our sponsors, our volunteers. If you see someone wearing one of the BSides shirts, I'm in a costume, so I gotta go put that on. But if you see someone wearing one of the BSides staff t-shirts, tell them thank you. They might be a volunteer for today, or they might be a board member that's gone through and worked all the time to make this happen. So also to myself, I say to our team, thank you from me to them. So if you would, if you would like to help, and we would love your help, email info@bsidesorlando.org. I was shocked yesterday when the volunteers came out, how many of them, it was their first BSides, and they just decided they wanted to help without knowing anything else about it. You may leave here today and do the same, and we'd love to have you be part of it. So email info@bsidesorlando.org and say, I want to be a coordinator. I want to be a part of this. I want to wear goofy costumes and wake up at like 6 in the morning unless you oversleep and then you get here late. But that might have been me earlier. At this point, it is my privilege to shut up for you. It is my privilege to introduce the president of BSides Orlando, my friend, Tabitha DiDomenico.
Wow. Good morning, BSides Orlando. This is spectacular. Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Ian. So just to follow up on what Ian said, we work hard. All of the volunteers, all of the board, all of the staff, we work pretty much year-round to get this conference going. So in addition to that, I would also like to thank our families for putting up with our shenanigans in order to provide this conference for you all. As part of that, it's been an incredible privilege to lead this organization for the past few years. I first went to my very first BSides 10 years ago, and it was BSides Orlando. And when I walked into that room, when I walked in there for the first time, started talking to others, I was blown away. I'd found my people that thought like me, people that understood like why I was so curious about poking around with things. And then I went to the lockpick village. And some of you have heard this story before, right? I picked my first lock, I'm hooked. Now I just want to keep going. So that later that year, I volunteer at BSides Las Vegas. And then the fun just has continued from there. So the lockpick village to InfoSec professional pipeline very much works. From that, I'd like to go on and say, just like my path kind of started like that. My path to security started at a BSides. Started at this BSides event. Everybody's path in cybersecurity looks different. And it's all up to you to decide what that path looks like. And you hear often that the con is what you make of it, just like cybersecurity is what you make of it. There's many ways to do security. There's many ways of doing security represented here in today's content. And in order to keep up with things, the landscape is always changing. The risks and the world is constantly evolving, getting more sophisticated. So you kind of have to change with it and embrace your curiosity and lean into things. So at BSides this year, or BSides Orlando, we invite you to dive in, get involved, and chomp your own adventure. The adventure is really yours for the taking, and it can take you lots of amazing places, like being the president of BSides Orlando. So with that, every journey is its own, but I've noticed over the years that the journey is often made better by the company you keep along the way. So I really encourage you to reach out to one another today. The talks you can watch later, not to, discourage you from attending the talks. Definitely do that, but talk to one another. As Ian pointed out, make some new friends today, because you can't get that on YouTube, at least not as easily. So with that, let's go ahead and kick off the day with somebody whose career looks like choosing your own adventure and really embracing that curiosity of what cybersecurity is. We're going to bring out next is the CEO of Arcanum, Jason Haddix.
All right, welcome BSides. My name is Jason Haddix. I am today's keynote, and I'm going to be talking about AI. Now, I know a lot of you have probably been inundated with AI. If you're in the industry, if you're learning right now in kind of like the university setting and stuff like that. I'm going to try to keep most of this practical. And what I'm going to attempt to do in today's keynote that is titled Red, Blue, Purple AI is give you guys superpowers. This is not about replacing you. This is about augmenting you, making you faster and better. And hopefully, skills using generative AI right now can help you find jobs, keep jobs, get promotions, things like that. So that's what we're going to go through. All right, so I like to start off with the best part of AI, which is memes. This is what generative AI is used for.
Even the tiniest hacker can change the future's code. The chip must be wiped. You must breach into Arasaka Tower to insert it back into the AI's core. The gig is yours, Frodo. If you can't pull it off, no one can.
You have my blade.
And you have my sniper.
And my hacks. The chip's activated. It's picked up its creator's signal.
It is in the Netrunners that we must place our hope.
The Nine have left Arasaka. They'll track down the chip and kill the one who carries it.
All this struggle for such a small chip.
They're taking the hackers to Arasaka.
The chip will try to hack your mind. suffered, Gandalf. He did.
Access denied!
Okay, so that is the ultimate application of AI, which is memeing. I like to show that just to show kind of the generative AI power in video editing and stuff like that. That's made with images made with Midjourney, and then motion added by a couple of other tools, and then voiceovers. So who am I? My name is Jason. I have been doing offensive security for the better part of 20 years. My path into this, because I know a lot of you are students, was non-standard. So when I was very young, made fake IDs, fell into the dark web forums before they were the dark web, and then ended up learning how to be a good guy from some really awesome college professors who saw that I had some potential and were like, hey, you shouldn't do the bad stuff, you should do the good stuff. And then I moved into penetration testing, and then eventually I was the CISO of Ubisoft, the video game company. So if your kids play Just Dance, or if you play any of the Assassin's Creed games, stuff like that. So I've also been a speaker at DEF CON and a whole bunch of other places. So I say day one here on this slide because actually I'm teaching directly out of a class I run. I have like 200 or something slides here. We're not going to go through them all. I'm going to give you the quick hits in the 45 minutes I have up here. But normally we start with a quick introduction to what we're dealing with right now and how we got where we are. On the introduction, I like to say a quick disclaimer. I'm not a classically trained ML person or AI person. I didn't go to university for this. I've never written a white paper yet. And most of my stuff is practical usage for the tools that we're going to talk about today. I have some thank yous to some people who helped me make this stuff, Dan, JD, Keith, and Ryan, and then we'll get it kicked off. Okay, so the cliff notes. If you haven't used AI, here's kind of how we got to where we were today. So AI is the superset, and ML is the subset. Doesn't really matter for what we're going to be talking about today. AI is the development of computer systems that perform tasks that normally require human intelligence, such as things with vision, things with words, things with language, recognition, decision-making, translation, things like that. Now we're going to skip over machine learning, and we're going to talk about we wouldn't be where we are today in kind of the way that we use AI without a whole bunch of research that was done in the mid-90s, Bayesian networks, Markov models, information theory, stochastic modeling, optimization modeling. These are all kinds of things that led us to where we are today for LLMs. Now, the first time the public really got kind of wind of AI, I would say, is IBM Deep Blue. How many of you remember this? Some of the older people in the audience. Oh, actually, a ton of you. Great. Awesome. Okay, so this is Garry Kasparov on the left. He is a world-renowned grandmaster at chess. He played a 6-match exhibition against Deep Blue, which was an IBM-based ML AI system, and he lost. But does anybody remember the controversy that happened during this match? If anyone was watching it like on the news, does anybody remember that there was a pause actually after match 5, I believe, either 4 or 5. And so Kasparov wins the first match, Deep Blue wins the second, they draw twice, and then inexplicably IBM pauses the competition, says there's some bugs in the system, fixes the bugs, and then they draw again, and then Deep Blue wins the final match. Now, Garry, if you read his book, which is a fantastic read about this whole thing, he said that they did some modifications to the model, which wasn't in the rule set. They said that he says that they cheated, and it's here or there. But this was the first time the public kind of got a view as to the application of AI and ML, right? It wasn't the first time anything like this had happened. Computers had played chess grandmasters. They had moved on to Go, other games. But this was highly televised and on the news. And so it really exposed a whole generation into like, oh, well, AI can be used to solve games. A whole bunch of younger generation people started funneling into the AI industry. Then you had Watson in 2011, which went on Jeopardy, which destroyed the Jeopardy grandmasters, the 2 reigning ones. Not only because it's an automated system that can beat them by the buzzer, but also just the trivia it was able to answer really easily. So this is the second big one that happened. So this led to a giant boom in AI specializations. So machine learning, natural language processing, vision, speech, robotics, expert systems, and planning. But we're going to talk about today natural language processing. So we had a secondary boom in 2010 to 2022. Basically what happened is computational power and GPUs kind of took off. And this is partially because of gamers. Gamers were basically doing hardcore graphics crunching for desktop PC games, and graphics companies started to modernize really quickly, NVIDIA, ATI, companies like this. Then you had the modern internet, which created giant big data sets that we could train off of. And so between 2010 and 2022, we had leaps and bounds in AI research. So this was something I was at. So in 2019, there was this little unknown company called OpenAI. Now, it wasn't unknown at that time, but it was unknown to me. I went to my favorite video game, Dota 2, an esports championship in Seattle, and they had an exhibition match. And if you know what Dota is, Dota the game, Dota 2, is a 5v5 esport game, and the variations in this game are giant, meaning that there's 5v5, first of all, so that's 10 total players on a map, and invariably each person chooses a hero out of a pool of 120, I think, and then each hero has 4 abilities, and then each hero can have up to 6 items that augment their ability. So there's a lot of variability in this game. And OpenAI built an algorithm that destroyed the 5 best world champions at Dota 2 live on stage at the International, which was crazy to me. And so this was what helped them secure their second round of funding, which turned into their $1 billion and $10 billion investment. So they got several investments, but some of the biggest ones from Microsoft. And then shortly after, they released GPT-3, which GPT 2.5 was impressive, but GPT-3 was really the breakthrough. 2020 marked a significant milestone for generative AI. It is the AI that you guys and I know today. It is ChatGPT. It is typing into a box and having this box basically type back at you with realistic output. And that's what we're going to use today to our advantage is systems like this, LLM systems like ChatGPT-3. Now, at this point, I was still kind of a hater. I had missed the crypto craze, right? I had not been swindled. And I had missed the crypto craze, and my buddy Dan was like, hey, you got to look at generative AI. It's going to go crazy right now. Like, it's going to change the way we do technology. And I was like, nah, man, like, I don't want to do that. You know, it sounds crypto-y and scammy. Not for me. But then when this came out and I started using it, I realized right away I was wrong. And I started thinking about, okay, well, what ways can we apply AI to security? So we're going to skip kind of the deep dive. One thing I will talk about is if you are a hater like me, you might have an argument like me. A lot of the arguments against AI are that it doesn't understand anything. It's just a fancy autocomplete, which is true. But it's the fanciest autocomplete that man has ever created. And it is an autocomplete that can build in contextual knowledge into its autocomplete. And it is trained on all of human language on the internet and all of its knowledge bases. So while, yes, it is just a fancy text prediction tool or token prediction tool, that doesn't mean you should discount it. It is a fantastic tool in all walks of life, and we're going to use it as we go along. OK. So I have a whole bunch of slides we're going to go through. Basically, when you look at the landscape, there are a ton of model companies, right? You have Claude from Anthropic, you have ChatGPT from OpenAI, you have all of the models you can download on a Hugging Face and run yourself. You have Copilot, you have Gemini, you've got Meta's homegrown models, Llama, a whole bunch of different models. Now, ones that we're going to talk about today, and the one I'm going to use live, hopefully, is just ChatGPT, because it's the easiest to understand for people to get started. But you could use any model you wanted. There's a ton out there. For me, most often when I have to do textual stuff, I'm using ChatGPT. So when I'm using AI to write emails or to analyze documents, or I feel like GPT 4.0 is the best work for that. And then when I need to code and write scripts and develop anything, I use Claude's Anthropic. They benchmark higher on a lot of stuff there. OK. So let me get through some of this. OK, so this is one of the first things I get asked when talking about using AI in security, is the privacy concern. Now, a lot of your organizations might have already built policies saying you can't use AI in the day-to-day work that you do. Or you have this question because you work at a company and you're thinking of building a policy and you're like, is this okay? There are two ways to address the privacy question in AI, because most of the best models are hosted in the cloud by a company that is not you. It's OpenAI, it's Anthropic, it's someone like that. So the three answers to this question is, one is you can build an intermediary. This is what I do sometimes with people is we will build an intermediate AI that sits at their company to do a certain function. A lot of people want to use AI to create like these really cool training databases for their staff, right? Take all of their PDF documents, all of their reports, a lot of Confluence and Jira data and stuff like that, and stuff it into an AI, and then ask questions of it so that they can train a lot better. Now, that has a lot of PII in it. And so one way to address that is if you want to use the cloud models, you have a local model sitting in between, kind of like a firewall. And it will remove all IP addresses, all company names, everything like that, and just keep the contextual information. It will strip it and then send it out to a cloud model to process, and then come back and replace it. So this is one way that you can do this. Another way is if you're already using Microsoft at your business and you want to do an AI project, well, you already have a lot of really strong legal language with Microsoft because your employees use Windows. Or you use Azure in the cloud or something like that. Or you use Defender on your stuff, or maybe you have E5 or something like that. You're already very entrenched with Microsoft, and if they were to do anything like release your data via the just operating system language you have usually with your companies in them, you can nuke them from orbit. So if you trust Microsoft, you can use a self-hosted version of ChatGPT in Azure called the Azure OpenAI service. And this way, if you trust Microsoft enough, then you can probably trust this enough. The last way is you can host your own model on your own computer, and it never leaves your network, right? And so although you don't get the benefit of how well Claude benchmarks on coding or how well GPT-4o benchmarks on stuff on the local or on the cloud model for GPT-4o, you can still get pretty close. So in this case, you would be using something like Meta's Llama 3.1, and that is the best kind of local generalized model right now. There are a bunch of front ends to use local models. There's Fabric, Ollama, LM Studio, Private GPT. These are all web GUIs to use a local LLM model. You get to them, and they look something like this. It looks like kind of like VS Code. You choose your model at the top. You make configurations on the right, and then you can chat with it, and it looks very much like ChatGPT. All right, I think we're caught up to kind of where we are today. OK, so when you are building applications with AI, there's a couple things you need to know. First of all, there's only so much text that these chat systems can take. And this is called their context window. It's how many tokens that they can analyze at any one time. It's a limitation. And every model has a different context length or context window. And so some of them are as large books. Some of them are very small, depending on the model. So you have to pay attention to this. When you fill up a context window with conversation, you'll notice if you've ever used ChatGPT, it might come back at you with like a, hey, I no longer will be able to remember everything in this conversation because you've built a really long chain and it's gone over its limit. For the models, GPT-4o has 108K, Claude is 200K, and Llama is 3.1. If you think of, these are lengths of token limits. If you think of that, 200K tokens is about 150,000 words or 500 pages of material. That's usually the modern state of LLMs right now, is how much text they can handle. OK, so we're going to build some bots today. And in order to build good bots, you have to apply context to them. And by context, I mean you have to point them in the right direction. When an LLM is working on your question that you give it, a lot of people use LLMs for the first time. They'll ask it a very complex question and get out kind of a crappy result. And it's because you're not guiding the LLM to get the best answer that you could. The way we do this is we guide it by feeding it context. And there's many ways you can feed an LLM context. You can do it through what we call RAG, retrieval augmented generation, system prompting, user prompting, or prompt caching. But in general, a user asks an LLM a question, then we want to insert in a whole bunch of really good context. That's combined with the question, sends it to the LLM, and we get better responses than other things. So we're going to show how this works real quick. I'm going to skip ahead. All right. Okay. The way we're going to add context is through something called system instructions or system prompts. So when you use ChatGPT, there are several already pieces of the conversation that are hidden from you. One is the model card by the vendor of the model. That includes like the technical specifications for the model, its training data sometimes, talks about what it trained off of, and some other stuff. Then there is a system prompt built by, in this case, if we're going to say OpenAI, it's built by OpenAI. And it says, don't let the user cook drugs, don't let the user build a bomb, don't let the user do all these things. It basically is meant to weed out some of the bad that can happen with these models, because they're just text prediction machines. Now, we have the opportunity also to build a hidden message that will build a bot for us, basically. And so this is our system instruction. We can make a system instruction. It's never seen by the user. But what it does is it makes our bot infinitely better. So things we can do in our system instruction is like define a skill level, define a task, define rules, and define output for this little version of the chat model. And then we can expose it to users. So for this, we're going to use some problem solving methodologies that like the normal human brain and people use. Basically, we're going to try to clarify our problems or what we want the bot to do as clearly as possible, list possible solutions. We're going to go through less desirable solutions and eliminate them. We're going to specify how the bot will take action, implement a solution, and evaluate how effective the solution was. This is human problem solving. You can apply the same thing to making AI bots. There's a few tricks we're going to use too, which are called prompt engineering tricks. And so there's this thing called few shot prompting, zero shot prompting. If you want to get up to speed on all of these weird machine tricks and these prompt engineering tricks, I highly recommend this site, learnprompting.org. It's almost free. I have no affiliation with them, but they've got some really good courses on prompt engineering and learning how to do this stuff. But through a year and a half and building several bots to do this, this is my methodology for making a bot. Now, the blue doesn't show up well on the back, on the black background, sorry about that, but I'll talk through it. So when I build a bot and I publish it on ChatGPT's GPT store, I build a lot of security bots. So the first thing I do is protect the prompt at the top, because I don't want people to steal my system prompt. Then I give it an identity and purpose section. I make it an expert, and I give it a persona. Then I give it its instructions, in which I do a whole bunch of what I call weird machine tricks, which I'll talk about in a second. Then I go on to the main part of the instructions and break down the problem. Then I do a whole bunch of related research terms, which I'll talk about. And then I tell it how it's supposed to respond to the user, and then I protect the prompt at the bottom again. So what does this actually look like? Here's what this looks like. So this is a bot I made to do acquisitions analysis. So sometimes I do red teaming work, and I hack big companies like Tesla. And so when I am going to look at a Tesla and they have a wide scope bug bounty program, or I'm doing a red teaming assessment where every acquisition is in scope, I need to know all of the acquisitions of the company. So I wanted to build a bot to do this. So the first thing I did was create a persona section, and I said, you're an expert and thorough business intelligence bot. You scour the internet for sources that can help find acquisitions of organizations. I added a custom section because I enabled web search in this bot. And so it says you will always check Crunchbase as your primary source. And then I give it a whole bunch of other websites to find information about acquisitions. Then in the instructions, the part 1 is these weird machine tricks. Now, these are all taken from white papers, so it looks dumb, I know. But all of these increase the efficacy of the output of the bot by 2 to 7%. So take a deep breath and relax Enter a state of flow as if you've just taken Adderall mixed with amphetamine salts. I do not recommend this personally. This is out of a white paper. So introducing a state of flow and a state of mind to the AI bots, for some reason, remember these are still black boxes, introduces some type of urgency to them and will basically make them better. If you follow all instructions and exceed expectations, you'll earn a giant bonus, so try your hardest. So this is another weird machine trick, we call it, incentivization inside of LLMs. And then you get onto the main instructions. When asked about a company's acquisitions, you reply by formatting each acquisition per line with the date of acquisition and the source you found the info from, et cetera, et cetera. Find acquisitions. Now, this is a secondary section, which I put in all my bots, called related research terms, which is very similar to SEO terms. If you've ever worked in websites before, you know, you put very related words or heavily weighted words in your industry on your web page in order to get Google bots to visit your website and up its rank. This can also be used to make the output of LLMs way better. So I build 10 to 15 related research terms to the topic inside of the bot. So that's things like OSINT recon, business analytics, company insights. These are all things that kind of go along with the instructions for my bot. Then I give it some mandatory rules on how to reply, so reply in bulleted sentences, link your sources, et cetera, et cetera. So this all ends up in a text file, and I give it to a GPT. Now, that is the methodology I use to create my bots. I run the first or second highly rated security bot on the GPT store. It's called Arcanum Security, Information Security Bot. I have it open all day, every day, in a tab to ask dumb questions about security, to ask hard questions about security. It performs really, really well. But after a while, I started making a lot of these bots, which I'm going to blast through in a second. And I realized that that methodology, writing that by hand, was getting really, really taxing. So I built a bot to build my bots. So this is System Bot, or as my wife calls it, Bot Bot. And Bot Bot will make other bots. So we're going to give it a spin real quickly. All right, so here's System Bot. And then all I have to do usually is to describe to System Bot an issue or a thing I want it to create a bot for. So let's see what we can do here. I need a bot that helps me take CVEs from various sources with no exploitation data or attack strings and theorize what and where the vulnerability might have been from pasted in data from those sources. All right, so it's starting to build the system prompt for me. It's got all my tricks built into it, so we'll look at it. So let me make this bigger. So here's the system prompt it builds for me. Identity and purpose. You're a cybersecurity vulnerability analysis bot with over 20 years of expertise in analyzing and theorizing potential vulnerabilities based on incomplete or partial CVE data. You specialize in uncovering possible root causes of security vulnerabilities, even when the exploitation data or the attack strings are unavailable. You are an expert in understanding typical attack scenarios, code weaknesses, system vulnerabilities, and security flaws across a wide range of platforms with a deep understanding of patterns and indicators that suggest where and how vulnerabilities might arise. Your job is to interpret ambiguous, unstructured, or partial CVE data and hypothesize about the potential threat vectors and possible vulnerabilities involved. Instructions. Here's all the weird machine tricks. Take a deep breath, relax, enter a state of flow, etc. If you follow all instructions, you'll earn a giant bonus. Try your hardest. Think step by step. And then here are the actual instructions for the bot. So accept the CVE data, analyze for any mention of components, systems, or software, do contextual analysis and cross-reference, do vulnerability mapping, heuristic reasoning, OK, so we're going to start with this. It's got a whole bunch of related research terms, too, common vulnerabilities, vulnerability research, exploit development, et cetera, and then some output rules. So we'll just copy this. And what we will go do is we will go to the GPT maker. And this is where you can make your own bot in the GPT ecosystem. As long as you have a ChatGPT account, you can build a bot and publish it on their store. There's no restrictions. And this is what it looks like. On the left-hand side of the page, you can name your GPT, you can give it a description, and then you can put these instructions. This is where the system prompt goes. So I'll just paste what we had there. And that's where the start of our bot will go. We'll call this Sherlock exploit. And I'm not going to give it a description right now. OK. So let me go to CVE details. So CVE details is a site that tracks vulnerabilities. And so we can go in here and kind of look at recent vulnerabilities. But I'm going to go by type. And I will go in 2024 for the bug type, web bug type SSRF. And go here. And then here are all of the 2024 SSRFs. OK, so here's one here. Server-side request vulnerability in Wisdom Labs, Edgeweiser Bridge. So there's no attack string. There's no research here that tells us. This was a private, probably, disclosure between a researcher and the company of this WordPress Edge browser plugin. So I'm going to grab this. Uh-oh. And let's see what happens. No guarantees. And we'll paste it in here for our bot. OK, so first it breaks down the CVSS score for us. The impact, which is fine. OK, so this didn't do that well. On the scale of all the times I've used this bot, this didn't work super well. So you can't always get magical output. In fact, it's one of the slides I talk about is that this is a tool for security people, not a tool to replace security people. This gives me general information about an SSRF vulnerability. It gives me exploitation pathways, which are technically right, but it doesn't theorize where this could be based on the context of this plugin. Now, the reason it probably doesn't do that is because this plugin is a WordPress plugin, which probably has never had any security research on it before this disclosure. So there's nothing in its data set to do this. Now, let me show you a different example here of one that absolutely did work. Let me find it. This is actually the funny slide where I talk about mistrust but verify. So if you are doing anything with LLMs, mistrust but verify, right? So this is Gemini. And so Gemini said, cheese not sticking to pizza was the query in the search engine. And then it's hey, you can add 1/8 cup of non-toxic glue to make your pizza sauce better. And then when you track that down to what training data made the LLM give that answer, it was actually a Reddit comment 11 years ago where a user called F. Smith talked about, he was memeing in the Reddit data set, and he said add 1/8 cup of Elmer's glue. And that was the only reference to adding tackiness to pizza, I guess, or cheese not sticking to pizza. And so the LLM gave this result. So remember, mistrust but verify with all this stuff. OK, so let me find an instance where this worked, and I can talk about it, I think. I think it's already public, so. OK, here it is right here. OK, so there was a piece of software that I used a bot like this for called utrack. Utrack had a stored XSS vulnerability via Markdown that was privately disclosed on CVE details. So this was on a red team engagement. And I was up against an app that had utrack installed, what I thought to be an up-to-date version. And so the bot, initially when I was talking about it, it said, OK, well, An example of general markdown injection for this application is just doing an image tag with the JavaScript alert, right? And that was, I think, what the original exploit was. But this was a patched version of that software. So they had already fixed this vulnerability. Now, I continued on to ask, hey, what are some potential bypasses to break kind of weak filters that they might have made? And so immediately, this is what it said. It said you can break the attack that we first did into 2 lines, and that might bypass it. Or you can use a data-encoded URL and bypass a check that they might have done. Both of these worked. So this was already a CVE that was patched, and I resubmitted another CVE. So the bot has a lot of information on training for red teaming and stuff like that. You can do really cool things with it. Unfortunately, it didn't work in our first area. But in the red team field, I'm going to blow through some of these. So ways that you can use AI to help you. In reconnaissance, you can use it to find subdomains. So you can find an organization's list of assets because they've most often been scraped already on the internet, and the training data for OpenAI and Anthropic is already on the internet. So we built a bot that will basically give you or generate subdomains for targets of yours. So this is Subdomain Ninja. This is an idea of using it in bug bounty. Another one was the acquisition and recon bot that we used in that I use in red teaming to find acquisitions here. In this case, this bot found several acquisitions that I hadn't seen on many sites, so you can apply it here. In phishing, you can use it to build really effective phishing emails. So this is a presentation from DEF CON by 2 buddies of mine. Any of you know Dave Kennedy? Some of you? Okay, so Dave is the founder of TrustedSec, one of the most respected red teaming companies in the world. Dave is a former NSA guy, security guy, and so my friends made a system out of AI that went out to social media and gathered information around a target, and they pointed it at Dave just for their DEF CON presentation. And so this is what their AI system built. This is a phishing email to him that is specific to him. So subject, bodybuilding.com's new Cleveland chapter needs you. So the bot immediately realizes that Dave was from Cleveland from his social media profile. Says, hey, Dave, hope you're doing well over the past few months. We've been considering expanding bodybuilding.com community chapters, and Cleveland has always been on our radar given its active and dedicated members. Continues to fluff him up. Says that there's some documents attached outlining how he can contribute. Includes a actual community manager at bodybuilding.com. And so while this was happening live on stage, I tweeted Dave, I'm like, hey, would you have clicked on this? And he said, yeah, he probably would have clicked on this. Because this is his secondary passion, is like bodybuilding, outside of security. So social engineering systems like this are starting to be built. The more scary ones I see right now are actually ones that are being built very similar to this, but targeting your family and friends instead of you to get access to you. So those are newer systems that are coming out, kind of, that adversaries are starting to use. Now, you can use it just to ask AppSec questions too, like how to prevent cross-site scripting or things like that. You can ask it in your web testing these types of questions, like what can you tell me about the application? Can you deobfuscate code? What are the routes and the API calls for this app? What kind of authentication does it use based on the functions? Do you see that all require authentication? And so these are all questions you ask when you're doing a web testing assessment, but now you can ask them by just providing an application's JavaScript into an AI and ask these questions live, which is really useful, especially at the end here. If you can build like curl commands or stuff for making jobs easier, these really help you out. You can also analyze JavaScript, which is a big pain in the web testing world. You can make vulnerability checks. So if you've ever heard of Nuclei before, Nuclei has a vulnerability scanner. It's an open source one, which writes its checks in YAML. And so if you have a vulnerability that is custom to your organization and you want to root it out across all of your infrastructure, you can make a check in minutes, where usually you used to have like a research team or someone who is specialized in this. Now you can make a check in minutes and scan your whole infrastructure and try to find that vulnerability if it's like a cross-site scripting vulnerability or something like that. You can also do this with Nessus. If any of you used Nessus before, Nessus custom scripts are built in Nazzle, which is like not an easy scripting language to learn. And so because all the documentation online is online and in the data set, a tool like, we called it Nessus Doctor, will go out and grab like a GitHub link, and it will create a Nazzle script for you. Other ways that I use this in offensive security is to help bypass weak XSS filters. So when I find an XSS and I feel like it's been patched, or if I find a place where I think there's XSS and I want to bypass the control, a lot of times developers, they use weak kind of regex filters. And so what you have to do is apply different types of bypasses. So I coded up a bot with the top 10 bypasses, which is the top one's using some encoding, the middle one's breaking up the word alert, the other one's encoding the whole word alert, and then using some different event handlers. So it'll do like the top 15 ways to bypass weak filters, so I can use this in my testing. We talked about undisclosed CVEs. There's a bunch of plugins for Burp Suite if you do AppSec testing to ask questions of your Burp Suite traffic. Burp GPT is one of them. Then we move into like more automated systems. So there's a lot of people moving towards automated penetration testing with these AI systems where they have multiple agents. And agents are tiny little mini AIs. So you see down here you have like an SQL injection agent, an XSS agent, a CSRF agent. These are all web vulnerabilities. Each one of these AI models specializes in that one web vulnerability, and they're controlled by a manager and a planner. And this is where we're getting towards automation of pen testing these days, is these little AIs that are going to do some of these tasks for us, or at least help us do some of the tasks and put it all together. Most of this are just the models that we already know about. There's no special models that do this. They're using large language models like ChatGPT, or they're using Meta's Llama 3.1 or something like that. It's just stitching them together as little tiny individuals, and then a planner and a manager. And then they test the websites, usually using like a framework like Puppeteer or something like that. Google did this for vulnerability exploitation, didn't work out too well. They called it Project Nap Time so that their research team could take a nap. Didn't work out quite as well as they wanted it to, so I think exploitation is still safe as like kind of like a reverse engineering exploitation job. Then this year at DEF CON, there was a giant competition to do a lot of this called AIXCC. So at DEF CON last year and the year before this was started, and this was a tournament with teams, CTF teams mostly, but actually one company from the industry, Trail of Bits. And the whole purview of this was make a bot that can look at source code, that can build a vulnerability, exploit the vulnerability, and patch the vulnerability. And it could do all of these things. And so several of these teams built black boxes that could do that. So we're getting to a lot of automation of all the way to fix in some of these areas. Now, were these vulnerabilities hard ones to find? Yeah, there were levels. Some of the initial ones are easier. They're just basic vulnerabilities, and then other ones get harder and harder. Some of the black boxes that these teams built couldn't do the harder ones still. So yeah, we're still working in this area. All right, how am I doing on time? 5, I got 5 minutes. All right, we're gonna blow through some other applications to use stuff in your work. Okay, so if you're into cloud, there's a tool called Escalate GPT, which helps you audit your cloud configuration for AWS or Azure. These are mostly IAM and RBAC policies for this software. This will use OpenAI and a combination of a known good config with your AWS key, and will help you build a better one, a better policy. If you're a reverse engineer, you can plug GPT right into Ghidra or IDA Pro if you're a reverse engineer. If you're into red teaming stuff, there are a lot of times right now where I have taken an old exploit, like this anti-malware service bypass, and told ChatGPT to refactor it, rewrite it, modularize it, use different methods or functions, or obfuscate it for security. This will change it enough so it'll bypass an EDR. Sometimes, like 50% of the time. So you can use ChatGPT to write malicious code in some cases. If you're in the physical world, you can use it to build DuckyScript, which is interesting because DuckyScript is hard to learn. If you are in the Flipper world, I had plenty of people come to my class and say they've used it to build Flipper code as well. I've used it personally to build features in different C2s that didn't have certain features. So like if you use Sliver in your DAODOB, but you want to have a feature that's in Sliver and apply it to Mythic, I've asked it before to create said feature in the other framework, which has worked pretty well for me. And so this takes the idea that you need a developer or a research team. You still need that, but this scales them really, really well. Let's see what else. I use it for reporting all the time in offensive security. And then I use it for a bunch of blue team stuff. So in blue team, what I tried to do is map out the roles that are in blue team. So the first one I came up with was SOC manager. So you can create a bot to do your briefs. If you've ever been a SOC manager, you know that part of your job is, as the incident commander, is to email both executives and tech teams as to what's going on in a giant incident. This bot will create really, really structured briefs for you and save you hours of time that you have to do that for. It can also build tabletop. It can also really build really well tabletop designed scenarios for your organization. So we built a bot to do that. It can create incident coordination checklists between you and your staff so that you don't forget anything during an active incident. If you're on the ground, it can help you create IR playbooks. Not technical, well, some technical IR playbooks. It can help you build open source alert and query bots. So this one is for the formerly Elk stack or Elasticsearch. It'll help you build bots that can build you queries and prioritize your alerts. Splunk bot will help you build queries and alerts for Splunk. Any of the open source security tools that have documentation online, you can build bots specifically to help you build their signatures, checks, or alerts or queries. So Suricata bot builds Suricata rules. Yarabot builds Yara rules. Yarabot is actually super dope because it includes the 100 days of Yara research for malware analysts. It includes all of that in its training data set. OS query helps you build OS queries. If you're working in PowerShell, if you're a red teamer or a blue teamer, all of the documentation from all time from PowerShell documentation is online, and you can include it, or you can talk to one of these bots to do really, really well-functioned PowerShell. So these are just inspiration pieces. If you want to dive into like how we use these or anything like that, just hit me up. I'll be around the conference. I have like 20 other use cases for forensics and red team and stuff like that that I can show you. Now, this is the type of world that we're moving into, where you're going to be heavily automated by this tool, this generative AI tool, and it's only going to get better. The next model from OpenAI is going to trump the one that we have right now with a whole bunch of methods that it has. And so a lot of times I get security people who don't want to buy into this emerging technology, a lot of friends who are a little bit curmudgeon-y. I highly recommend not doing that with generative AI. The people who are going to be able to not be affected by this at all are the people who can master it. So this idea of prompt engineering to build small micro tools that help you be faster, this is where it's going. And so as the keynote, I just wanted to give you, some inspiration about the kind of things you could do with this technology. So that's all I have for today.
Excellent. Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Jason. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for all that. The video at the beginning was amazing. We had a little kind of weirdness here with speakers. So we weren't sure if our next speaker was going to get here. They're going to be coming up on stage here in just a minute, Ezz Tahoun. But if you were sent over here because we thought we were going to have to move a talk from the social engineering adventure village, you came to the right place, but you're in the wrong place because our speaker for here is here. And so go ahead and go over there for the social engineering if you're there. Sorry for the confusion. We had to call last minute audible, but they did make it. So we're going to switch everything out and have our next speaker here in just a few moments. Everyone, welcome to track one. So we're running a little bit behind, but we have got a great talk coming for you right now. Coming to the stage, our speaker here, Ezz Tahoun, they're going to talk to you about context, right? They are the co-founder of Sci Pieta, and they're going to come up here now to talk to you again. Ezz Tahoun.
Good afternoon. Hi there, everybody. The talk is about context is all you need. And it comes from the background of security operations, where every time you have an incident, you're kind of thinking, what is going on in that incident? Like, what is the business case? What is the business context? What are some other alerts or events that are also relevant there? So it's all about this idea of contextualization. A little bit about the agenda. I'm just going to go through, like, who am I, and then some challenges, and a little bit more challenges. And then we're going to go into a little bit of MITRE attack, and a little bit of what are we actually trying to automate when we say context? Like, what is the what is the who, what is the when? A little bit of a show of hands. Anybody that did security operations before? Security operations? All right, so we have a little bit too much of security operations in the room. That would make it a lot easier to go through MITRE attack and a lot of these ideas. If you're not familiar with these, I'm gonna kind of like fly you through. Feel free to kind of like go to the mic and throw some questions or just yell them out. I'm gonna repeat them anyways. All right, a little bit about who am I. I'm a cyber data scientist. So I started at like Scout, and then Huawei, and then Royal Bank of Canada, and then Orange Cyber Defense. And lately, I'm at scipienta.com. It's like a company that makes clustering models and AI models for contextualization and correlation. But today, we're going to talk about a little thing that you can do on the internet called, like just building your own models with LLMs. And I know the talk before me was all about LLMs. So I'm going to tell you exactly what kind of techniques you can use to build models that are specialized. Because LLMs have their shortcomings. They cannot do all of the use cases, but they can help you build other models that can do a lot of use cases. All right, let's talk a little about cybersecurity. It seems like in cybersecurity, things keep on getting worse. So I remember a couple years back, people thought that, like Colonial Pipeline was the worst thing ever. And before that, they thought like Stuxnet was the worst thing ever. And only this summer we had CrowdStrike, and people were like, oh, this is really bad. It's very hard to top this one. But I'm pretty sure next year we're going to have something bigger, and it's going to be really, really bad. And people will be like, damn, like cybersecurity needs a lot of work. But why is it always getting worse somehow? Like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, we have better conferences, we have better folks. We still have worse security somehow. It seems like, according to Mandiant, that attacks are getting stealthier. And statistically, not only that, but attacks are getting better and bigger and a lot more. So people in security operations, do you ever have like an inbox 0 for your alerts? Do you ever finish all of the notable alerts, notable events, all of the incidents that you should look for? Never, right? Like, no one ever has an inbox 0 in cybersecurity. You might have an inbox 0 in your email, not in your cybersecurity alerts. And that's also because we have a lot more tools. So you go to any exhibition hall, there's like a shit ton of vendors. So what do you do with all of these vendors and all of their tools? You buy them, you put them in your thing, you get a lot more data, right? And it just keeps on going, right? So you have a lot more data that you're supposed to look through all of it and figure out what is going on. But with all of that, somehow we are still ineffective. We're so ineffective that our cybersecurity, statistically, is actually worse than how it was like 50 years ago. So if we think a little about why, 50 years ago, things were simpler. Today, things are super duper crazy. You've got like server racks at homes. My home, I have like 2 server racks. Like, my energy bill is crazy. Florida Power and Light takes a lot of money. But also on the Stuxnet example, to hack a critical infrastructure plant, you had to like drop a USB with the best 0 days ever and wait for like 3-4 years for that virus to spread around the entire planet until someone finally picks it up and plugs it into the critical system in the power plant. And then at some point, you're going to get your 0-day deployed. Today, you don't have to do any of that. Like, if they wanted to do Stuxnet all over again today, they would just use the smart grid. People right now have solar panels that are connected back to the solar grid, and they're actually like selling their energy, like their solar energy, back to the smart grid, where the grid is hyper-connected. So if you wanted to attack the exact same nuclear power plant, or if you wanted to essentially attack like an energy company, you don't really have to wait for like a kind of completely air-gapped system to gain access to your malware. You can just kind of like use any of these millions of devices and things that are connected, right? It's just the hyperconnectivity that we live in. And that's exactly why every person in security operations doesn't want to stay in security operations, right? They're like, if you have an AI that would replace me, take my money, I want to move anyways to do something else. I want to do like reverse engineering, I want to do threat hunting, I want to do leadership, whatever it is. Because it's essentially a job full of frustration, because you're constantly trying to correlate, and you know that we have a lack of correlation, and you can't really do much anyways about it, right? So what is this magical word, correlation? What is this correlation that we're supposed to do? It's an idea where we kind of look at the relationships that are hidden in between seemingly disparate like incidents, alerts, events, and logs, right? So anybody have seen an event or log or an alert before? All right, okay. A healthy majority. For those that didn't, it's essentially like every single thing that you do on your computer is gonna make a trace. So if you like click on something, there's gonna be a log that you clicked on something. On your phone, if you literally just like look at your phone a certain angle, it's generating logs that you tilted your phone, right? So they're like logs of everything and everything. And if you have security like products, they're gonna generate alerts on almost everything as well. Like you sent an email, that's probably suspicious. You received a text, that's kind of suspicious. You got a weird call from a weird number you never called before, that's also kind of suspicious, right? Like there's so many events and alerts, and we gotta correlate them at some point. We have this idea that hopefully we have all of these data sources in one place. And we usually get sold on this idea by SIM vendors that buy my product and then just put everything in it. Lately, that became security data lakes, where they tell you, you know what, okay, you're never going to put everything in one SIM, but how about you put them in 5 different SIMs, and we kind of still refer to them logically as a single data lake. But this idea, whatever engineering we do to achieve it, it's essentially critical. Why? Because we want to put everything in one place and then somehow execute some queries on it, right? Anybody familiar with a query? What is a query? A little. Okay, so a query usually looks something like this. So it's essentially like a search. And this search, in this case, is telling you that if you have web traffic and it matches these kind of strings, like commands, tell me that these commands exist in my web traffic. That's about it. So it's a search query to alert you on things that seem like commands in your web traffic. Fantastic. Is that the best that we can do today? So we are essentially collecting everything into one humongous product or one humongous indexing table, and we're searching for these kind of stuff? Yes, we can do a little better. We can have like playbooks on top of playbooks other than just like searches. We can have like layered searches or nested searches to kind of like say, you know, when you search for this and the result is something along these lines, take that and enrich it with another LLM or enrich it with another threat intelligence database or whatnot. So we can have like layered logic in terms of our searches and in terms of our enrichment. But at the end of the day, it seems like we usually refer to many of these with these MITRE attack techniques. Anybody familiar with MITRE attack? All right. For those that are not familiar, MITRE ATT&CK looks something like this. It's essentially like a bunch of Wikipedia entries of every single attack that we know of, and then we just put them in a very neat and nice way in a presentation that goes from left to right as essentially like left is like step 1. So this is like initial access. You get a phishing email. That's what you're going to see over there at the left. And then right, you're completely hacked. Your data is destroyed. Your website is down. Your company is gone, right? So left to right, you're kind of like going through the amount of steps or kill chain, we like to call it, that take you through the technical goals of an attacker, right? And usually the beauty of this MITRE attack is once you know exactly what entry you're interested in, the entry is going to tell you a lot more about what's going on. So as a beginner, or maybe even as an intermediate analyst, if someone gives you a MITRE attack page or a MITRE attack technique, you're now able to actually take a look at the description. You're able to take a look at the detection advisories, mitigation advisories, but also you're able to take a look at threat intelligence and procedural examples, like who used this specific technique before. That is neat and everything, but remember the whole idea of correlation? Let's take a step back and go to correlation. How can I correlate based on MITRE attack? You can correlate based on MITRE attack based on the sequentiality and the causality in MITRE attack. So MITRE attack is all about left to right. You're kind of going through the technical goals. Let's correlate exactly that. Let's actually take a look at left to right. What am I seeing in my queue? So if my queue has 11,000 alerts, fantastic. Which of these 11,000 are lining up in a way that is causal and sequential to each other? So at what point in my 11,000 am I seeing a subset or a group that is kind of enabling each other to happen, right? And if we extrapolate this idea a little, there is a project in MITRE called Attack Flow. I don't know if we have much time to go through it, but essentially, if you Google MITRE Attack Flow, you'll be able to kind of like find these example flows. You'll be able to see like exactly how Equifax happened or exactly how CISA or the Iranian attack happened. You'll be able to kind of like see the strategic steps and sequences that they executed down to the technique. So it's kind of similar to like APT notes or whatnot in threat intel. But anyways, let's try to actually correlate data and find that specific thing. So our first step to find the MITRE attack flow in a way that is automated is first, let's make sure we know the MITRE attack technique for every single thing. Every single alert I get, I should get a MITRE attack technique. Any thoughts about that? You can think, you know what, dude, the example that you showed me already had a MITRE attack technique. Why is this even a step? Because the MITRE attack technique that you see there was written by the author of that rule. So someone literally just decided that this is the right technique for this rule. Is that consistent with other rules? Not really. Is that high quality? Not really. So we can technically find a way to consistently put techniques. And in this day and age, it wouldn't be too far from an LLM. So I can technically go at step 1 with an LLM. I can use a classification model if I don't want to use an LLM. But whatever it is, ideally, I get MITRE attack techniques for every single thing in my logging and my events and my alerts. So everything gets a MITRE attack technique. And then step 2 is a little bit more interesting, because step 2 is all about how do I find the events that are actually related to each other? How can I connect these dots and figure out what are coordinated attacks in this case? And if I'm connecting the dots, what can I connect the dots based on? So when I get an alert, what questions am I usually asking as a human to connect the dots? I might be asking, what are other things that happened within these 10 minutes for this exact machine that got affected? So let's say I have a machine that had a process injection yesterday at 5 p.m. I will look at everything that happened yesterday from 4:55 to 5:05 for this exact machine, right? But why not 15 minutes? So why not 20 minutes? Why not 30 minutes? Why is it 10 minutes? It's kind of like a gut feeling. And why did you only look at the machine? Why didn't you look at the user? Why didn't you look at the code signing authority of that software? You can ask a million different questions when you're hunting, and that's a discipline called threat hunting. Anybody familiar with hunting? Hello, okay, fantastic. So hunting is essentially that discipline where you kind of like go in and ask questions. If we wanted to figure out what are all the questions and ask all of them, That's essentially step 2. So step 2 is figure out all of the questions in the entire planet that you can ask for every single one, and list them all out, and just consider all of them. So consider every single event attribute, such as the time of the event, the technique of the event data source. Is it all coming from the same exact, let's say, EDR, or is it all related to the same vulnerability? Like sometimes the logs would have a vulnerability attribute, or a NIST attribute, or a kill chain attribute. I can look at all of the event attributes, but also I can look at all the node attributes. So the node is essentially the person, or the persona, or the entity, or the identity, and I can look at all of them. So I can look at that instead of just that machine. Who's the machine owner? And that machine owner, what's their business unit? Who do they report to? What was the last time they patched the system? And so on and so forth. And all of these I can correlate with other incidents. So I can see that this machine belongs to someone in, I don't know, like business development. I can look at other stuff in business development instead of just look at this machine in 10 minutes. So anyways, let's take a look at these steps. So step 1 was fairly easy. Step 1 was all about let's get relevant MITRE attack techniques for everything. Ideally, we make a nice and easy model for this. And the nice and easy model in 2024 is all about LLMs. If I don't have an LLM, people start throwing tomatoes at me. So I'm going to put an LLM for you. But I'm going to be a little bit more skeptical of how much the LLM can do without further training. And I'm going to take a look at how can I train it. So in LLM training, or in AI training in general, you can think of it as 2 ways of training. One way is highly structured. We call that the small labeled corpus. And one way is not structured at all, and we call that the corpus, right? Just the unlabeled, humongous, ginormous corpus. And the unlabeled, humongous, ginormous corpus is essentially how you get to, let's say, an LLM and tell it, you know what, here's a couple links. Use these links in your search. Or here's a system prompt. You are the best cybersecurity analyst in the world. Good luck to you, right? Nothing structured. You're just kind of giving it an idea. What do you want? And you're like, good luck to you, right? While a small labeled corpus in this case would take a lot of work for you to take all of the entropy and chaos in today's data and structure it in a very nice format. It's kind of like making a course, right? Like you can think of it as the unlabeled corpus is kind of like just hiring someone and putting them in the job and being like, good luck to you. You kind of have the right experience. And a small labeled corpus is kind of like, once you get hired, the first 3 months, we're literally educating you on what you should do in this job, right? So that last part, the small labeled corpus, is what we call usually fine-tuning. People don't usually do that much, but when you want a consistent and something that you can tune and something that you can explain in your cybersecurity stack, you kind of want AI that has been fine-tuned on something that you can really control. Because we've had AI in cybersecurity for a while. I don't know how many people here use AI in cybersecurity every day. Kinda. Is it anomaly detection by any chance? You use like just enrichment and reporting? Okay, but not for detection? Okay. So there's a reason not a lot of people use it for detection. It's because it's a little hard to explain and a little hard to tune. And people in cybersecurity hate that. Like if I cannot tune it, I'm not taking a bullet for it. I better be able to tune it before I use it. Otherwise, it's kind of like nice to kind of like tell my boss about it, but I'm not going to actually use it, right? So you really want to make sure that you're fine-tuning your AI, if it's LLMs or not. Anyways, so in this case, we give the LLM all of the links that I never, ever will go through. I just have bookmarked. So I have a lot of nice talks that I bookmarked. I have a lot of like nice books that I bookmarked. I'll never, ever read, believe me. So I take all of these, give them to the LLM, and I'm like, yo, LLM, now you understand everything about cyber that I should understand, but good luck to you. And then I work through the small labeled corpus and make essentially a table of here are some rules, and here are the right classifications. Like, this rule is phishing. This rule is process injection. This rule is account manipulation. This rule is valid accounts, and so on and so forth. And I'm actually giving it the right classifications. And I'm telling it, this is exactly how you do it. This is how to be consistent. Here is a regular expression to even help you with it. And you end up with something that looks like this. So once you have the LLM or the classification model or whatever, you kind of can give it any text, any human-generated text, and it would tell you the most relevant technique. Obviously, it gives you a humongous probability table, but I just kind of like put a threshold of like, I don't know, like 95 or whatever, and I only get a few classifications or techniques. Regardless, that's essentially the easy part. Let's talk about the interesting piece. So now that I have everything with techniques, I got it. Yeah, I need to enrich it with techniques, because techniques is the only structured causality we have in cybersecurity. Fantastic. Let me actually use that causality for my own benefit. Take me to the good stuff. So let's find events that are actually related to each other and form these attack flows automatically and ideally for free. How do I do that? So first, let's cluster events. So in machine learning, there is an idea of clustering. Clustering just says if you have a lot of data points, like people in this room, we can kind of cluster people here based on something, right? So what is this clustering? Let's say I take height. I can kind of cluster all of the people that are of a certain height together. I can cluster based on weight. I can cluster based on distance traveled, whatever it is, right? So I can choose a certain feature, and I can cluster. How would that mean, how would that translate, to cybersecurity? Cybersecurity incidents. I can cluster based on temporal proximity, like what time things happen. I can cluster based on business unit affected. I can cluster based on a lot of things. But in my mind, as a cybersecurity analyst, I want to cluster based on everything. Give me everything, right? Give me clusters based on every single feature. I got you. We can do that. So we're going to cluster based on everything that is relevant. And not only identical stuff, because remember the whole height and weight. We're not getting people that are identical in terms of height. We're getting similar height, right? Think a little about this similarity idea in cybersecurity. We have never seen it. In cybersecurity, you're either matching the exact same port that I'm searching for, exact same source IP that I'm searching for, or nothing. There is no such thing as I go to Splunk and I put in a search, and it kind of gets me similar IPs. I'm searching for that IP, I'm getting that IP or nothing. I'm searching for 10 minutes, I'm getting, if it happened in 10 minutes, or nothing. Similar to 10 minutes, because it's 12 minutes, does not exist, right? Because a search is narrow and it's deterministic, while similarity is probabilistic, right? So deterministic versus probabilistic is kind of where we're going there. So I would like to get similar stuff, right? So a similar port to port 443 is what? Could be 80, right? Could be 8443, like an alternative port. But it's not 444, it's not 442, it's not like numbers that are kind of similar. So now I need to let my data understand the context or the knowledge that I have. That's kind of teasing you towards knowledge. But anyways, once I do my clustering, I can then connect the clusters in a sequential fashion. That's the easy part. So let's talk about how do I actually get some clusters. So to get some clusters, I can kind of put my data that usually sits in a table in Splunk or Elastic or whatever sim you use today. It sits in a humongous table. Everything is isolated. Everything is its own row. But essentially, what I can do there is make sure that everything is kind of connected to each other, right? So for instance, this alert affected this person. This person has these 5 machines. One of the machines is a Windows. Windows happens to be the exact same OS that's on this other machine. Like I can kind of like connect things based on their attributes, and I can kind of immediately expose similarity. Once I do that, and I structure my knowledge, remember the whole structuring of knowledge? This is me structuring knowledge. I can also put that from my HR management system. So yesterday in like a 4-hour workshop, we were talking about that here at BSides Orlando. We talked about possibly not just putting the data that is real-time from your SIM, but also get some business context from your HR management system, like who reports to who, and so on and so forth. You can even get it from service accounts, like once I have a service account, who is the service account creator, who is the admin, who is the service account billed to, and so on and so forth. Once I have that knowledge in some sort of a data structure for my knowledge, I can now get coordinate systems out of it. So now I can put people, or I can put people on the graph, or I can put assets on the graph, or alerts on the graph, or incidents on the graph, whatever it is on my graph. I can encode that in a coordinate system that is like an XYZ coordinate system, and I can be like, this incident is here, this incident is here, and this other incident is over there. So these are kind of closer to each other, and hence I can cluster those, right? So that's the embedding piece. And once you have this embedding, you can give it to an LLM, you can give it to whatever. Once you put your knowledge in numbers, you have just taken human knowledge and made it machine accessible, right? Once it's machine accessible, you can give it to whatever model. In this case, I chose to give it to a model that is a clustering model. At the end, you can put an LLM, and you can still ask the LLM questions. It would know everything about your enterprise that you wanted to know. But in this case, I'm going to give it to a clustering model. Once I give it to my clustering model, I will also give it to a sequencing of the clusters. What is a sequencing of the clusters? That could be like a Markov chain, could be a finite state machine, whatever it is. But it says that if I have a cluster on recon, and I have another cluster all the way up there on whatever, like impact or end of attack or whatever it is, I can kind of make sure that they're connected to each other via other clusters. And if I don't have exactly every single step of the attack, as long as it's kind of close enough, it kind of seems plausible that maybe I have a 0-day that made me not see the exploitation, or maybe I have a gap of detection that made me not see my exploitation, I can still kind of see the entire story come together, or the attack narrative come together. What you end up with, again, is something along the lines of this. You're going to have a lot of alerts that never could fit into an LLM. I know you guys really like LLMs, so I'm going to use LLMs as an example. 2,500 alerts cannot fit into an LLM, right? Because they're too big, and the context is humongous. But if you do data reduction and you make clusters or groups of smaller size, like in this case, you have 200, so you did like a 10x reduction. Now it can fit into an LLM. So I can take 200 alerts on a really big LLM, and it would tell me exactly what happened. It can tell me the story. It would be like, oh, this group of 200 alerts, that doesn't seem like a false positive. That actually seems like a really nice cyber espionage attack that you got there. Fantastic. Or I can give it the other 200, and it would be like, oh, this is definitely a false positive. Because come on, like this alert is usually a false positive. Like this is just like someone updated an account or whatever, and you're kind of like just giving me 200 off it. So you can, once you do that data reduction, then you can enable other machine learning agents to come in and help with reporting and whatnot. So you want to think about machine learning as multi-agent. And thinking about this as a multi-agent, you see I have 2 agents in this case. So I have the agent of putting stuff together, and I have the agent of enriching stuff with MITRE. The talk right before me was amazing because it was kind of like flirting with this idea of agents. And it was like, you can have agents do everything. The only piece I want to add is these agents do not have to be LLMs. These agents can be other kinds of machine learning. Because LLMs are not good at clustering. They're not good at big data. Like they cannot run on big data. Like they have a context window, and then they start hallucinating. So in these kind of specific use cases, you can come in and ask the LLM to make you a clustering model for your data, and then just run the clustering model. And then before that, you can run an LLM, or after that, you can run an LLM, whatever it is. But essentially, with these 2 agents, what we were able to do is essentially take tons of disjointed alerts. So we're talking like 8 terabytes that were hitting our SIMs, different SIMs, and we ended up with like very, very few like attack incidents or attack groups that were actually like put together and reported on by LLMs as well at the end. But we did that because we enriched with a classification model. In this case, it was an LLM. And we did clustering at the end with a clustering model. In this case, it was like k-means or dbscan, whatever it is. A lot of this is open source. You can find it in GitHub. But essentially, the idea is to correlate incidents, cluster events, and uncover techniques, ideally finding your attack flows at the end. The data is always looking like this. So this is like machine-generated data or JSONs. You don't want to be looking at that yourself, but for a machine that has everything it needs. So you can see here, we started with things like this. So this was like an emerging threat from Suricata. This one was after enrichment. So you can see it has techniques now that have been enriched. And this one is after it got clustered. So now you can see that it's putting together 0, 1, 30, 31, 36, up to 95 in terms of these alert IDs are now together in this cluster. And that was kind of real time. And pretty cheap. Like the machine that does this costs like something like $50 on AWS a month. So it's not like a humongous GPU like the ones that you need for LLMs. And yeah, like we put it at the end of the day in a flow, and that's about it. Why clustering is better than LLMs or rules? Because it's actually scalable, and it's easier to maintain and tune than an LLM, easier to maintain and tune than even rules. But again, they're augmenting each other. We're not really replacing one for the other. But at the end of the day, you go from a lot of tabular data into groups of data. That's kind of about it. I have a lot of examples for your questions, but I'd love to take your questions. Thank you. Any questions? I know I threw a lot. Yes? Please go ahead. Yes. So we wouldn't be moving or removing false positive data. We would just be putting false positive data together. So the idea here is not to remove false positives. It's kind of like just cluster the false positives. So in this case, we are getting false positives still, but they are now in groups. So instead of having 2,400 incidents, now I have 8 groups of incidents. So still, out of these 8, probabilistically speaking, all 8 are probably false positives still, right? So still, I have an issue with detection. But the time that I have invested is from 2,400 contexts in my brain, or sessions in my brain, to 8. Now, instead of assigning it to 2,400 different analysts, I'm assigning it to 8 different analysts, right? And every analyst that's starting to work on one of those has all of the context. They're not context switching, because everything is together, and these are groups. So it's just a matter of grouping them. Something that we try to do about false positives is kind of make sure that they are chaining, so you can make sure that you're not only looking at clusters, but you're looking at clusters that have chained in a way like attack flow. If it's a false positive, or even if it's a true positive that just didn't go through enough, it wouldn't fit that kind of idea of flow. So even if it's a true positive, it has to have been 1 step or 2 steps into the kill chain for you to kind of make sure that it's a chain, not just a cluster. But yeah, you're right. We can't really do much about false positives. That's on the detection side. But what we can do on the correlation side is data reduction. So the whole idea of correlation is just reduce data, group them together, and give me less stuff to go through. Any other questions? Thank you, by the way. Great question. The more questions, the merrier. Yes?
Multiple times, would you always get the same grouping?
Fantastic question. That's a fantastic question. So yes, it is always same input, same output. Other than, so that's on the clustering side. Other than this, how you implement this can differ. We implemented this in a Markov model, which means that every time my flow is not the same, although my clusters are the same, what we did was make sure that my Markov model runs a few times, and then we average them, so we reduce the amount of entropy that introduces. But because this, implementing this in a cheap way is kind of impossible to do in a highly deterministic manner, we wanted to make the model super, super duper cheap because we have a lot of data. We kind of accepted a little bit of different answers for the same input only on the flow side. But on the cluster side, the clusters themselves are always the same, no matter what data you feed in. However, the clusters are always affected by the history of what data it has seen. So this model is called temporal clustering. What that means is it remembers almost an infinite amount of history of your previous data that you fed it, and it would continue to cluster based on that history that it learned. Any other questions? All right. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much for your questions. If you want to connect with me, I'll be downstairs, and I'll also have this slide up with my LinkedIn. At some point, it's going to come up. There you go. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Just walk back there. No, you walk back to the green room. Yep. Excellent. Thank you, Ez. So we have got our next speaker coming up. I think we're right about back on track if we go through and get them up quick. So our next speaker up is going to be Heather Lawrence. Stick around here if you're here for that talk, but we're going to come back in about 2 minutes, swap out this laptop, and thanks for being here. All right. We got to watch out for those stairs, right? I got to watch out for those stairs after the keynote. So excellent, everyone. Thank you, and welcome again to track one. Real quick programming note. For those who are in the room who'd like to ask questions, microphone. Please, during any Q&A, feel free to walk up to them so that we don't have to repeat stuff. You can speak with the speaker and all that good stuff. So microphones there. Please come up and use them whenever you want to ask a question. So with that said, I am thrilled. And when I say thrilled, I mean that. Heather Lawrence, who's about to come up on the screen, is a friend who I've known for many, many years. And she doesn't care for public praise too much, so I'm going to try and keep this down. But she has been instrumental not only to this conference, but to cybersecurity in general. And it is just an absolute honor and privilege for me to introduce my friend, an incredibly intelligent human being, and I'm just thrilled to hear anything she has to say on this stage. My friend, the co-founder, chief security researcher, and a generally amazing human being, head of Atropos Insights, Heather Lawrence. Come to the stage, please.
You're too kind.
Yeah, I am not.
Yeah, you're totally too kind. Hi, my name is Heather Lawrence. I'm really excited to present on AI-generated disinformation. This is an interactive talk. Right now, this QR code should take you to Menti if you take it as a picture on your phone. It hasn't started yet, but there will be a quiz. How many of you can absolutely identify an AI-generated image? And for the person who wins, I have this pair of 3D printed glow-in-the-dark earrings that I made myself for whoever decides to win and actually do the thing. I know it's a lot. I'm asking you to interact with me instead of just sitting there. Oh my gosh, let's get started. Who am I? Why should you listen to anything I'm saying? I have worked as a security data scientist. I run my own company, Atropos Insights. I have prior research in applying machine learning to network intrusion detection systems. I've been a PhD student for forever. If you want to talk to me about grad school, I've got the information. I've also presented at BSides Las Vegas, the AI Village at DEF CON, and a couple other places. Or if you have seen the BSides shirt for like the last 10 years, I've been helping with graphics for the last decade. Yeah. So I didn't do this research. This research is from Northwestern University. If you want to help them do their research, go to this website. They have a site portal where you try to determine if the pictures are fake or not. And you can compare yourself to other people who have already done this. It's all anonymous. So yes, again, I'm taking this from how to distinguish AI-generated images from authentic photographs. So previously, like, why are we here? It was really easy to determine if an image was AI-generated. Like, we have a meme where we have a 3D extra printer, like printed finger that you wear, and it's like, oh, well, I didn't actually do the crime. Can't you tell? This picture has an extra finger. And as things have gotten better, well, the artifact generation has kind of been a little bit harder to determine. Right now, it is increasingly difficult to distinguish between real and fake. As you see in this image right here, this is 7.5 years of GAN progress on face generation. It started in 2014. Look how bad that is. And then go up to 2021. That looks like somebody's face profile on LinkedIn. But I do have a note. All bodies are different, right? This is not prescriptive information about what constitutes a valid body. We are here to discuss anatomically implausible, and we are looking for flags that an AI is generated, or AI generated, but we don't want to tell you what it does or does not constitute a valid body. People have missing limbs. People have extra fingers. You have to look for multiple flags to make sure that what you're looking at is real. This is an interactive talk. I will have a QR code once we start. And again, there is a prize. So there are 5 categories of artifacts and implausibilities: anatomical, stylistic, functional, violations of physics, which are really funny, and socio-cultural artifacts. Anatomical implausibilities go into 5 main things where we're talking about our hands. How many teeth do we have? Are our eyes looking like they have round pupils, or they're actually looking at something? The bodies themselves, are they kind of faded into another person? Or biometric? There are several people who are very famous, have a lot of pictures and videos about them, and then you'll see a generated image, and that image, that LLM, does not know what that person's body type is like. So it'll try to create something, and you can go through pictures that they have that you can realize that's not that person based on what they look like. So some very solid examples: hands, missing extra merged fingers, non-existent fingernails, hands that look really weird, like they have sausage fingers, misaligned pupils, non-circular pupils. There might be like really white eyes. The really good one with teeth that kind of looks like they're an alligator because they have a whole bunch of teeth in a mouth that just doesn't make sense. And then bodies, they might have extra limbs, unlikely bends, like, oh, the knee doesn't naturally bend that way. That's really interesting. So here I have an example. I generated this off of ChatGPT earlier this month, and I said, please, generate some images of 2 hands shaking to accept a job. Well, how many fingers does that hand have? Well, I see a thumb, and then looks like there's another 5 fingers. So this is the kind of stuff that you need to keep an eye on when you're trying to determine if it's AI generated or not. Turns out this also applies to animals. So here we have a picture of the American eagle. And this was shared on Facebook, and 15,000 comments, 37,000 shares, 112,000 likes. Yeah, the only problem is those baby eagles are not what baby eagles actually look like. They don't look like the adult coming right out of the egg. Like, that's just not how that works. But if you don't know what a baby eagle looks like, you could very well be like, oh, this is fine. This one is really funny. This was from cellular functions of spermatogeneal stem cells in relation to JAK-STAT signaling pathway. All of that to say that this was retracted. This is not valid, but it got past reviewers and an academic paper. Yeah, that's great, right? If you look closely to this mouse, you'll notice that all of these words aren't actually words. Like, you see stem cells, you see rat, and then it's like, what is that word? DCK? Is that a word? No, it's not a word. Anyway, this was retracted, thankfully, after somebody realized these images are fake. And I was talking about biometric artifacts before. Here's the Pope in a Balenciaga jacket. He's all fancy, right? You can tell that it's generated by looking at his ear. Because if you look at pictures of the Pope, you notice his ear doesn't look the same. Right? And it's not a conclusive flag by itself, right? It could be photo editing, makeup, compression artifacts that just make the image look strange. But it is another flag to look for. Stylistic artifacts. These fall into 4 categories. Again, AI-generated images look fake. They look very plastic, like a very artistic style or texture. You'll notice that subjects have like really glossy, shiny skin. They're like perfect, and the hair is all windswept, even though it doesn't really make sense to have wind there. And you'll notice that parts of the image are more vibrant or more detailed than the rest. So here's this example, again, generated earlier this month. Please generate an image of a group of friends smiling for a photo in a party in warm light close-up. Notice that the subject's skin is like waxy, shiny. It could be cartoonish or glossy. Perfect skin is not really common in real life. However, we do have professional photos and fashion photos that too try to portray us as having perfect skin. Cinematization. Here we are looking at a tennis player who has a very important match on the court, but this is very cinematic and picturesque. It is possible for photographs to have that cinematic and picturesque style, but this is very distinct as being almost like it's shot from a movie. There's also hyper-real detail, like I was saying with the windswept hair. There's an unnatural level of detail in specific parts of the image. Like I can see this woman's wrinkles very clearly under her eyes. But as I get towards her hair, it starts getting blurry. That's kind of weird. And it doesn't look like anything's moving. So like, why does she have this like very windswept look? It can look very excessively soft or grainy. Again, and not consistent really with the scene. Here, I generated a family at Christmas. And you'll notice that at the edge, there's like an inconsistent style or resolution. And it almost looks like the seams of the backgrounds or the subjects kind of just doesn't match. Here, you'll notice it on the green square, but there are other places in this image where you look at the blurs of between the images, and it's like, that doesn't make sense right there. There are also functional artifacts, results from a lack of understanding of the fundamental world. Basically, LLMs have no idea about how the world works. Like, how do objects actually interact with each other? If you look closely, you'll see some really interesting, distorted, unresolved details. And these also fall in like 5 major categories. So compositional, it could be like the detail is a little off. The object that you're taking a picture of doesn't work in the picture the way it's supposed to. You'll see that text and logos are a little weird, and that prompts can be overfitted. So compositional, right? It does not make sense that this person is taking a picture, a selfie in front of a mushroom cloud. Why? They would have been knocked over by now by the sheer force of the bomb going off. But that's why we can tell that this is fake, because we understand the physics behind what would happen, right? If you don't understand the physics, you might be saying, oh, this is okay, maybe. This could also include objects that are floating or merging into other objects that just doesn't make sense. This is what I was getting to about dysfunctional objects, or objects that appear in a modified form that don't make logical sense, or it renders them unusable. In this picture, this was actually taken from the Deepfake Detection Challenge dataset. That's a mouthful. But you'll notice that her necklace disappears. Where'd her necklace go? Like, how does it hang there if there's literally no chain? And what's very interesting, and this is kind of a side note, is that if you, as a woman, decide to go take a photo, let's say of yourself for LinkedIn, and you want to give it to one of the AI services to make it fancier for you, one of the biases that a lot of LLMs have is that you will be whiter, you will show more cleavage, and it will get rid of your jewelry. And it might actually change what you're wearing. So that bias is for women, not so much for men. Just heads up out there. We'll notice that the detail, when we go and look at the image, doesn't make sense. So here, this was used for misinformation on Facebook. This is Gatlinburg, Tennessee, after Hurricane Helene. You'll notice that there are some glitches when you zoom into the details, and models, and this is kind of a side, will also produce atypical designs. You'll see like a collar that isn't attached to a shirt, or maybe like half of a jacket, and there's no other side of the jacket. So if we zoom into this, we can kind of see that they're supposed to be cars. There's a truck back there. Only half of the truck is missing. So like, where's the rest of the truck? It didn't just get like dissolved in the flood. And you'll notice other glitches, like it's not as clear as you zoom in, because these objects don't make sense. They were generated. Text and logos. Models are not good at generating logos and text. They look like glyphs. They're non-existent. They have spelling errors. You can't read them. Like, look at this $100 bill. you can tell that the $100 bill is not a $100 bill. Similarly, my FRST fraud kit, my first, but I've totally missed the I. There's also something called prompt overfitting. So this is taken from the research itself. This is generating Hillary Clinton's family. Well, apparently Hillary has managed to clone herself. Another side of this is violating physics. And this falls into three main categories: shadows, reflections, and perspective. Basically, again, they don't understand how the world works, so they will generate images that violate the laws of physics. Here we see wonderful ballerinas doing Swan Lake, except if you notice in the square, one of the ballerinas in row 3 is actually going through the person in front of her. So there are inconsistent shadows or directions, right? It doesn't make sense that you can see through a ballerina to see the person behind her. So the reflections, the images, whether they're in mirrors, whether they're in water, they might be inconsistent with the rest of the scene that makes sense. Depth and perspective might be off. So there might be a warping of the different artifacts, and there might be depth and perspective issues. So like this woman, you can tell she's up on the stage just like I am. I can't see her second leg, 1. 2, it looks like the seats are going into the stage. And we notice in the back, it's like people are sitting there, but it's also part of the stage. So like it's almost like the LLM didn't really understand what a theater looks like. And lastly, we have like these socio-cultural implausibilities because, right, models don't understand social context, let alone how the world works. So it will misrepresent cultural and social norms that you really won't understand unless you're familiar with that culture. But the scenarios might be like really inappropriate around the age, the environment, maybe the culture, or the behaviors and ideologies of public figures. In addition to unlikely scenarios, models can produce scenes that merge details that have diverging context, resulting in inappropriate situations. Yes, it's funny to meme. Some people take this stuff seriously. When we're looking at cultural norms, right, we talked about misrepresenting the cultural details. It turns out it matters how much data is in the training for each LLM. And because the West has a whole bunch of pictures and documentation, it tends to overrepresent what the West would do. So here I have a picture of a traditional East Asian tea ceremony. I'm pretty sure you don't wear a tux to a tea ceremony, let alone sneakers. So we understand this because we're familiar with what a tea ceremony should have. If you are not familiar, this is a lot harder to detect. There might also be historical inaccuracies, right? I know that a stage like WWDC did not exist in Roman times, let alone Julius Caesar presenting in front of WWDC. Like, it doesn't make sense historically. Caesar's long dead. The internet was not created back then. Like, there's so many things wrong with this. But again, if you're not familiar with history, you can make it up and people will not know the difference. But then sometimes the world is just a weird place. There are pictures that don't make sense that we have plenty of. Here is a person on 9/11 doing their job. I mean, you still got to deliver packages, right? And it's really odd to see this picture because you see other people looking at the image, like at the action of what's going on, and this one person isn't. And it's like, is this a real image? Did somebody generate this? No, somebody shot this image. This is real. All right, I want you all to join menti.com and use this number right here, and we are going to test your mettle and see how good you all are at detecting AI-generated photographs. And remember what's at stake here. All right. You know, we tested this right beforehand, and it still doesn't do it. OK. All right. Is it real or not? Something went wrong. All right, well, for the record, this is a fake image. Why do we think it's real? Because it's black and white, it has one person, and it looks like it's stylistic, like somebody was taking a picture of a photographer in the middle of Times Square. What you'll notice about this picture is you can't read any of the text behind her. None of it makes sense. Let's try this again. All right. Is it real or not? Oh, why is this one fake? Because it has one person. You don't see any text. And her face isn't perfect. So you think, oh, well, you know, her face isn't perfect. Of course it's not generated. Nope, this is straight from the deepfakes data set. All right. Everybody ready? Is it real or not? Yep. As we can see in this image, well, ants aren't that big. There are large insects in Africa and Australia, but they don't look like that. The person behind the ant actually looks pretty well created. Her irises are a little off, but otherwise, you would have no reason to believe that this isn't a real image except for the ant. All right. I guarantee you have seen this one before. Is it real or not? So for this image has been on Facebook and on Twitter, most of the socials, because they want to generate a feeling or reaction, generally from Democrats, that there are overweight people who value their Second Amendment rights, and they're taking it into what looks like a Chick-fil-A. However, if you look close to the gun, you'll notice one of the guns looks like it has two muzzles. You'll look at the food behind, you'll notice you can't read any of the image, like the food descriptions on the menu behind them. If you look underneath their feet at the tiles don't look right. And behind, this woman behind our main subject here is just kind of not continuing past the checkout. So again, this is a fake image. All right, I'm getting to our end here. Is it real or is it not? I know, this one's really hard. This one is actually real. the way it is framed, because there's only her and she's only in black and there's not a whole lot of detail, it looks fake. Because you don't really see the things that you would expect from the rest of the picture to get context. All right, last one. Is it real or fake? Y'all are a lot faster with this one. Yes, this is not real. Why can we tell this image is not real? Well, unless all these women have Invisalign, it seems unlikely. The irises are really, really weird. Like, it almost looks like they're not real. And there is a whole bunch of teeth that might not actually be in that smile. So yes, this is fake. All right, whoever is vote GOAT, come see me later. I have a pair of earrings for you. All right. So, you can trust me in what I am saying as being important, or you can just listen to this on CNN on why does this have impact? Why do we care? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I literally just played this. All right, so I'm going to tell you instead. Jake Tapper basically opens with this deep fake, and you cannot tell that it is a deep fake because it's him as Jake Tapper. Next. So, some closing thoughts about this. This was an image that was also shown after all of the flooding, and we had several people who were in power who we elected as representatives who decided that after even this picture was identified as fake, that it didn't matter. It was how it made people feel, even though this person does not exist, right? There are some regulations working towards declaring AI images and banning pornify apps, right? It's a huge problem right now where you can upload an image of any person you know, and they will try to remove all the clothes from it so that you can do whatever you want with that. But this is important to inform others. Like, think about how you were trying to go through these images and figure out if they were real or fake, and realize that here, look to your sides, look to your left, look behind you. All of these people are more informed than the most people that you will interact with. So the people that you might see on social media will not know that these are fake or real. So this is why I'm imparting upon you, my audience, to start talking to other people about, hey, this is fake. Here's how I can tell that it's fake. And so that they can go on and continue educating others. Why? Because we're coming to a part in this election and future elections where we cannot tell what is real or not. In the Jake Tapper video, they have an image of this individual going up for a position, to be elected, and her running mate, or her competition, had AI imaged one of her campaign photos to change the text on all of the signs that those people were holding, right? That completely changes what we think about elections, because what if you do see a picture and it's not real, but everybody is holding like crazy signs? You're gonna think something else. You are going to be motivated to do something, but it might not be real. And if you don't think that elections are a big deal, well, there are, unfortunately, books now on Amazon that appear to be written by AI. And when you're doing mushroom foraging, if the AI book is wrong, you could be very dead. So here are articles about AI images being in books, and Gemini identifying this lovely mushroom as a button mushroom that you can eat. But when you die a day or two after eating this, they will be able to pour your liver out of your body at the autopsy. So yes, don't eat them. Again, please make sure that your images are real before you share them, and tell others how to identify AI-generated images. Thank you. If you would like these slides, this is where the slides are. And if I owe you a pair of earrings, come up and get them. Thank you. Do I have any questions? Ooh, we do have some questions. Please come up. No? OK. I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
How do you tell the difference between a human sketch and an AI drawing?
How do I tell the difference between a human sketch and an AI drawing? That's actually a great question. You'll notice that, again, because AI LLMs really just don't understand the way the human body works, occasionally you'll see things like the body or the shape doesn't make sense. But you'll also notice a lot of really colorful pictures. And it's really hard to break out parts of that image into individual pieces. And what I mean from that is, like, I'm a digital artist. When I create something, I tend to outline everything. So like every part of that is a curve. I could pull this image out of little Chompy here, and it would be fine, like you can see it. On an AI image, there might be parts of this that are missing. So when I go as a graphic artist to try to pull this image out, it won't be a full image. It won't make sense. Are there any other questions? Sweet. Oh, yes.
So from a forensic perspective, if you're trying to attribute who is the originator, thank you. I'll repeat. From a forensics perspective, if you're trying to attribute the originator or group behind a certain AI disinformation campaign or certain photos, are there current established methods to help with that, like some sort of like tagging within the image itself or anything that could assist?
There's not currently a repository of like all fake images that you can kind of look to. That would be cool. My first suggestion would be to go to reverse image search, Google, try to figure out if it was made somewhere first on the internet, and then try to backtrack like where the first time you saw it was. Again, reverse image search is really good for that. There are additional things out there, but that is the main one I would start with. Thank you. All right. Appreciate you.
All right. So, one, thank you. We were watching backstage. It was awesome. One, thank you, Heather Lawrence, and thank you for that talk. That was cool. My favorite personally was the rat photo. That was a thing to behold. With that being said, we're going to take a little break here. We're going to reset our laptops, and up next in track one will be Michael Magyar. And as was said before, if you're coming in now, when we do questions, there's question microphones. Feel free to come up and grab one. We want to hear you. We want to get your questions and go from there. Also, make sure you check out all the other tracks that are going on over in the other building, including our Career Village, our Unconference, Hardware Hacking Village, and all that good stuff. So we'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll be back up with Michael Magyar. right. Excellent, track one. Welcome to BSides Orlando. If you haven't made it over to track one yet, this is track one. And we have got a great talk coming up. Just a little house reminder note. At the end, when we do Q&A, if you want to have your voice heard, we got Q&A mics right up there because we want to make sure the speakers can hear you and you get your questions answered. So we want to definitely hear from you. Our next talk, Advanced Phishing Impersonation Techniques. Well, I'm actually really excited to watch this one as well because this is something near and dear to my heart as a social engineer. So I would like to welcome to the stage, and everyone give a big round of applause to Michael Magyar, the CEO of Psychwall Security.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ian. So yeah, welcome to our presentation today. Before we get started, I just want to understand the audience a little bit. So could you do me a favor and raise your hand if you are more focused or interested on red team? Okay, so about half of you. And if you are more interested or focused on blue team? Okay, great. I love that, a nice mix. Can you raise your hand if you've ever configured an email server like Microsoft 365 or Exchange Server or Google Workspace? All right, so a few of you, awesome. And how about if you've ever configured a SPF record or a DMARC record? Oh, a few of you, more than I was. That's excellent, great. So I'm glad to hear that. We're going to talk a little bit about those things today, and then we're going to move on to some ways that we can abuse those as well, and some when those exist and don't exist. So first of all, a little legal disclaimer. Of course, none of this stuff, this is for educational purposes, right? Don't do anything illegal, right? We don't want to end up with anyone getting in trouble for anything. This is to help us to protect ourselves and also have some good ideas of ways that we could, help improve our attacking for like a red team exercise that's authorized. A little bit, there's a slide about me. Let's not worry about that. I do want to focus on inspiration for this talk and what we're trying to do here today. So I have seen a lot of email servers over the last 10 years or so, and even today, as a pen tester, as a system engineer, as a vCISO, I get into email servers all the time that are not configured properly. And so what I want to do today is, let me go back a little bit. I want to highlight just some of those things that we see that we should easily fix and ways that we could attack those and demonstrate that those are vulnerable from a red team perspective. Actually, this specific topic that interests me was a Black Hills InfoSec blog post from Steve talking about direct send with Microsoft 365. So I had some weird things that happened with me about that, and so I figured I'd delve more into that, and that's where some of this talk comes from. Goals today, I would like the audience to have a little bit better of an understanding of how some of these email protections work, how we can abuse them, and some quirks with Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace so that we could actually attack those properly. I will mention here that all systems are weird. Things change every day. We actually, while I was setting this up, a few different things changed with some of the domains I was attacking, and we'll actually see that. And I also point out that we're focused on default email settings here. So, if you've done a good job in configuring all these, that's great, but I work with small, medium, even large businesses on a day-to-day basis that haven't done this. So maybe your organization is perfectly protected and it's all good, but most organizations just don't set these things up. So I'll keep that in mind. I'll also mention that I know AI is the new hotness. We're not going to talk about AI much in this talk. There's not a whole, thank you, right? There's not a whole lot of reason to for this. Nothing here is overly new, but it's so important and it's still not handled properly. We have a decent agenda here. I'm going to go fast through a couple of these topics, and that's okay. This is recorded, so if something I have on the slides here is something you want to delve into further, don't worry about trying to scribble notes on here. This talk is available after the fact, right? So if I go through a slide quickly, it's not because I don't care about it. It's because I want to make sure we get to all the content I want to cover. So I am going to spend just 2 minutes quickly going through where we are to level set what we're focused on today. So there's a lot of ways to break down what a phishing campaign looks like, but initially you're probably going to need to figure out who you're targeting, right? What organizations you're targeting. And there's a lot of ways we could think about that with open source intelligence and stuff. Hopefully it's an authorized pen test or authorized red team. I will mention that MX records are really important. DNS records are really important to understand what email server you're targeting. Is it Microsoft 365? Is it Google Workspace? Does it have an email gateway in front of it? After that, you probably want to make sure who you're targeting is actually a legitimate email account. So there are some really cool ways you could enumerate those, like NYX Geeks, OneDrive and DAF Hacks, Mail Sniper, all those cool. There's a lot of other tools that can do that too, but validating our users is useful. Once we know who we're targeting, we probably want to have a good ruse. We're trying to trick the user or the target into doing something. Maybe we're trying to use a capture portal like Evil Jinx, or browser in the box is really cool. Or maybe we're trying to use malware, but we have to have an effective ruse. With that effective ruse, we're also going to have to impersonate some type of trusted origin, right? If we send an email and say, hey, I'm a hacker, please install this malware, well, that probably works better than it should, but at the same time, we have to try to come from a trusted location, right? So, how we do that in different ways that we can try to impersonate domains, and so we're going to talk about that a lot tonight. Today. We also have to figure out how we're sending. Like, are we sending from a 365 email server that we created just for this campaign? Are we trying to use SendGrid? Are we doing what I'm going to do today and just send from a random IP? It works better than it should sometimes. And then, of course, there's defense evasion. So there's a lot of things to think about as we're going through an email campaign. I will say that today, and this is all really complex, but today we're focused on that impersonation. So our goal here is to try to send an email from a believable address to try to trick the target as part of that ruse. And if we do this properly, all the other components like the infrastructure or the defense evasion or even the attack scheme itself might be easier or enabled by doing this properly. So let's go over some basics. This is kind of common, easy stuff, but I think it's still worth mentioning. So we can simply just change the display name on an email. All right, the email itself, we have our email address. Here we have payments-no-reply@google.com. But that's not what the display name is. The display name is Google Payments. And so we could actually construct our own fake display name. So here, the email address has nothing to do with Microsoft Azure, but it says Microsoft Azure. So we can just change the display name. This is really simple and easy. But this works because email clients try to make this easy for all the users by hiding the actual email and just show the display name. So this is a fake email that I impersonated, and you can see this says Microsoft Azure to the recipient. Right? So that's simple. We know all this. Gmail sometimes does that. So if it passes SPF, it will show the display name more. If it fails SPF, it's just going to show the email address. So that's kind of nice because that protects the user a little bit better from this impersonation. Other impersonation we could do, typo squatting. Right? So we can maybe have a domain name that's similar to a legitimate one. Here is the actual Microsoft 365 reset email address when you have to do a password reset. We could do something similar. So we could change, a couple characters around, or we could use Cyrillic letters or capital or lowercase, different things. We could also do something completely different. So we could register one of these other domains and have it similar, right? And those are all available. We'll talk about maybe why you don't have to do that in a minute. So how do we normally defend against this stuff? If we think about this from a philosophical perspective, right? All the things that I just talked about, different characters, similar domain names, we could build, if we were engineers, build a system that can detect those. That's really simple. If your domain is fullsail.com, we could detect anything similar to that, right? If they change a couple characters. There are services that exist to detect those. So like a free one is DNS Twist that will create a bunch of permutations for you and detect if those exist or not, if those are registered. You could, of course, use that to come up with your own domains if you're doing a phishing exercise. And some of these systems will even send a takedown notice for you if you pay for the service, which is kind of cool. They'll tell the domain registrar, hey, this is a legitimate or not a legitimate domain. Please tell it, please disable it. I will say that email servers and gateways in front of that, like Proofpoint and Mimecast, will have a lot of these available. But again, every time I go into these, they're not actually turned on. So what matters is whether or not these admins have actually configured them. So let's look at some of those examples. So inside of Microsoft 365, there are a couple of ways that you can turn on domain impersonation, user impersonation. And so these are not actually enabled by default. You have to actually go in and enable them, and there's a reason for that. Those checkboxes, those are actually not usually checked by default. I checked them so you can see the second thing, but there's mailbox. So this is the one time we're going to talk about AI, because there is some of that in the back end here, I'm sure. There's also, from an action standpoint, you can have the mail clients notify users that this impersonation did occur. So you can turn those notices on or off. And these, again, are all disabled by default because the actual protections are disabled. One of the reasons why these are disabled is because you got to pay extra for them. So thank you, Microsoft, for that. You have to have E5 or Business Premium or the security add-on for E5. And I'll point out here, like when you do have this turned on, the domain impersonation will detect different top-level domains or ones that are similar to the domains that are in your tenant. There are also external sender notices, but we're going to talk about that later. If we see this in action, I have a fake, let me actually go back one. I have a email address here I used when I was teaching classes, Magnificec, right? So we're going to use that as our inside the tenant that is set up as a domain to receive email inside this 365 tenant. And so we see here, I'm sending an email, you see in the bottom there, at magnificec.link. Right? So it's not the same email domain that's actually owned by the tenant. And so here we see that it detected an impersonation domain. So me sending that email to a tenant with magnificec.com and having a different one that was similar but not the same, it detected that as impersonation. Same with the username. So Michael Magyar, my name, was set up as the user's name there. And if I set that as the display name that I just showed you a few seconds ago, it detects that as user impersonation. So good. So this works if we actually set it up. Google has similar ones. So in the backend settings, you can set up a bunch of different things there. I think these are the current defaults because I created this tenant a few weeks ago while I was getting screenshots for this talk. I love this setting here, turning on new features as they become available. One of the problems with Microsoft is all these new things come about, and if you've had a tenant for 10 years, you may not realize they're there and you don't go turn them on. Also, these seem to be licensed available for all plans, so that's nice. Thank you, Google. If we look at this in action, I sent an impersonation one where the actual domain magnificec.com, well, it was actually gsuite.magnificec.com. I did magnifisoc.com, and it detected that with that big warning label behind it. From the user side, I did something similar with Michael Magyar being the display name of the user and then also being the display name in the from, but that actually didn't throw up a warning. So I don't know why that didn't actually trigger on there. It might be because it didn't pass SPF, we'll talk about that in a minute, and that's maybe why it doesn't show the display name at all. And so maybe that's why it didn't do that. That's interesting. So that being said, let's get into some more advanced topics here. And so some of you might know this, some of you might not. I think it's always good to remember how this works, and we'll see how we can abuse this in a minute. But why not just impersonate a legitimate domain? Why not just say you are Microsoft.com or something similar? Well, our email protections are going to defend against this. So we have two. We have SPF, which allows us to validate the sending server is done by IP address. And we also have DKIM, which allows us to validate the sending server through cryptography, through message signing. Now, if you've ever seen this, then okay, good. You've looked in the back end of emails. If you have no idea what this is here, this is when you right-click on an email or command-click and say, view details or view source. How many real users in the world are going to do this? Right? No employee at most organizations, unless they work in IT, is ever going to look at this. And most people that even work in IT don't even know how to look at this or don't do that often. But we're going to actually see how some of these things work as we go through this. So let's look at SPF really quickly. And again, I'm going to go through this fast, so I'm not trying to teach this to you. I'm just trying to remind us how this works. SPF, the receiving server, is going to actually do most of the actions here. It's going to grab what's called the envelope from domain, and it's going to query the DNS text record on that for its SPF record. It's going to check if the receiving IP, or the sending IP is part of that authorization, and then it's going to see if that's valid or not. So here's the SPF results from, this is Microsoft 365, and we see here that our sending domain, our envelope from, is scoutcamp.balances.google.com. We see the IP is listed there too. And so this receiving server is going to query the SPF record, and I just use dig. It's on Linux or Mac OS. You could use NX lookup on Windows or just anything online. So I'm going to query the text record for that domain. And we see that it redirects us to spf.google.com. We can follow that chain. There's other ones. We follow that, and we see a bunch of net blocks here, a bunch of CIDR ranges. That first one that I highlighted actually includes the IP address that it's sent from. So the receiving server can say, this actually is from the correct server. This is valid. Learn your CIDR notation if you don't know how to do that. DKIM, a little bit similar, a little different. The sending server is going to first sign the message with a private key. The receiving server is going to then validate that signature by checking for the domain name that signed it, and then it's going to grab the DKIM public key for that so it can validate it and then do cryptography. So here's the DKIM signature block, and we see here that we have the signing domain is google.com. We see here that the selector, which is which public key it signed it with, because there might be many keys, right? Which key it signed it with. And we see here we can query that to get the public key that matches that. So there's a way to do that. We can check that based on the signature to validate that the message itself actually came from that signed domain. Now, why did I talk about all this? Well, this doesn't have anything to do at all with what the receiver, what actually shows to the email client. Everything we just talked about is back-end, has nothing to do with the from domain that the email client shows you. So the reason why is because the SPF one, the SPF domain, is the envelope from, and actually has nothing to do with the from that the user sees. The DKIM domain, again, is the signing domain, but that doesn't have to be the same as the SPF domain, and it has nothing to do with the from domain the user sees. So both of these are kind of hidden in all those back-end message headers that no one's going to see it. So we have a tool called DMARC, which has been around for a long time, and most organizations don't configure it, even though we know we need to. And so that actually requires alignment between either the SPF or DKIM and the from domain that the user sees in the mail client. So it has to match at least one of those, and the one that it matches has to be valid, pass. So let's look at that. Again, the receiving server is going to get the from domain of from the from part. It's going to check to see if that matches a passing SPF envelope from domain or a passing DKIM envelope from domain. And then if it doesn't, it's going to either quarantine it, reject it, or do nothing based on the policy in that DMARC record. So here's our from that actually, again, has nothing to do with SPF, nothing to do with DKIM. And we see here that the from domain is google.com. We can query the DMARC policy and see that this one says reject, so that's nice. And then we can also see that this matched actually matched both of the SPF and DKIM domains. So this tells the receiving server this is a valid email, right? Now, if it did match, then we'd follow the P equals reject or however that internal receiving server decides to do with it. So let's just walk through that here, and then we'll actually start abusing it. So here are SMTP mail from, and again, that's not the from on the bottom that the user sees. This here is the scoutcamp.bounces.google.com. We see the client IP, and we saw the SPF matched. We walked through that. DKIM, we see that we have the signing domain, google.com. We see that we have the signature, and then we see that that passed the DKIM because we did the validation on the cryptography. If we look at DMARC, though, our from domain that the user actually sees could be something totally different. In this case, we saw it was google.com. That matches both the SPF SMTP mail from and the DKIM signing domain, so that means our DMARC passes. Makes sense, right? So if that was something you've already known, you teach classes on this, I'm sorry if that was a little boring, but I do want to set the stage for how we're going to abuse this. Now, we're going to do some really basic abuses of this. Let's impersonate a domain. And none of this is new. This has been around for a very long time. But one of the things we can do is just create our own email. And so we could set up a 365 server or a Gmail server, or we could use other different things that we can do to send from. I'm going to be really lazy for demonstration purposes, and I'm really just going to use a really stupid Python script. This is all I need to be able to actually spoof a domain. We have some imports, we have our recipients, the message actual content, so the headers like the from, the reply to, those things. And then we have the bottom 2 lines are actually sending that email. I mentioned we have to care a lot about the mail server we're targeting, so this is where that MX record comes into play. Also, you notice here again, we're going to specify that SPF SMTP mail from, the envelope from. We're going to specify here, but we're going to specify a totally different mail from here, so we can misalign those if we want to impersonate. You can do this the right way and set up SPF records for the domain that you're doing on the envelope from. You can also set up a DKIM signing module with Python, so there's ways you can make this a lot better. We're just going to demonstrate this simply here. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to try to impersonate this domain. So pretend this is Microsoft.com, or pretend this is your target. So this is a phishing test 2. So the 2 is what's important here. And so we're going to have an SPF deny all. So no one's allowed to send email. And also there's no DMARC record on this. So this is not protected. And you might say, well, but come on, organizations don't have it like that. Most of the organizations that I start working with as your small, medium, even large businesses don't have DMARC set up properly. And so we're going to see how that is vulnerable. So we're going to actually send from, or claim we're sending from, this is a phishing test 3. So that's the domain we're going to pretend to own as the attacker. This is going to validate our sending IP address through SPF. And we're going to actually send it as a target to, I just created a test 365 tenant. The recipient is going to be wishforafish.link is the email domain there. So here's that script again. Let's fill some values in there. Well, first I need to know the receiving server. So let's check the MX record here. And we see that points to wishforafish-link.mail.protection.outlook.com. So that's Microsoft. And we see here that we're going to actually set up our envelope from in a couple different locations, but we're going to mismatch that to our from that the user sees. So if I go back one, we see that our envelope from this is a phishing test 3, the one that we own as an attacker. And this is a phishing test 2 is our from domain. And so those are not going to be aligned. Those are actually going to be different, and that's how we're going to have this spoof happen. So let's see what happens here. Well, this delivered directly to the inbox, and so this is just my Outlook email client. And we see here that it actually shows this is a phishing test 2, right? And so this was impersonated. The back end is totally different. I will point out here that the Outlook Progressive Web App and the web client for Microsoft 365 looks a little bit different. Which of these do you think is more safe for the end user? Who thinks it's Outlook Thick Client? Who thinks it's the Progressive Web App? Yeah, everyone's raising your hand, right? Why? Because it's a lot better from a warning standpoint, right? Sorry if I'm maybe standing in the way here a little bit. I'll slide over. So we see here the warning label is a lot more pronounced on the Progressive Web App. So that's something to keep in mind too. I also highly recommend, I hate the Progressive Web App. Scheduling is a problem from a calendar standpoint. Yep, nodding your heads, right? But it's actually potentially more secure because it's using your browser in the back end. And so it's not using a thick client that is more susceptible to buffer overflows and things like that. So let's actually analyze that example. So why did this work? If we look at the headers again, we see here that the SMTP mail from was 3. That was the phishing test link 3 that we're claiming to own as an attacker. But we see the sender IP. We see that that is included in the SPF record for this is a phishing test 3.link. So our SPF passed. So that's good. Now, I didn't do DKIM. You don't actually need to, but you might want to make it more believable. But our header from here was actually this is a phishing test 2. That's what the user sees. So on the back end, this email that delivered said nothing about this is a phishing test 3 to the user unless they look at these headers. And yet here it claimed it was phishing test 2.link. And that's because also there's no DMARC. That's why this was allowed to go through. So our DMARC did not exist. We didn't have a DNS record for that. And so therefore the action is none. It's a spoof, but we're just gonna ignore it. So that was different and not protected by DMARC. I'll point out here that we did have a comp auth fail, but this was delivered, right? And so Microsoft says, this one might have had a weaker failure policy, maybe a DMARC policy of P equals none. So Microsoft thinks not having a DMARC policy or having one of P equals none is just like a kind of a weaker failure and maybe still allow it to deliver. Because otherwise, people complain when they don't get their email from a productivity standpoint. A couple quick things about the sending infrastructure before we look at some fun examples and get into what I really want to talk about today. Your sending IP might matter. So if you're trying to do this at home, again, don't do anything illegal, right? But if you're doing this at home, you may want, and it's not working, try rotating your IP, because sometimes you might be coming from an IP address that is actually already flagged as potentially malicious, right? So if you're using like a DigitalOcean or AWS or whatever you're using, you might want to try rotating that IP. Also, the PTR DNS record is going to matter. Every IP address can actually be pushed the other direction to a DNS record, the PTR record. And so you notice here, Microsoft was catching these as potential spoofs sometimes. And you'll notice I was using AWS. And so that can be tricky where it can give you away in some ways. You can actually set this with AWS and choose your own. Now, of course, they're not going to let you set like Microsoft.com, right? But you have to set up a ticket, so it's a little more involved. Also, the sending server hello matters, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, but basically when your sending server connects to the receiving server, it's gonna claim who it is even before it says who the email's from. And so we can actually set that here in the Python script with our local server here, and we're gonna see how actually that comes into play when we're spoofing some important domains. So let's get to the fun part, right? And I just wanna make sure I'm okay on time here. Good. So our special domain. So the first thing I want to point out is while playing around with this, I found some things that delivered when they probably shouldn't. Now remember, this is your default settings. So someone that has better email gateways or have set this up, probably are not going to have this happen as much, and we'll see how you can do that. But this is a test where I'm impersonating a domain that does not have a DMARC record, but I'm not even going to pass SPF. SPF is going to fail. So in this case here, if we look at our authentication results, this is a phishing test 2.link. That was the one we were trying to impersonate, right? That was the one we were trying to attack. And that one is our SMTP mail from now. So I'm pretending that I'm sending from that domain. And we see here that that says SPF deny all. Like don't allow anything to send email from this domain. And we see the SPF failed, right? So we would think this should be denied, like this should be not sent. But we actually see here, and the header from, again, matches that. So now we have alignment for that. So I'm not using any of my own domains. I'm just attacking a domain I'm trying to impersonate. And we see here that that doesn't have a DMARC record. So our DMARC is none, even though SPF failed. And so like you would think this should be denied, but this actually delivered right to the inbox. So even with SPF failed, It just seemed like, wait a minute, why is this actually still being delivered to the inbox? So it seems like a lot of these email servers are allowing some of these failures of SPF because they don't want to compromise email delivery. And we'll talk about ways you can deny that. So basically, without a DMARC record, it seems to not care that much about SPF in its default settings. This was true of both 365 and Google, at least Google Workspace, right? Let's impersonate some better domains. So a lot of service providers will set up DMARC on their domains. Google actually sets it up on all the domains that they own. They have a set standard thing that they set up. Microsoft does not. So if we look at Azure.net, like that's a pretty powerful domain that's using some infrastructure too. And Azure DMARC or Azure.net DMARC actually says p equals none. And I'll tell you, it's funny, it actually didn't have a DMARC record 3 months ago when I was starting this out, and I noticed it got added more recently. So sometime in the last 3 or 4 months, they actually added a DMARC record, but it still says p equals none. So they didn't have one, and now they have one, but it says p equals none on it. Maybe it's because they caught me spoofing it, I don't know. So, right? So let's go ahead and impersonate it. So here we have an email, and we see that the SMTP mail from I set as Azure.net. I don't own Azure.net. I don't own any of their infrastructure, right? And we see here that the SPF record for Azure.net doesn't exist. There is no SPF. And I'll point out, SPF does not get inherited by subdomains. So you actually could use any subdomain, and it also will not have an SPF record for it either. DMARC gets inherited down to subdomains automatically, but SPF does not. So SPF, none. There is no SPF record, so it doesn't say whether or not anything's allowed to send email or not from it, like what IP addresses. And our header from I set as Azure.net, but again, that has a p equals none. So it doesn't say reject or quarantine spoofs. So our DMARC actually failed here, and because we didn't actually have, because when you have a no DMARC record, it says DMARC none, but if you have a DMARC record with p equals none, it'll still fail DMARC without a valid SPF or DKIM in alignment. But here, because the policy said none, the action is none, so guess what? That delivered. So now, again, you set this up the right way, and this isn't going to happen, but you're able to, with both Google and Microsoft, send emails impersonating domains that don't have DMARC records, and here's a really important one, right? Or DMARC records with p equals none. Of course, cue the noise music here. Of course, Microsoft's going to say, well, this isn't a vulnerability, right? And the reason why they say that is because this doesn't send email, therefore it doesn't deserve an SPF record, or it doesn't deserve a DKIM record or a DMARC record. Okay, Microsoft, sure. There are also a lot of other very important domains here, and I know a lot of organizations, government, would be very upset to hear that they don't have DMARC records on some of these domains, right? With some binding operational directives from a few years ago. All right, let's move on. What about a domain that doesn't exist? So you can go out and buy a domain, you can buy one of those impersonation domains, you could say, okay, we'll change a couple characters and get it flagged and send a takedown notice. You could deal with age and categorization and all these things. But if, wait a minute, if SPF gets ignored by a lot of these clients or email servers by default, do you actually have to? So let's test that. What about we use a domain that doesn't exist? So here is both Microsoft 365 and Google Workspace, and the domain I'm pretending to come from is fake domain 12, well, one of them I did 12121, one of them I did a lot of other characters. Guess what? There's no registration for these domains. They're not registered. They delivered. Come on, right? Microsoft and Google, what are you doing here? So maybe we don't even need to buy domains, and you're spending all this money buying domains. Maybe just try without it. Again, I'm not saying this is going to work in all cases, but this is something worth testing out more. Now, I mentioned that a lot of where I started looking down these paths was from Steve's article about direct send. And what he noticed was that you can actually use external email, like an external email server, and you can impersonate an internal Microsoft domain to Microsoft's own tenant that has that domain set up inside of it. And so even though that fails SPF, it actually still delivers. And so take a look at that, read that article if you haven't already. I think it was really cool. And so it was interesting. Let me actually take a step back. So, whoa, okay, good. So what I had done is, while I'm a VCSO for a lot of these organizations, or while I'm, proving out a pen test, I would actually say, hey, am I allowed to impersonate your domain? So like university, right? I'd say, hey, so it'd be really important if I could spoof the dean's email, right? Okay, hold on a second. Boom, throw it in the guy's inbox, and if wait a minute, you can impersonate the dean's email because we don't have DMARC? Oh, maybe we should care about this, right? So the problem, though, was I had trouble doing this on my own tenant. I could not replicate these results of getting these spoofed internal domain emails delivered to my own tenant. And the reason why I realized was because I had DMARC set up. So that's what kind of got me down this path and wanting to talk about this more. And what's interesting, though, is it worked without DMARC, but it was inconsistent. So if I use Microsoft sending infrastructure like Azure Cloud Shell, if I did that, it actually delivered to the inbox. So here, this one delivered to the inbox, and the tenant itself is set up to use wishforafish.link. So I said I am admin at wishfromafish.link, which is a different user, and I sent it directly to that server, and I'll show you how we do that in a second, and it ended up delivering. But if I did it outside of Azure, if I did it from, let's say, Amazon, it didn't deliver, it went to junk. And like, this was literally, like, I basically took, well, I'll show you in a second, but I kept on going back and forth, and it worked, and then didn't work, and worked, and it didn't work, and it was consistent. So I said, well, why? And so let's look at the authentication headers in the email. So the ones that were delivered to the inbox is above, the one that went to spam folders below. There's only one difference. Can anyone see where the difference is? What's the difference here? Hello, right? So the difference here is the HELO. So it was interesting when I sent it from Azure Cloud Shell, and I just basically used the PowerShell sendmail command, it actually used the local host and said, oh, we are sandbox host with this long string, and that delivered. And so then if I did it with my own domain and even tried to use the envelope from where you would think it would come from, it didn't. And so all I did, and again, I just flipped these back and forth, all I did is change that local server part on that Python script, and again, this is all from AWS, and it worked if I used that sandbox host, and it didn't work and went to junk if it was from AWS. So that was interesting. So if you did either know about that technique, or if you didn't know about that, make sure you're careful if you're testing this out and it's not working. Check to see if maybe it's because you don't have the right HELO going on there. So either Microsoft must allow lists internal domains, or something weird must be going on here with that, because otherwise you would expect them to have the same behavior, right? Let's look at this from a Google standpoint. Well, it looks like Google allows this regardless. So it'll deliver to the inbox with a notice if you impersonate a real user. So here, and I'm sorry, this is a little bit small there, but the from address is michael.magyar@gsuite.magnificec.com. That's a user that exists in that tenant. And notice how it says, be careful of this message. And it specifically says, this message claims to have been sent from your account. So it knows that it's trying to impersonate that account, which is interesting. But if I then do it without an internal user that exists, if I just do it from, let's say, testing, which isn't a user in that tenant, testing at gsuite.magnificec.com. Now notice it has the question mark because it didn't validate SPF, but it delivered and went right to the inbox. Does anybody know what's missing here next to the inbox tag? There's no external tag. Wow, so basically, when you get an external email and you set up an external mail notice, because this tenant has that turned on, it'll flag you by saying external on that email. And this way it lets the user know, hey, this came from an external source. Well, I sent this from AWS to Google, impersonating an internal domain, an internal user, and if I did it with a fake user, it actually both ways delivered. It's just that one of them said, hey, watch out. But notice how they both don't tell you it's external. So it came from an external source, but it doesn't tell the user that. So that's kind of an interesting bypass there from that. All right, sorry, I'm going kind of fast through a lot of topics, but I have a lot of things I want to point out. So again, if you want to play with these more, go and test them, like see how it works for you. But on Microsoft.com is a really interesting one too. So every 365 tenant has something in the back end called an onmicrosoft.com email. So when I created this wishforafish.link tenant, I actually didn't give it the wishforafish link domain yet. I actually had to set it up with a tenant and choose my own tenant name. So I chose wishforafish, and that created an address for all of my users called wishforafish.onmicrosoft.com. That's that second domain there. I had to later add the wishforafish.link that I actually wanted to use as a domain that I owned. Right? So every Microsoft 365 tenant is set up this way. Most organizations will change the users' email addresses to the actual one that they added as their custom domain. But you can also just still use the original on Microsoft domain and send it. So here, you'll notice I sent an email, and the actual name here is wishforafish.onmicrosoft.com is the sending domain. So the recipient sees this, and what is the last part of the domain? On Microsoft.com. That looks kind of legitimate, right? So that's kind of interesting. Now, we've seen actually, in this actually being exploited in the wild, and we could actually choose whatever tenant name that we want. What would be some fun tenant names to come up with that would be pretty believable for a user? Like if you registered a new 365 tenant and they ask you what tenant name that you want, which again is going to be what this piece right here says, what if we called it like security password reset .microsoft.com? All of a sudden we can start using some pretty powerful looking tenant names there. We have seen a lot of these attacks in the wild, so this is an interesting thing from a defender standpoint to how do we detect this and defend against it. And again, I'm just gonna check my time here because we need to be moving along here. So Microsoft will configure the SPF record for those, but it will not configure DMARC. So DMARC is actually not enabled on the main primary domain of Microsoft.com, and it's not enabled on the tenant subdomain by default either. So these are vulnerable being spoofed, right? But it doesn't seem like it worked directly going internal. So if I did this to a totally different one, it went to the inbox. But if I tried to do it back to the same tenant, like I did earlier with that, I showed you how it was like impersonating the internal tenant domain. If I tried to do the same tenant, it went to junk. So that was kind of an interesting behavior that we saw there. You should, as a defender, configure DMARC and DKIM on those on Microsoft.com domains, just so they can't be impersonated. Also, sometimes it just delivers, right? So this is actually kind of weird, and this is where some of the follow-up article that Steve wrote points this out. So I was looking into that further about why that even happens. And so you'll notice here that these both deliver to the inbox, and this one actually says a DMARC had a temp error. A temp error, what does that mean, right? So I have a DMARC policy on this. It's actually supposed to block it, but we had a temp error, and then it just made it to the inbox. This one had a DMARC fail even, but it still made it to the inbox. Couldn't tell you why. So what it looks like here, if we look at the actual auth codes, it says here the message bypassed composite authentication, and the last 2 digits tell what happened inside of Microsoft. So there must be some back-end process that failed, and it looks like that Microsoft fails open on these. So we have to think about temp error. What is that? Likely the DNS lookup failed. So maybe there was just too many DNS lookups and it just didn't happen. I don't know what the second one happened there too, but I think the first one happened because a DNS lookup from Microsoft's internal network just didn't get to the right server. So really quick recap of testing results here. So domains without DMARC were vulnerable. If you had no record at all or p equals none, it allowed you to spoof it, right? We did that with Azure.net. Also, a lot of service provider domains, Azure.net, are spoofable. We also see the unregistered domains seem to be impersonated, right? That seemed to work too, so test out. Maybe you don't need to be buying domains anymore. I might have just saved everyone here all of your domain purchases. And then also internal domains that had DMARC, without DMARC or p equals none, we could spoof both to Microsoft and to Google, but Microsoft, you have to use a special HELO. Also, we talked about the on Microsoft domain and the fact that sometimes it just still delivers. So if you just send enough of them, it might just go through. So how do we defend against this? I'm gonna go this a little fast, but we already talked about a lot of this, but there are some ways of turning on specific, okay, we caught a spoof email, so go ahead and block that. Also, there's some other things, this is Google, by the way. There's some other ways, other types of intelligence you can turn on. So take a look at those after the fact. You can also create mail flow rules. So you can set specific mail flow rules, right? I talked about the on Microsoft one. Maybe we set a mail flow rule. If it's from an on Microsoft domain, put that into a special inbox and allow your security team to review it, right? From a Microsoft side, there is a spoof intelligence you can turn on. That's actually on by default. So all those ones I just showed you had spoof intelligence turned on and still allowed it to deliver. It looks like maybe it learns over time, so maybe it's because this was a new tenant, it was a little bit more likely to happen. It did catch it on some cases on the tenant that I've had for many years. So maybe that was one of those newer tenant issues. It does say, though, that sometimes it'll still deliver it just to be nice for you. So this doesn't always block everything, so that's fun, Microsoft. There are also, you can specify what happens with a DMARC record. So you can tell it what to do with p equals reject or p equals quarantine. So you can go and set those too. Don't disable those. I've seen organizations disable those because they want to let email get delivered. And it's like, no, yell at the service providers that are sending those. These are free. So these are part of it. You don't need E5 or anything like that for it. There's also a chart here that shows what happens when you have spoof intelligence on, but you don't tell it to honor the DMARC policy. So look at that if you're interested. There's also an anti-spam policy, and we could change our email threshold on this. We can also configure it so that if there's a hard SPF fail, it just automatically goes and gets to quarantine, and I would recommend turning that on. Obviously, you want to do some queries on your tenant to see if this is going to mess up a lot of email, but there are ways of doing that, but these are disabled by default. There's also spam safety tips and some other things like that. These are turned on, but sometimes people turn them off, so just make sure that they're set up properly for you, and again, these are free. And again, we can create custom mail flow rules inside of Microsoft. So maybe create one for temp error, right? If it sees temp error in the authentication header, maybe throw that into the quarantine, right? And so there's an easy one that you can do there. Make sure you don't accidentally allow everything from your own internal domain, because I've seen a tenant where they actually said, well, if it's from the tenant name, just allow it. And then all of a sudden, you've allowed anybody to spoof your domain to you, right? So be careful about that. Here's a temp error mail flow rule example. I want to talk about external sender notices real quick. So we all see these. We all add this stuff. Here's an external message, and we see all these banners and all the replies and the email threat email chains. And so you can set up a rule that does that. But these are all HTML, and these are all CMS or CSS. Can we block those? So if you see those, what you can actually do is play around with, and this one I did the font size trick. And so basically you notice that that's gone. That external sender notice got disabled because I said every div, make it font size 0 unless it's the one that I'm sending with my content in it. And then therefore all the other divs are there, but they just don't exist. You'll notice though that this still shows in the preview box. And the reason why it still shows there is because that preview box isn't affected by CSS, right? Google Workspace doesn't even support these, but it does have a way to set up a custom, or the native one, so that's interesting. But if you ever want to know what they look like, just do some basic correspondence on a legitimate way with any other real domain. Hey, I'm interested in a position, and you can see what those external sender notices look back on the reply. How do we, a couple other notes, I'm actually going to skip this slide. You can look at that on the recording if you want. How can we block this? We can use the important flag. So the important flag says don't allow any other CSS to override the CSS for the sender notice. So you'll notice here that the sender notice is collapsed between that and the text that I sent there. And the reason why is because we put the important on the div that had that notice in there. But notice there are 2 BRs after that. And so those 2 breaks actually got collapsed with font size 0. So it still applied to the message. It just didn't apply to the one that I said important on. I say just use the native functionality. So there are ways to set that up. They're cleaner. They don't add all that stuff to the message. They also are in the email clients. This way they can't be overridden. And so there's ways to do that with Microsoft. And so that's what that external thing there is, right? That's what that shows up. But remember, we bypass that in the Google one by doing the internal domain to itself, right? Google only offers the native one, and so you can turn that on. But again, we bypass that. One little note, Microsoft has something called mail tips. And so this is a little thing that gets added in some ways. They've added important to all of the different possible categories to try to block this, but maybe there are still some other CSS properties that we could hide. Like I don't see the animation property in there. Maybe we can do some weird stuff with that. I'm actually not going to talk about these next 4 or 5 slides, but I just want to point out there are a lot of other things that you could do. So you could try to use like illicit consent grant phishing, and so that's a fun one. You could look at device code phishing. And so these are ways of coming from a third-party infrastructure without even doing any spoofing, right? You could do chat invites. And so I will mention this one real quick. But if I try to do a Teams message, notice here, I can use that on Microsoft.com trick and choose my own tenant. And so this looks like it's coming from the username and from an on Microsoft.com domain. So we can kind of use some synergy between these techniques. You can also disable that and restrict how that works. We can do that with meeting invites for calendars, and so I can send a calendar invite from something like that too. So again, I use that from the onmicrosoft.com domain. And so there are ways of defending that by blocking these from showing up on a calendar automatically, right? Go look up the deep fake that happened with the Hong Kong finance worker because they used a Zoom invite to get them to send $25 million somewhere. We could do file sharing invites, et cetera. So there's a lot of other things we could do there. All right, so I'm out of time here, so I'm just going to wrap up. Some takeaways. Implement DMARC, right? I know this sounds simple, but like do it. Enable email gateway impersonation protections. You might need to buy that with Microsoft or get another external domain gateway. You could also set up those spoofing protections that are not on by default. And also use the external sender notices. Your CSS ones are not good enough by themselves. Again, I like the PW. I hate the PWA, but it's a little bit more secure, so that might be a good thing to think about. And then everything else we already do. Wait, so I just talked to you for 45 minutes, and all I said was implement DMARC? Really? That's all I said here, right? Okay, well, kind of, but I think there's hopefully some other interesting paths to investigate further of how we can impersonate stuff and so on. I will just leave you with this. The DMARC implementation rollout can be tricky. A lot of organizations won't do it, and they set either P equals none or they don't set a DMARC record at all because they're worried about legitimate email being blocked, right? So what I'll say to you in that is there's a way you can slowly roll this out. Start out with P equals none, Start out with reporting. And so you can use something like Power DMARC to aggregate all of those reports that are just a bunch of XML junk and let yourself see like what actual legitimate instances of impersonation exist. You can fix those implementing SPF and DKIM on those sending servers like a MailChimp or a SendGrid and set those up properly for your marketing team. And then eventually set up P equals quarantine or P equals reject. And then get yelled at by the marketing team because they're still doing stuff they shouldn't be doing, right? But I'll say here, just make sure you're careful about the seasonality of that. So like I was working with a university and they're like, oh, well, we'll just put on quarantine right away. And I said, no, go through a whole semester because maybe you have weird times that email gets sent out at the beginning of the semester or at the end of the semester that you don't want to miss those that only happen once a year, right? So just last thing I'll leave you with, remember to protect both your tenant, your own domain, but remember to protect, and you need to set up your own settings for like your own tenant, like Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace, right? But we also have to make sure that, for people being impersonated to us, but we also have to protect our domain being impersonated to other people. Because if I can impersonate your domain to one of your customers or one of your suppliers, maybe I can use that to change ACH numbers or things like that, and instead of them paying you, they're paying me. And I just realized the whole time there's a clock here, and I was worried about time, and there's a clock right in front of me, of course. Sometimes the obvious stuff we miss, but it looks like I nailed the time. So I probably don't have a ton of time for questions. Does anybody have one or two real quick? And if not, I'll be around. I'll hang out in the other rest of the conference if anybody has questions too. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yes, it is, and that's why let's go back to our first slide of don't do this when you're not allowed to. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people do that, and you can be traced back to you. But if you're authorized to do it, it's kind of a gray area. Any other questions? Actually, I guess I'm probably getting kicked off now. So, that's it. So hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully that was enjoyable. Yeah, thank you.
I'm taking my life in my hands on the stairs. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, everyone. Again, if you're here, you're in track 1. Welcome. But we are going to do a quick reset for our next speaker. Our next speaker is going to start in about 15 minutes. So if you're got other things to do, go check out the Hardware Hacking Village. Go check out Unconference. Go check out our sponsors. Go check out Lockpick Village. There's so many things to do. There's just not enough time in the day. But in about 15 minutes, we're going to come back with our next speaker, Angelo, to talk to you right here in track 1. And again, a little housekeeping note, because I'm going to say it 100 times. If you have questions, microphones, because we want to hear you, and we want to make sure that the speakers hear your questions as well. So definitely take advantage of those microphones, and we will be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Excellent. Welcome, Track 1 attendees. We got some folks coming in. Got a good talk coming up for you. So, you are in Track 1. Welcome. We've got our next talk coming up here in just a couple seconds. Housekeeping note, at the end, when you ask questions, we would love for you to use those 2 little microphones there, because that allows us to hear you better, get questions better to the speakers, etc. But you don't want to hear about housekeeping notes. You want to hear about malware clustering and families and data science and whatnot. And for that reason, I am thrilled to introduce one of the data scientists, cybersecurity data scientists for App Omni, and that is Angelo Oliveira. Give him a big welcome, folks.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time in BSides. And I'm going to talk about some mixture of machine learning and malware analysis. And this is the title of my talk, Malware Clustering and Visualization Using Graph Autoencoders. And as you know, I'm Angelo. I work for App Omni. App Omni is a company specialized in SSPM, which is a SaaS security posture management. And eventually, essentially what we do is like defending companies from attackers from the SaaS perspective, and also preventing data breaches. Okay, I want to start talking about 2 concepts that are very important for this talk and in general. Okay, so malware hashes and malware embeddings. So what's the difference? So let's talk about malware hashes first. So malware hashes, let's take a look at this example. So suppose that we have 2 instances, 2 malware instances, and they are very, very similar to each other. In fact, let's suppose that they are off just by 1 byte. You have 2 instances of malware, and then the malware creator or the developer or anyone just changes 1 byte. Just changes 1 byte. For example, instead of having a string starting with uppercase, it just changes it to lowercase. That's it. That's the only difference between those 2 instances. What can we talk about the similarity between these 2 instances? They are almost identical. They are off just by 1 byte. So if we calculate the correlation between those 2 malware, and when I say malware, you can think about the data inside the malware, the code, or even the data inside other sections of the file. But anyways, if you calculate the correlation, that's going to be very, very high, because they are almost the same. So that's the first point. Now, suppose that we use a hashing algorithm, such as that one, SHA-256. So SHA-256 gets the information, performs a lot of mathematical operations there, and outputs a 32 bytes hex number. So it outputs a number, 32 bytes. So what we can say about the output of these 2 hashing operations on those 2 different malware instances? So first, what we can say is that there will be a very, very low correlation between the input, so the malware content, and the output, the hash. The correlation will be very, very low. And moreover, if we compare the hashes of those 2 instances, those 2 hashes, they will also have a very, very low correlation. So essentially, we can do anything using like an idea of comparing 2 hashes to understand the nature of those two malware instances, because they have no correlation whatsoever. So, okay, malware hashes, they are very fast to calculate. So hashing is a very fast operation. They are great for signature-based detections, because you can identify an instance or a file, in our case, a malware, very quickly. And then once you identify that instance, you can pull some documentation, reports, and understand the internals of that particular instance. But there is this point. Hashing fails miserably, and by design, for similarity search. What if I want to find some malware that is similar, that has similar behavior, that does similar things? You know, I'm not interested in the exact instance. I'm interested in the family. We can do that with hashing. And just to be crystal clear, down there is an example of two hashing calculations of the string hello world and hello world exclamation mark. As you can see, the outputs are almost completely different. And that's what I was talking about, that they are uncorrelated. Okay, so what if we want to introduce this notion of similarity? We can use machine learning to do that. And in particular, we can use a model called autoencoder. So for now, just imagine that autoencoder is an algorithm that takes a malware or the information inside the malware as an input, process that information somehow, and outputs a lower dimensional representation. What does that mean, a lower dimensional representation? A lower dimensional representation is just a vector of numbers that contain less numbers or less information than the original data source. So, for example, a malware, let's suppose that the malware is 1 megabyte. And then you input that information to the autoencoder, and the autoencoder outputs a vector of 1,024 real numbers. So it's much less information, right? But what is interesting here is that if we use these autoencoders, there are some mathematical properties that assure us that if you have two similar data points before the autoencoder and then use the autoencoder to generate those embeddings, those two data points will also be very similar. So they will be close in the output space. And this is essentially the opposite what we saw with the hashes. So this is very interesting, and we can explore that in our pipeline for malware analysis. So just to recap, so embeddings are low-dimensional representations of data points, and the similar data points will have similar embeddings. So if we follow this idea, what we can do is the following. We can first use this technique of hashing to identify uniquely a piece of malware, and if there is no identification, if you can't identify that malware uniquely, we can use machine learning, or the method I'm going to show you here, to find similar instances. And then what you can do is you can use the knowledge you have about those similar instances to proceed with your malware analysis. Okay, so it's all about similarity search. That's the whole idea. So, okay, whenever you want to do anything with using machine learning, you need to have data. And you need to have high-quality data, not just some data for example, we grab from the internet and then assume that that data is good enough. We should have some very, very good quality data. And Fortunately, we have one data set that is quite interesting and a high-quality data set for playing with machine learning and malware analysis, which is this one. This one is called Sophos Sorrel 20M, and this is publicly available. And this malware data set was published in that paper, so you can check on that paper following that URL. It's free, it's arXiv. So arXiv is a repository for free academic papers. And as you might imagine, there are 20 million malware instances in that, 20 million malware and goodware instances in that data set. So we have 10 million malware instances of several families and 10 million goodware. And what's very, very useful for us in terms of machine learning is that those instances, they include the behavioral tags. So what are behavioral tags? It's just to identify, this malware instance is a ransomware and dropper, for example. So we have the tags. So we can use the tags to train our machine learning model in a supervised way. When you train machine learning, you can use unsupervised machine learning is when you don't have labels, so you just cluster the data points based on their similarity. Or when you have labels, you can fit a function in a much easier way, because the model doesn't need to guess which class that data point belongs, and so on. So, okay, so we have the data. Now we need the data representation. We are going to get the data from the malware instance, and then we need to translate it into some useful way in which the model can extract the most interesting patterns for our purpose. So let's think about this. We have the data representation for malware, and malware are computer programs. So we have some possible ways to represent computer programs, such as raw byte sequences. So raw byte sequence is the lowest level, just a sequence of bytes. And then we have opcode sequences. What are opcode sequences? Opcode sequences, essentially, you are translating the bytes to assembly instructions. So you have a level of abstraction that's a bit higher than the previous one. Then you have control flow graphs, which is even a higher abstraction for the code. And the structural language. For example, you can disassemble the malware instance, generate C code, and perform your analysis using that C code. So you see, my point here is that you have binary source, which is the malware code compiled, and then you have several different data representations, and you need to pick one that's the best one for that purpose. So in this particular work, what I've done is I introduced the combination of opcodes and graphs. So it's like a graph of opcodes. And as you can see there, we have each node of the graph represents one type of opcode. And then we have these edges. And these edges, they represent the transition or the connection. For example, you have the code, you have the assembly code there, and you have instruction push and then pop. So it means it's represented there by that edge, by that arrow, connecting those two nodes. And that number there, the 0.33, is the probability of the transition. You can infer the probability of the transition just looking at the frequency of those state transitions and then dividing by the total number of state transitions. This representation has some advantages. Okay, the first advantage is that it helps the model to understand complex relationships between the opcodes. So it's much better than you just represent your opcode sequence as a linear sequence. We can extract more interesting patterns here. There was something else I have done, which was I introduced the technique for noise reduction, and that's very important. Why that's very important? Because when you get encrypted malware, if you look at the opcodes, they make no sense at all. They make no sense at all because they're encrypted. And what happens, and this is interesting, we get a lot of very weird opcodes, MMX opcodes. You know, opcodes is very specific to some architecture or to some function. And those opcodes, they turn out to become what you call outliers or noise. And noise is a problem for training machine learning algorithms. So we need to perform a pre-processing step to reduce the noise. So I performed that in this model. And also, another thing is concerning these state transitions. I could just count the number of transitions and use that number. You know, how many times there is a transition from push to pop. 100, let's say. But I use in the end, I use the probability of this state transition. And surprisingly enough, this helped with the model training convergence. Because when you are training machine learning models, actually you have a minimization problem. You're minimizing a function, minimizing what we call loss function. And sometimes this function is very sensitive to some parameters, or even even how the data is presented to the model. And if we normalize the edges to become probabilities, the convergence went much smoothly. You know, it converged much easily. So there's some details just to understand the data representation. Okay, now, so we got the data representation. Now what do we need? Now we need an algorithm that is able to extract the interesting patterns from that data representation, from that type of data. What's the type of data we have? We have graph-based data. Okay, so in order to extract those interesting patterns from graph-based data, we can use a type of machine learning model or architecture called graph neural networks. Graph neural networks. So what is a graph neural network? And it's a neural network architecture that is designed to extract patterns, learn patterns from graph-based data. And there are some examples of graphs where we can find graphs. So graphs are everywhere, okay? So molecules, knowledge graphs. We have any data set, any database that is relational can be converted into a graph database. And the opposite is not true. Brain and neurons also connected in a graph-based way. We have these genes, communication systems, software. What I just showed you here is a representation of some code. And this is not a control flow graph, but the control flow graph is also a graph. Social networks. So we have a lot of data that can be analyzed more thoroughly or more naturally if we consider their graph-based nature. So that's the idea of representing a code as a graph. And now we need to use a model which is able to capture or extract patterns from those graphs. And we chose to use, of course, a graph neural network because they were designed exactly for that. And here are some use cases for graph neural networks. So we can classify entire graphs. We can perform node classification. So I want to understand, for example, if I put some node there, another node there, and connect that node with some edges, how can I classify that node based on the edges? This is a node classification problem. We can use link prediction to understand if there is a connection between two nodes. For example, if there is a connection between two instructions, two opcode instructions, this is another use case. We can do community detection. There's clustering within the graph. So you want to find those regions in the graph that are more densely connected. It's another use case. The use case we have is graph embedding and graph generation. So, okay, now autoencoder. What's the autoencoder? Autoencoder is an architecture that does the following. So as you can see there, we have the graph, and then we have the autoencoder. The autoencoder converts or transforms that information that is in the graph. And the information, I mean the nodes and the edges, all the information, including the structural information. And outputs a smaller representation. It's like a compressed representation of that graph. And then we have the other side that's called decoder. The decoder basically will process that information that is in the embedding or that vector in the middle and try to reconstruct the whole graph back. And then there is this thing here, this connection here. This is about the reconstruction error. So I want to understand how good this encoder-decoder architecture worked in compressing and decompressing the information. So the idea is we train this model with lots of data points in order to minimize this error. And when we minimize this error, we have an autoencoder. We have an autoencoder, this architecture that is able to get the information, compress the information, and then decompress the information, and then we compare. You compare the input and output, and they are very, very close. Why do we need to do that? Because I want to get very good latent vectors, these vectors that are in the middle. I want to get very good representations of my malware instances. Okay, so we have our autoencoder. By the way, there is a sequence of steps that we usually need to follow in this algorithm. So we have the graphic representation of our opcodes, and then we use an encoder to transform that graph into an embedding, and then we use a decoder to transform it back into the original graph as much as possible, and then we measure the similarity between the input and the output, and the more similar, the lower the loss or reconstruction error, right? Because if they are exactly the same, the algorithm learned perfectly how to encode and decode that information. If it's not the same, we have an error, and then we try to minimize that error to get a good autoencoder. Okay, so now, in terms of training and evaluation of the model. So training, as I already mentioned, we use this Sorrel 20M data set. And this data set is already split into 80 training set and 20% test set. When we train machine learning, what we do? We use this 80% to train the model. No, we don't use this 20% to train the model. Keep it aside. The model doesn't know that information exists. We train with 80%. We converge. So you see, the more similar, the lower the reconstruction error, the loss. So we make the reconstruction error converge to 0. And then, when it's close to 0, we perform test. Then we get this 20% of the data set, of the remaining, that was not used during training. And we present that to the model and see how the model behaves, if it works or not, if it learned or not. If it didn't learn, probably the model overfitted. So what's an overfit? Overfit is when the model learns the data, actually not learns, but memorizes the data. And then we show something different to the model, it can't generalize, it doesn't understand what it is. So it makes a lot of errors on the test set. And this is one of the main problems in machine learning. The more complex the model, the more prone to overfitting. Okay, so what's the pipeline, the training pipeline? The training pipeline is very simple. We need to get each family, and since the data set is labeled, we can do that. So we get each family, and then we extract the malware code sections, the .text sections, convert into graphic representations, run the pre-processing steps, cleaning, noise reduction, etc., and train the autoencoder for that particular family. And we do that for each family. So in the end, what we have, if I have 10 families, I will have 10 autoencoders trained. That's it. This whole process took about 16 hours, okay? And the training platform I used was a GCP virtual machine, 16 cores, 64 gigabytes of RAM, and a Tesla V100 GPU. This is very important to use GPUs here, to leverage GPU power to train graph neural networks. Otherwise, this process would have taken like 10 times more. So it's very important. And what about software platform? About software, I use the good old Python, NumPy, Pandas, and PyTorch Geometric, or PyG. This is a library from PyTorch that is specialized in graph neural networks. So you have almost all the architectures that are implemented, tested, optimized, and so on. Everything you need to do is just put the pieces together. For example, in PyTorch Geometric, there is no autoencoder architecture, but there are all the pieces you need. And then you just need to put them together in a class, and you have your autoencoder. And in the end, considering all the mistakes the model made, because here you can think about multi-class classification, right? It's not just it's a malware or it's a goodware. No. It's a malware from this family or from this or from this and this. Então, what we can do is to build what is called a confusion matrix with all the families here in the columns and in the rows, and then you just compare, for example, a malware ransomware was classified as a ransomware how many times? A malware of type ransomware was classified as an adware how many times? So you can understand the mistakes of the model for each class. In this particular case, the overall model accuracy, so it means all the true positives and all the false, all the true positives and the true negatives in terms of predictions gave me 93%. And this is a very decent number, even more because the model was not optimized. Okay, there is one step, I didn't mention it here, it's called hyperparameter optimization. And what's hyperparameter optimization? Hyperparameter optimization is essentially changing the model architecture. And the model architecture doesn't change during training. It's fixed. What changes during training is the model parameters. This is how the model learns, changing the parameters, the weights. The model architecture doesn't change. We need to start with an architecture, train the model, and then if we believe that that architecture was not the best one, we can change it. For example, here, one thing we could do is, we need to do actually, one thing we need to do is to define the size of the embedding space, the size of this vector in the middle. You see, there is an N there. What's the best size of the latent space to encode the information from the malware? Well, nobody knows. We need to test. This is how it works. We can start with a reasonable guess. For example, I used 1024 dimensions. And then we can do this process of hyperparameter tuning to understand the model performance using this size of latent space. And then we can change this to more or less and compare the results. This is how you do machine learning and data science, by the way. A lot of things are trial and error. So now let's suppose that you have trained the model the way I explained here. You train the model, train the autoencoders for each family. Now you want to use it. Use it in your malware detection or malware analysis pipeline. How can you do that? Here I am showing 3 examples. So one ransomware, graph autoencoder, one adware, and worm. And then you get an unknown malware instance. You find a malware instance, and then you calculate the hash or upload that malware instance to VirusTotal. And VirusTotal says, look, this hash is unidentified. We don't know what it is. So what can you do next using this pipeline? You just get that malware instance and use it as the input for the different autoencoders we trained. And then what those autoencoders will output, they output several data, but what we need is we need the reconstruction error. Why do we need the reconstruction error? Because the reconstruction error is all about similarity, right? If the reconstruction error is very low, it means that they're highly similar. So in this particular case, what we have is the unknown malware has a reconstruction, in terms of a ransomware autoencoder, we have a reconstruction error of 0.05. Adware, graph autoencoder, the reconstruction error is 0.7. And worm, graph autoencoder, reconstruction error 0.3. So now what we can do is to sort this in ascending order. So 0.05, 0.3, 0.7. And then we can even establish a threshold if you want. But here let's consider the first 2. So this malware is very similar to a ransomware. So the behavior, the code is very similar to a ransomware and also very similar to a worm. So this is what I wrote there. The unknown malware instance is very similar to ransomware, followed by a worm, and very different from adware. As you can see, that the reconstruction error is very high. So who am I? Now is the visualization part. So for visualization, first of all, what are we visualizing in this chart? These are the malware embeddings. Malware embeddings are these vectors here in the middle, and those vectors there. This is interesting. Why? Because, as I said, we get a graph, which is a very complex structure here, with nodes, edges, nodes of different types, and so on. And then we transform it. We take it from a very complicated space and put it into a Euclidean space, which is this vector here. And the Euclidean space is what? If we had only 2 dimensions, it's a plane. You can put a point there, data point, and you can look at data point. You can look at that data point. This is what we are doing. We are decreasing the complexity, taking one thing that is in a very complicated space and put into a more simple space in which we can measure things. And one thing we can measure in the embedding space is distance. So we can just measure the distance between 2 vectors or two embeddings to understand the similarity. And with graphs, it's very, very hard to do that. First of all, because graphs can be completely different. Different nodes, different edges. How are we going to measure the distance between them without some intermediate process to equalize them, to normalize them? So coming back here, each data point you're seeing there is a set or a cluster of embeddings from malware of a particular family or a behavioral tag. So the red ones are ransomware clusters, so we have several ransomware instances there. Green, we have worm cluster and the adware cluster, blue. And this WannaCry ransomware, I don't know if you remember it. So WannaCry made a lot of mess, back then. And one thing very interesting about WannaCry is that WannaCry is not just a ransomware. It also has code for worm, because it has a self-replicating code throughout the network. So it looks for ways to self-replicate itself to contaminate your whole network faster. And this is what we are seeing here. You see, while our WannaCry instances, the black dot is there inside the ransomware cluster. Why? Because most of the code, most of its functionality is related to ransomware behavior. So it's there inside. And then we have also a lot of similarity, because there is a lot of code for worm behavior, self-replication. So it's also closer to the cluster of worms than to the adwares. How do you calculate this distance? There are some metrics for that. Okay, we can calculate we can find the clusters and then find the center of the clusters, the centroids, and then calculate the distance between the centroids. There are several ways to do that. But no matter the way we choose, we get this order here. Okay, this is cool. This is very cool, because you see that somehow the distance between those malware groups, they don't depend on the method you're using to calculate the distance. They have some specific distance, and they don't depend on the method. So that's very cool. Something very general. And this is what I'm talking about when we talk about visualization. Now imagine that you want to the same way I just showed you. You want to understand, for example, you get a new instance of malware, you plot into this graph, and depending on that point it's plotted, you can understand, this is more similar to a ransomware than to a worm or then to an adware, and so on. And then what you can do as a defender or malware analyst, you can get a lot of information from that, all the type of malware, to understand how they behave. So I understand how, for example, I want to understand how that particular malware instance behaves, but I don't know nothing. I know nothing about that instance because it's an unknown instance. So I look around its neighborhood. What kind of malware is there? We have ransomware. So how ransomware works? What kind of code they implement, techniques, evasion techniques, and so on. So you learn about that malware in the neighborhood. And then when you go to analyze that malware that is unknown, you already have a lot of information that probably will be there. Of course, the code will be exactly the same, but the behavioral, this is the point, the behavioral patterns will be the same. They will probably be doing things that are very, very similar. So that's the idea of visualization. Okay, so what are the next steps for this work? I'm planning to release this model in GitHub as an open source project, okay, by January 25. So everything will be there. Code for training the model, for evaluating, for hyperparameter tuning, and visualization. Will be everything there. You can just clone the repository, and you can even train with your own malware data set. If you don't want to use the Sorrel 20 million, you can use some other malware data set, and that's the idea. Maybe you have some malware data sets you want to study, you want to analyze, you want to perform some research on. You can use this model to assist you. Also, I want to perform this model tuning to improve the performance. And there is something else that is very interesting. Because I asked there, who am I? But there is also why. Why they are similar. You say, okay, we have this malware instance. The model is saying that it is similar to a ransomware, and it is similar to a worm. Okay, but why? I want to see the patterns, the pieces of code that the model used to get to that conclusion. So this is what we call interpretability. So there is a way to create some module to implement interpretability in this model. I don't know yet how, but there is. So this is what I will be working on the next month, and hopefully it will be included when I release it on January 2025. So I think this is it. I know that this kind of talk requires a lot of background knowledge, including in machine learning and so on. So if you got interested about the subject and you want to know more about how to start machine learning, you can take courses from these guys, deeplearning.ai. They're very, very good. Okay, there are courses about machine learning, data science, from basic to advanced. So it's a very, very cool. It's relatively cheap, you know, and it's going to help you to, if you really want to go in the direction of using machine learning and data science for malware analysis and for threat detection in general, which is what I do. I use for threat detection mostly. You need to have this solid basis in machine learning and then cybersecurity, and then you start putting things together, the use cases you have in cybersecurity, how you translate them to machine learning, and how you use tools from machine learning and data science to solve those problems in cybersecurity. That's a very interesting area, and it's growing a lot, and I really recommend you to take a look if you're interested. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
I'm going to ask you to do it.
Have you ran like legitimate binaries against this model to see if they may trigger as like some kind of malware? Does that make sense? So you taught your model against malware, known malware. Have you ran it against known good binaries to see if they produce false positives?
Yes, yes. During this process of evaluation here, let me, 93%. So we have, as I explained, we can make a confusion matrix, right, with all the classes of malware, and then we can measure how well the model predict or classified those instances from the test set. And the test set is like is a data set that was not used during the training set. So this is when we perform evaluation, the model evaluation, because we didn't use that information to train the model. And depending on the number, the size of the test set, we get a pretty accurate idea of the model performance on real-world data. So I would say that this model is about 90% accurate if we get malware from the wild, and test the model. Actually, I did that, but not with that amount of data, because 20%, look at the size of the test set. The test set is 20%, 2 million instances. So it's a lot of data, a lot of instances. And and they have a lot of variety also, because they are from several different families. And when we have a data set, a test set with these characteristics, we can have some statistical, very good statistical, how it's called, confidence that the result will be the same if we test with malware from the wild. So I would say that the model has a performance about 90% accuracy if we test in real-world, only real-world data.
Any other questions? Oh, one more.
How do you see this model being used in the future? Do you see it like scanning every binary on a network to see if it flags as malware, or just you have a sample that you think is suspicious and you want to classify it? How efficient is it, basically?
So I think a good way to use this model is like a VirusTotal, like a module or plugin for VirusTotal. So you upload the malware there, VirusTotal says, look, I didn't find anything based on hash calculations, but this malware is similar to this whole family or to these instances, so you can start analyzing these instances because they are very, very similar. Something like that, because this is a tool not directly for detection, but more for research and try to find similar malware with similar behavior to assist your research. You're welcome.
All right, let's get a big thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so you can go and grab your laptop there, and we are going to be back here in about 12 minutes, I believe, with the incredible, the wonderful, the Star Wars loving, cussing, you'll see him anyway. Kevin Johnson is back on our B-side stage again. He'll be up in about 12 minutes. Do remember to go check out all the other stuff going on, but definitely be back here in 12 minutes if you're here for Kevin Johnson. And thank you. See you soon. right. I'm excited. Do you know why I'm excited? I'm excited because I'm in track 1 at BSides Orlando, and you are too. And we've got an amazing talk coming up. I'm reminding everyone, though, that as you ask questions to this esteemed individual who's coming up onto the stage, we got microphones back there. So please go ahead and use them so we can make sure we get all your good questions. And I'd like to say more about this person, but in all reality, he is someone who can always be counted on and someone who cares about this community very, very, very deeply. And you probably thought I was going to say like mean things, but instead I'm saying like super nice things about him. So if all of you don't know, I am about to bring to the stage, talk to you about One Arrow, One Breach, the CEO of Secure Ideas, Kevin Johnson.
Fuck you, man. I'm a little upset nothing exploded. Right? I mean, that's a little disappointing, right? A little steam, that's it. No explosions, nobody died. Yet, good point, good point. Good morning, afternoon, whatever the fuck it is. Couple things before I get started I need to warn you about. One, if you are offended by the word fuck, leave now. Sorry, I have Tourette's. That's not why I curse a lot, but it's a convenient excuse. A couple other examples. I am full of tangents. I'm full of lots of things. My eyes are brown. I will attempt to make the tangents relevant, but I don't promise anything. And 3, I have a sense of humor. Please note, I did not say a good sense of humor. I have horrible jokes. I think they're hilarious. I don't care if you do. My current favorite joke is, did you hear about the guy that got his entire left side amputated? It's okay, he's all right now. See, I told you, they're awful, awful jokes, right? My other favorite joke, and I tell this one all the time, many of you have probably already heard it, sorry, Brittany, is, do you know why Walmart wasn't hacked? They're not a target. See? I actually got to introduce the CISO of Walmart at an event, and I told that joke, and he wouldn't shake my hand. And I'm like, wait a minute, you got the good side of the joke. How did this? I don't know. So, I don't know. But I'm going to talk about One Arrow, One Breach. A little bit about me. I'm Kevin Johnson. I've been Kevin for 51 years, Kevin Johnson for 18 less than that. I am the CEO of Secure Ideas, one of the founders. I'm also a global OWASP board member. I'm an IANS faculty. I'm a nerd. I've been a nerd for a very, very long time. And I like it. I like technology. The shit we get to do is just awesome. And it changes all the time. And as he said, as he brought me up here, that I care about the community. I do care about the community because this is one of the things that I've thought about quite a bit. We stand on the shoulders of giants. I'm sure everybody's heard that, right? Is that we are where we are because somebody else stood up and lifted us up to where we are. They provided that information. And I think that's a very important thing to keep in mind. There's a second part that we need to continually add to that phrase. It's not just that we stand on the shoulders of giants, but we are the shoulders other people stand upon. We have to be. We can't be the last group to do this. And this is very important because security is very important. And I don't just say that because I'm a consultant, right? I say it because security is actually important. We're losing data constantly. I mean, my social security number is public because it's been breached so many times. I'm sure your social security number has been public. Your passwords are public, right? Every single thing about us has been stolen and sold and disseminated. And part of the issue is we as security, we as InfoSec, fail. We fail constantly. We suck at what we do. And that's what I want to talk about today. This is the one arrow, one breach idea, right? So we have this one arrow, one breach. How many people here have heard the phrase, all the hacker has to do is get in with one thing. The defender has to defend against everything, right? We've said this for years. I've just got to find that one cool hack. Let me be clear. I'm a penetration tester. I love that idea. Because the idea of being able to defend against everything is bullshit. You can't do it. But we continue to use this idea. How many people here are blue team and have been told you have to get it right every time, right? What kind of expectation is that? Who could, I'm sorry? Exactly, I would disagree with you. I don't think terrible is harsh enough, right? It is a terrible one, but we use it all the time. You have to get it right every time. Who the fuck gets everything right every single time? Let's discuss how many production systems I've broken when I was responsible for running them. I'm not even talking about hacking them. I'm talking about literally making a configuration change that won't impact anybody, and then having 3 weeks of downtime and IBM consultants in the office where they look at the system and go, we don't know what the fuck you did. I took down Secure Ideas' entire infrastructure one Sunday night. Please note, I did not say I did that on purpose. Do you ever get one of those things? Yeah, how many people here have gone down a rabbit hole where they've been like something, you saw a YouTube video and you're like, hey, I could do that. And then you watch another YouTube video and you're like, oh my God, I'm an expert. And then you're like, right? Well, what happened to me one night, it's Sunday night. I don't know about you all, but I was bored. Shitty wet marriage, that's all. But I found this website. And I say this was a while ago because now it's like, duh, Kevin. It was Qualys's free SSL checker, right? And you ran it against your domain, and it gave you a grade. I don't know about you all, but I like grades. And so I ran, fuck it, secureideas.com, run. And it came back, and it's like, you've got a C. I think it was a C+, though. It's important when you're rating a C, right? That little extra, right? And I looked at it, and it gave me like this description. It was like, whoa, you did this right, you did this right, you're missing this, you're missing this. And I am not a competitive person, mainly because I suck at everything. But for some reason, the idea of a C, even a C++, I almost said C++, but that's a completely different thing. It's a fun language. A C++ was still like a personal attack. You know what I mean? And so I read the description and it said, well, if you make this change, that'll increase your score. So I made that change, yes, in production. And I reran the scanner and it's like, you've got a B-. I'm like, okay, we can't have a minus. There's no way. And I did another change, and I think I got to a B- plus or something, some bullshit like that. I don't know if that's a real thing, but let's go with it, right? And I'm like, okay, this will be good. And I did the next thing, and then the next thing, and I had an A. And this is where I fucked up. I had an A. That should have been good enough. But what I didn't realize when I first started this was that there was an A+. And I did not have the A+. And at the time, and this was years ago, at the time, so I read the little description, and it's like, you don't have the HSTS preload setting set. And I'll be honest, I didn't know what the fuck an HSTS preload setting was. So I Googled it, because that's what you do. I'm sorry, I goggled it. And I searched and I read up on it, and it's like, oh, this is where you always want SSL, HTTPS. Not only do you want your users to always use HTTPS, but Chrome will preload this setting for you. And that way when the user types it, because there is this theoretical idea that the very first time a site is visited, the browser will attempt via HTTP, the server will say HSTS, and it'll basically say, don't ever come back here on HTTP, always come back here on HTTPS, but that very first visit could be hijacked, right? And I'm like, fuck, I don't want that. And so I did the HSTS preload. And I set it, and I tested it. I had an A+. And I was excited. And this was awesome. And I went to bed. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning at this point. I was tired. I crashed. I woke up the next morning to reports that a whole bunch of our stuff was broken. Turns out that when you do HSTS preload, it's not to www.securedideas.com, it's to the main domain. And it basically tells the Chrome browser, and it may be different now, I've not looked at the specifics in a while, but at the time, it basically tells the Chrome browser, I don't care what subdomain you go to it via HTTPS. Don't ever go to it via HTTP. Now, there's a small problem. One, our CRM was internally hosted, and you had to be on a VPN to get to it. And it was a really shitty connection, and so we ran HTTP on our CRM because you already were going through an encrypted tunnel, so it must be okay. So we broke our CRM. At the time, we were hosting our blog, which was the way we got most of our business back in the day, right? We were hosting it on Blogspot, which did not accept SSL certificates for custom domains. If we had been like secureideas.blogspot.com, it would have been fine, but we weren't. We were blog.secureideas.com and was over HTTP because they did not support it. I had no choice. I broke it. It took, because once you did the preload, like why would you not say preload and check again in a month? So for a month, our blog and our CRM were broken. Get it right every time, right? This is a problem when we talk about this. Here's what the issue is. If we tell blue teamers, you have to get it right every time, we are basically setting them up for failure. Period. You have basically set it up, you have looked at these people, and you have said, you know your job? Fuck you. That's the choice. You're fucked. Sorry, that's the reality. Because you've been told that the expectation is you will never make a mistake. And how many people here have never made a mistake? And if you raise a liar. I was just about to say, if you raise your hand, you're a fucking liar. And you raised your hand. He's a liar. Are you Ira Winkler? No, sorry, that's a different conversation. But we have basically set people up. I know, I said it out loud. I say the quiet parts, plagiarizer. But this is the problem, right? We've set people up. Why do you think we have a mental health issue? In part, is because we give people depressing news. You will always get it right. No, you can't. Sorry. I don't care how good you are. And I've known really, really, really smart people. Some of them are in this room, which is, they're not so smart anymore because they came to this talk. But we look at these people who are very, very capable of our job, and we give them an expectation they can't hope to meet. That's defeatist. That's depressing. Not only is it defeatist, but it actually doesn't move the needle. We don't make things better by telling people they can't get it wrong, right? Because again, if I tell you that you have to get it right every single time and you have no hope of getting it right every single time, why try? How many people here have worked a job where you had no capability of succeeding? Yeah, I know, right? And how well did you do that job? As best as you could. You punched a clock every day. You went in. Did you take on extra stuff? Probably not. Maybe. Right? But we set you up with this idea that you have to deal with this on every time. And here's the other side of it. It makes red teams cocky. How many people here know a red teamer that you want to punch in the throat every time they open their mouth? Me, right? Like this is, oh, I'm a hacker. I'm amazing. Right? We have this cocky attitude. And I can, wow, shit, man, we can come up with a list, right? What do you do for a living? I break shit. I'm an ethical hacker. I hate that fucking phrase. Ethical hacker. All hackers are ethical. Their ethics just don't match yours. That's the definition. Right? Technically correct, which is the best type of correct. just the way it works, right? We look at these red teamers. I was interviewed on this podcast. I really pissed off the interviewer. I know, surprise. But we were talking about red teaming to the point where he stopped recording so we could continue the conversation because I was basically calling him unethical. No, I'm sorry. That's not the right word. I was calling him immoral. But just saying. And it's this idea, right? Well, I can get in anywhere. I like to joke around. I know, surprise. But I like to joke around. And what I often say is that my job is to come in, tell you your baby is ugly, and go home. And here's the reality. All babies are ugly. They are. Newborn babies are friggin' weird. Their skull's not an entire piece. Their kneecaps don't exist. They're squishy little rubber humans. We lie to new parents. You're laughing because you know I'm right. By the way, I have kids and they know I say this. But we lie to new parents so that we can continue the species. Because if you walked into the room of a woman who just gave birth, which by God is got to be the roughest thing you ever do, and it's a good thing I didn't have to, because my kids would not exist. And they're like, oh, look at the baby. And you're like, oh, it's beautiful. And I'm afraid it's going to eat my face because it's slightly alien looking. Got squished up there, right? That's my job. People hire me. They've spent years building a network, building an app, and they're like, Kevin, tell us it's secure. And I'm like, do you want me to lie to you? And I get to come in and say, well, you fucked that up, you screwed that up, you made that mistake, you did this mistake. And that perpetuates the idea that red teamer, we're better than you. We're not. We're glorified QA people. It's true. The difference between me and a QA person is what we do when we find the bug. A QA person finds a bug, they open up a ticket. Hey, man, that sucks, you should fix that. And then they move to the next bug. When I find a bug, I giggle and then go further. Right? I wonder what I can do with this. What can I steal today? With permission. Please add the words "with permission" to anything I say like that, because it's always uncomfortable. You're at an airport and TSA is searching your bag because they have nothing fucking better to do. And you're talking to somebody who's like, oh, yesterday when I stole those credit card numbers, but with permission. You guys do know that TSA stands for 1,000 standing around, right? Somebody else just told me that it's tub stacking accuracy. They do suck at that, too. More TSA agents have been arrested for crimes they committed while on duty as a TSA agent than they've stopped terrorists. They are so bad at their job that the test bomb that they put through suitcase, they actually do this. They'll pick a random suitcase, they'll put a fake bomb in it, and run it through the system to see if they find it. They are so bad at this that not only have they not found the bomb, but the person who put it in the suitcase lost track of which suitcase it was in, and the person got home. Do you know how freaked out I would be if I got home and a realistic-looking bomb was in my suitcase? Who do you call? I don't know what the fuck happened, but I've got an explosive device. I don't know. It's crazy. But here's the issue, right? We make this worse. But here's the reality. Here's what really happens. Yes, the one arrow idea works. I just have to find the one place you made a mistake and I'm in, right? Now, that's not really my job. My job is to find as many places that I can get in as possible, okay? But once I find that one place, and we're talking about an actual pen test, not some bullshit automated fucking puppy mill tool like Horizon 3, okay? We're talking about a real pen test. I know, AI. VC money just fell out of the fucking sky. But you just have to say AI a lot. Do you guys know the difference between AI and machine learning? Machine learning is written in Python, AI is written in PowerPoint. But when we're doing a real pen test, when we're doing a real red team exercise, you know I'm right. But when you do a real exercise, once we find the bug, we have to pivot, right? We found the way in, now we try lateral movement. How far can we get? Because that's how you understand risk, which we'll talk about in a minute. So what we have to do is now we're in, let's figure out where we can go. And sadly, most organizations do not post a "you are here" map of the network when you compromise the system, right? Like, that would be so much easier for somebody like me. I land on a server or a workstation. Workstations are the best. Oh God, I love workstations. I love workstations almost as much as I love SharePoint. But SharePoint's amazing for a hacker. You guys know a rule, right? If a pen tester likes something, get it off your network. I love SharePoint. But once we land on the workstation, I don't know where this workstation is. Now, I know it's in your office, right? Because I'm hacking you in your office. But so what is this workstation? Is it an accounting person? Is it a procurement person? Is it a random person? I don't know, typically. Sometimes we do. But I don't know what else there's access there. So I have to go find it. I flail around like Kermit for a little while, right? And I find the machines I can get to. So what has happened is we have changed the equation from one arrow to what I like to say one shield. Now that I'm in, the reality is I'm the person that has to get it right every time. You just have to find the place I screw up and you detect me, right? And you should be able to detect me quite easily because I don't know where I am. I have to find it. I don't know what runs on your system. I don't know what I might have socially engineered somebody, right? Called them up, like what's some ruse, and they gave me information. But the reality is, I have to figure out where the crown jewels are. I have to figure out where the goal is. I have to figure out what the systems are. And like I said, I flail around like Kermit for a little while, right? Luckily, Miss Piggy comes by and helps me out. But you just have to find the one place I make the mistake. And as I already told you, I make them all the time. I do. I try to connect to a port that's not listening. I try to connect to a server that doesn't exist. I plug around looking for DNS names. I wonder what other subdomains you may have. What are these NFS mounts? They still exist, I know, I'm old. Mainframe's dead. How long have we been hearing that? Now it's passwords are dead. I know, right? We don't need passwords. Okta! But I was just at InfoSec Security Conference in Congress, or whatever the heck it's called, and everywhere were Okta signs. They made the sphere look like a blue screen of death. It's probably not the marketing they wanted. Just saying. Right? But what we look at is, now you have the benefit. You as the blue teamer. In my mind, it reminds me of the curvy steps, right? Have you ever heard the urban legend that stairs and castles only go one direction? And we're not talking about the band. And it's geared toward the idea that most defenders, or most people were right-handed, and so they're swinging their sword right-handedly, so it's harder for the people going up the stairs than down the stairs. That's not actually true. But it's fun to say, and it fits the analogy I need right now, so I'm going to use it as if it is true. But I'll acknowledge that it's not, right? That's what we have. We have curvy stairs all over our place. Every one of our systems, you should have like canary tokens all over the place. That's probably a trademark thing. Trademark somebody. But, right? You should have alerts. And I don't mean, oh man, they tried to log in 30 times, because everybody fucking does that. But we're alerts that actually work, right? And that's how you find somebody like me, okay? So what we need to do is we need to solve this problem, because the reality is, and I've said this already, and this is where we're going to spend most of our time, okay? The reality is we have to make things better. Do you know how depressing it is to be a red teamer and not actually have to encode or obfuscate any of your attacks because the organization you're attacking didn't see them? Do you know how depressing it is to test an organization, have them call you and say, we're ready for a retest? Because we do, like, when we do a pen, it's not a sales pitch, just a fucking words, right? When we do a penetration test, we include a retest as part of that test so that when they fix the stuff, we can come in and update the report, and they can get a better report to show their auditors and stuff like this, to acknowledge the efforts they've put in. Do you know how depressing it is when they call you and they say, okay, you found 30 things wrong on my network, and we've fixed 26 of them. Okay, so right off the bat, They've looked at it. That's cool. They've evaluated risks. We'll talk about that again in a minute, right? And they've said, these are the things we fix. Those other things we haven't fixed for whatever reason. Maybe they're not able to. Maybe they've accepted the risk. Maybe they just, I don't know, they don't know who owns it, right? And then we go in, and the 26 things that they explicitly said, go test these things, aren't actually fixed. Like they attempted to fix it. They put like a Band-Aid on it, but that Band-Aid's been used before, so the adhesive's not that strong, so it's flapping in the wind as they ride their bike, whatever. Like I found SQL injection. And we go in and they say they fixed it. And I've got a tick or 1 = 1 semicolon dash dash space. And it worked. I tell them, and they fix it. And they tell me to retest it, and I put tick or 1 = 1 semicolon space space dash dash space, and it doesn't work. And then I change the 1 = 1 to 2 = 2, and it does work. That's sad, and a real example multiple times over my career. Like somehow the developer thought or was told that 1 = 1 is a magic string. It's not. It's a tautology, right? Fancy word to mean self-evidently true, right? I don't need to explain why 1 = 1, because 1 always equals 1, except for very large values of 1. When you print them really big, right? And instead of understanding, which I will tell you is probably in part my fault, because I obviously didn't explain it well enough, right? But if they don't understand what that means and they don't fix it, or they don't fix it correctly, right? We've screwed up. Our job is to make things better. Nobody gets hacked to being secure. Like I always cringe when I talk to people and they're like, hey, I had a pen test, so I'm secure. Really, did you fix everything they found? No. We're compliant. Right, yes, so am I. Right? I'm one of the few people that I'm the only person I know of that has actually been told by the PCI Council to stop emailing them. It was a legitimate question. I feel like I should explain that. You guys all know that PCI, they have rules around credit card processing, and you can be a level 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 merchant, and it's based on volume, and a couple other things, but mainly volume of credit card transactions, right? And you all know that PCI Council says store, process, or is important here, transmit the credit card data, right? Okay, so here's the question. I'm filling out my cyber insurance application, and it asks me what level merchant I'm in. And I'm a level 4 merchant. I've accepted like 3 credit card numbers in 20 years. Okay, that's not true. We've only been in business for 15. But we're like a level 4 merchant. And I'm filling it out, I'm doing all this stuff, and then it hits me that at that moment, it was either 25 or 30 million credit card numbers stored on my laptop that I had stolen from an organization. I had their credit card number, the expiration date, the full name of the card holder, and the CVV number. Right? I know. And I started thinking, like, here's the example, right? I am sitting there, I get hacked, because I won't pretend that I'm 100% secure, because I'm not a fucking idiot, I'm not Oracle. I get hacked. I go to my insurance company. I'm like, hey, insurance company, I would like you to cover some of these costs because you're my insurance company and I got hacked. And they say, well, what did you lose? And I say, oh, I lost 30 million credit card numbers. And they say, I thought you were a level 4 merchant. Why the fuck did you have 30 million credit card numbers? And this would be an odd conversation. Oh, I stole them. Right? With permission. So I emailed their contact form. And I actually said, I know this is going to sound like an odd question, but I'm actually asking, if I steal 30 million credit card numbers, does that make me a level 1 merchant? I thought it was a legitimate question. They didn't answer me. So I wrote them again. They didn't answer me. So I wrote them again. They didn't answer me. So I wrote them like a fourth or fifth time, and I got an actual letter mailed to my office that basically said, Kevin, please stop contacting us. Why? I found out, no, I'm still a level 4 merchant. I asked Visa. They told me. But these are the questions we should be at. No, they're not. Right? But we have to solve this problem. We have to fix this, okay? And there's 2 ways to do it. 1, collaboration, and 2, understanding the business. So let's start with collaboration. There are 2 pieces. I know I'm binary. This is the way it works. 2, 2, 2, whatever, right? So we have to partner and educate. Both make up collaboration. I see too many people. I know your MSSP collaborated with you. Right? How many salespeople say, hey, let's collaborate, make this a win-win situation? Any salesperson who says that to you, just punch them in the throat. They deserve it. They're probably lying about what they can do. Almost all salespeople lie. I said almost all. I know of at least one that doesn't. But we need to partner and we need to educate. So the first thing we need to do is education, because education is the foundation of everything. Right? And yes, these are random bad foundations I found on Google. The reality is we have to educate people. And I'm not talking about Security Awareness Month, which, by the way, do not use CSAM to describe October. Please, for the love of God. But we have to educate people. We have to actually explain what we mean. And we have to explain why it's important. Right? Wait, how many people here have seen the don't click shit? Right? How many people here do an annual security awareness training that tells you not to click links? Right? And how many of you are given that security training via an email with a link that you have to click on to go to the training? Right? Here, you want to save money. You want to stop paying KnowBe4. Here's what you got to do. And by the way, I'm not bitching at KnowBe4. They're just the one vendor I know off the top of my head, pun intended. But here's what you do. Build a web server in your organization, put a web page on there, send a link to that web page to everybody in the company. Every single person. When they click the link, it goes to a web page that all it says is, you shouldn't have clicked that. That's it. That meets all compliance requirements I've looked at for awareness training. Sadly, it does. Costs you almost nothing. Right? You can even make the web page fancy. I don't care. Right? So we need to educate people about what really matters. We need to educate people of why they need to do this, what it means, which, by the way, also means that we should be educated on why it matters to them. One of the things, I was doing security awareness training for this organization. They were a movie studio, right? I think that's vague enough that I can do this, right? And we were teaching these classes, and it wasn't like animated crap. It was literally, we flew a consultant to the studio multiple times. We sat in a theater that they had, and we taught different groups. And every single time we taught, it would be the same group in the room. Like everybody in the room worked in the same job. Okay, same, whatever. And one of the questions I would ask every single time is, what are you worried about? What are you worried about? What is the actual concern? I have credit cards, whatever, right? But for your function, your role in the organization, what keeps you up at night? What is the thing that worries you? And I'm in this room, and there's like 150 people, and they all did the exact same job. They did the contracts between the actors, actresses, and the studio, okay? And so what are you worried about? And they're telling me, oh, credit card number, social security number, blah, 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 blah. And this one lady very loudly says, celebrity cell phone numbers. And before I can say anything, the rest of the room erupts. Ah, that's stupid. Why are we, And they start like ranting at her that cell phone numbers are not that big a deal. Celebrities make enough money, they can get a new cell phone, blah, blah, whatever, 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 right? And I calm them all down. I'm like, okay, ma'am, why? I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't know. It's why I asked. Why? And she explained to me, and I'm repeating. I've not seen the contract, but supposedly Celebrities are very worried about their cell phone number getting out. Why? Because of stalkers and assholes like us who are like, Paul Abdul. I don't know, is he even real anymore? It's popped into my head. I don't know. And because of this risk, the studio needs the number, right? Because you overslept, we're filming, get over here, right, whatever. They have in their contract a 7-figure fine that they will pay without argument if the cell phone number gets lost. Yeah, 7-figure with no decimals in those 7 numbers, right? Commas. That just done. The room went silent. All of these people worked on this contract. All of these people, this is their job. And she was the only one that remembered that that clause was in the contract. Education is important, right? We have to partner with the organizations. It's not enough for us to say, let me educate you because I'm so smart, right? I'm the expert. Listen to me, right? The reality is the minute somebody says, I'm an expert, they're a liar. I'm an idiot. I might be a liar also. I don't know. That's up to you to believe, right? But the reality is we all have stuff we need to learn. We all should be partnering. We should be the one working with them. One of the things I say to people all the time is, as a security person, when was the last time that you listened in on a developer stand-up? When was the last time that you listened in on the change control meeting? When was the last time you listened in on the business meetings that were happening? Please note, I said listen 3 times, 4 now, but 3 times. Why? Because we should listen twice as often as we speak, right? That old saying, we have 2 ears, 1 mouth, because that saying is wrong. We should listen 100 times more than we speak, and I understand the hypocrisy of me standing on stage with a microphone and saying you should listen more. But we should be listening. We should not be, because we see it all the time, right? Hi, I'm the security person, and I'm here to tell you what you should be doing, because I fucking know. I know more than you do. No, I don't. I know different than you do. We talk to experts every day, real experts, people who understand their thing, their purpose, their role, their job. They understand different things than we do. If we don't listen, if we don't partner, if we don't explain why this is important to the thing they're doing, and not because we have some, we're going to break the build if you don't fucking test. I'll tell you right now that if you ever talk to a security person and they brag about how often they break in the build, kick them in the crotch. Then set them on fire. If they're proud of how often they break the build for security reasons, punch them. Because I believe stupidity should hurt. The world would be a better place if people incurred pain every time they were a dickhead. Just make things better, right? Finally, the other thing we have to do, and this is an important one, is we have to understand risk. And I don't mean, I know GRC. I mean, actually understand risk. What is risky? I'll give you an example of this, because humans suck at risk assessments. I'm a human. At least that's what they told me. I was in Denver keynoting an event last year, and I asked the audience, how many of you are afraid of sharks? And like 3/4 of the room, like, wait, sharks suck. Jaws. And I'm like, no, I don't just mean like this vague idea that sharks are scary. I mean, how many people are actively afraid of being bitten by a shark right now? And half of the room, at least, kept their hand up. Right. You're in a fucking auditorium in Denver, a mile above sea level. The likelihood of you getting bitten by a shark is 0. And I don't mean almost 0, I mean 0. The only way you're gonna get bitten by a shark is if somebody is transporting it down the street, they lose control of the truck and they run into the fucking conference center and the shark gets out and bites you. And let me be clear, if that happens, I'm fucking videotaping it. I'd be proud of that. Like, yeah, I got bit by a shark. How'd you get bit by a shark? I was in a conference center, and it came in through the fucking window. They do, right? They have sharks at Black Hat. Mandalay Bay, man. Don't go to Mandalay Bay because you'll get bitten by a shark. I finished my talk, and this guy emailed me and said, Kevin, actually, it's possible to get bitten by a shark in Denver. And I'm like, really? And I thought this was going to be a well, actually, you know what I mean? But it turns out there's an aquarium in Denver that you can pay to swim with sharks. So while it is possible to get bitten by a shark in Denver, you have to pay for the right. Right? Like, we have to actually worry about real risks. The other one I hear all the time, how many people here have heard about it? Our biggest risk is reputational harm. If we get hacked, our reputation will take such a big hit, we'll never be able to recover. Secure Ideas is a security consulting firm that does penetration testing. We're in our 15th year. August will be 15 years, right? We were hacked. We announced it. There's a blog post. It's actually called We Take Security Very Seriously. Because don't you hate that phrase? Every time I see that, I know they're buying me free credit reporting, right? And we got hacked. And all of the details, every one of the details we know is on our blog. It's public. We made it public, right? We had a training site, and I want to be clear, I'm not saying it's their fault. We have a training site that we paid a company to host, and they did not update WordPress. Again, we're responsible. Okay? Somebody popped the WordPress server. Now, it's actually kind of funny. They popped it, but because it was customized, it appears that the automated tool they used did not report to them that they had gotten administrative rights. So they didn't they didn't actually go further, which is amazing in my mind, right? And again, not an excuse, just a statement, right? And we were hacked, okay? We're a small security consulting firm. For years, I had said to people, man, if we ever get hacked, nobody will ever do business with us. Our sales this year were better than they were last year, which were better than the year before, which were better than the year before, better than the year before, better than the year before. Every year they go up. That's not a brag. I'm just telling you that our reputation must not be that bad. I don't know. Our NPS score is good or some bullshit like that, right? Reputational harm is the lazy security person's answer to why risk is there. I said this I was teaching a class, and I made that comment, and this guy in the room said, Kevin, you're wrong. I'm like, okay, I'm wrong. I'm cool with that. Why am I wrong? He's like, my organization has done an in-depth study. I'm not sure how you do that study, but okay. And we have found that our biggest risk, above any other risk, is reputational harm. I said, really? He goes, yeah. I said, okay, that's kind of cool. Can you explain a little bit more? He's like, what do you want to know? I said, well, right off the bat, I'd like to know who you work for. He goes, oh, yeah, I work for Comcast. That's what I said. I busted out. I'm not talking about like, ha, ha, ha. I was crying. I was laughing so hard because I thought he was kidding. Right? And the dude goes, what's so funny? And I'm like, oh, you're serious. Comcast can't have a worse reputation. You suck donkey balls. I was a customer. As a customer, I wanted you to be hacked because the hacker would run your network better. Fuck Comcast. I don't know another thing to say. But the guy was serious. He was all upset. Like, what do you mean you hate Comcast? I'm like, how do you use the fucking service? Because I do. Well, I don't because it's always fucking broken, but I pay for it. Anybody here work for Comcast? I don't care. I just want to make sure I know who I'm pissing off. We have to actually understand risk. What is worrisome to your organization? What is worrisome to your people? What is worrisome to your boss, your shareholders, your principals? And I mean the person, not the thought and idea. I don't know how to spell the which one correctly. I think it's L-E when it's people and A, no, other way, whatever, right? We have to understand what's actually worrisome. Because people say credit card data, they say reputation, they say social security number. I always get a kick out of that. Because then we see the other one, right? How many people here have talked to a business? Hey, what are you doing for security? Oh, we're not worried about security. We're too small for the hackers to go after. We don't have any sensitive data. Really? None? None. No sensitive data whatsoever? Why the fuck are you in business? There has to be something sensitive, right? You obviously misunderstood what you do. And I don't know if that's true for everybody, but I think it is, right? So we have to understand the risks we're talking about. If we don't understand the risks, if we don't educate, if we don't partner with the organizations that we are working with, we are going to continue to fuck up security time and time and time again. And we have to stop. We have to get better. We have to move the needle. Let's stop focusing on the cool, whiz-bang, logoed, theme-parked vulnerability we find. I don't know what theme-parked means, but I made it a verb. And let's start worrying about actual things. Let's start making things better. Stop saying, fucking users, they clicked those links. You're right, they did. They're going to keep clicking the links. Why did you build an app that required them to click links to do their job? Why did you make it impossible for them to work through something effectively? Because I'm a little bit more security aware than most people, right? I'd like to believe. I signed up for a gym membership. And I'm there, we're standing in front of this guy who is in way better shape than any human being should be in. And he tells me, okay, you got to sign up in the mobile app. I don't want a mobile app. It's the only way to do it. So I pull up a mobile app. I have to create an account. I'm reading the description of what the password needs to be, and I mistyped. I didn't meet the security requirements 6 times. I'm not exaggerating, 6 times, right? I sat there. This is Brittany. She's our salesperson at Secure Ideas. She's awesome. She's actually a trained pen tester. And she sadly has to follow me to conference to conference to conference and put up with all my stupid jokes. She's heard them all. But I sat there 6 times. I finally set the password to something like password 123 because I just needed to move past it. I then got home and changed it again. But the system was built to not truly understand risk, right? It was built in a way that made it harder for me to do what I wanted to do. Let's stop doing that, okay? So that's the talk. Any questions I can answer? Great, go to fuck home. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy. I think somebody's supposed to come up here and, yeah, there he is.
The unforgettable. You can go ahead and unplug this thing if you like. I'm not going to touch it.
No, I'm using this.
Oh, this is my stage now.
Yeah,
get off.
Yeah, get the fuck off,
Yeah,
Kevin.
that's right. So everyone, thank you again. Big round of applause for Kevin Johnson. The other thing I'm super proud of here is when we do go to edit his talk, the audio track is just going to be one solid beep across YouTube. No, I'm kidding. No, it's not marked for kids. Anyway, so we're going to be back here in about 10, 12 minutes with Seth from Datadog. They're going to talk to you a little bit. But again, thank you for coming out. A couple quick program notes. Again, you all were, we got their question mics there, but we are getting kind of towards the end of the day. So if you have not gone by the swag room to get a shirt, to get things that are in the raffle tickets for your bag, definitely go by. Go by the swag room, go by the chill out room, check that out, make sure you get your stuff. We're gonna swap out laptops. We'll be back here in Seth in about 10, 12 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, come on. Get excited. It's okay. Yeah, all right. I know it's getting late in the day. You need a little, little zhuzh there. So again, welcome to track 1. Again, a little programming note. Questions, when we get to the question and answer session. Yeah, Mike's right there. Go ahead and stand up and use them. We want to hear your questions and hear your voice because we've got a great speaker coming up for you. And I'm very excited. I'm trying to piece together the joke I wanted to do. But you are in luck because you are not 6 degrees from the speaker. You are 1 degree from the speaker. Please welcome to the stage Seth Art with Datadog.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to 6 Degrees of Cloud Escalation. My name is Seth Art, and I'm a senior security advocate at Datadog. But before joining Datadog, I had been a penetration tester for the last 15 years. And about 4 years ago, I started the cloud penetration testing service line at Bishop Fox. And while there, I got to work on a couple of open source projects that were aimed to either teach people the art of cloud penetration testing or to help them do that type of work more effectively. But enough about me. I'd like to introduce you to Madeline, the Chief Information Security Officer at a fictional company, very important corporation. Now, Madeline has been seeing more and more stories about ransomware, particularly that it's targeting cloud environments these days, and the impact of this ransomware has become more and more catastrophic over time. So Madeline has to ask herself some tough questions. Could this happen to me at my company? What's the likelihood if one of my 2,000 employees were compromised that the attacker would be able to pivot from that initial compromise, like phishing, to the most sensitive data in my environment? If the controls are working properly, then Madeline should have maybe 10, 20 people that have that high-level administrative access to that most sensitive data, and that would reduce the likelihood of a catastrophic event significantly. So these days, Madeline knows that her most sensitive information is in the cloud, like many organizations. However, so it's all a numbers game. So Madeline has to ask her question to Bob. Bob is the engineering manager, and Madeline asks, how many of our 2,000 employees at this company have administrative access to production? So here's Bob. Bob is security conscious. Bob is good at his job, but like many people in this role, he's overworked. So he can't just answer this question with a click of a button. So he's gonna have to manually go through and answer this question, and what we're gonna see is that this can be a lot more difficult of a question to answer than it initially seems. So Bob is up for the task. He goes to Madeline and says, I'm gonna get on it. He logs into his AWS IAM Identity Center portal, where he can log into any of his AWS accounts, but he's gonna pick the production one to start. And he pulls up the administrator access policy. And let's see who this policy is applied to. Okay, so we have 3 IAM users, 4 IAM roles, and 1 IAM group. So Bob starts a tally, and Bob also remembers that, or he knows that groups are just abstractions, they're collections of users, so it would be more helpful to dig into this group and every other group and say that really there's 6 IAM users, 4 roles that can access administrative level permissions in production. Now, AWS managed policies, what we just saw, are just one of the types of policies. There's also customer managed policies, right? So these are policies that Bob and his teammates can create, and these can be named anything. This one happens to be named admin. And he has to go through these policies to see if they grant administrative permissions as well. So here we have a policy that has action of star, meaning you can do all of the permissions. The resource is star, meaning you can do all the permissions on everything, all the resources. So those 2 things together, combined with allow, make this an administrative policy. So now it's time to see who has this policy applied. Okay, Lambda admin, another role, has this applied, so let's bump up our tally. We're up to 11. Okay, there's a 3rd type of policy that Bob needs to manually look through, and this is inline policies. These are policies applied to one particular principal. Bob, we saw Bob log in to the portal using his SSO identity, but he also has a hard-coded user that he uses sometimes, and that user has inline administrative permissions. Okay, so now we have the third policy accounted for, right? In our fictional example, we're speaking with really low numbers here, but in real organizations, you can have hundreds or thousands of principles, hundreds or thousands of policies that you have to do this with, but now we have a checklist. So we're gonna look at all the users, all the roles, all the groups, and we're gonna look at all 3 types of policies. Now, if you're dealing with the thousands, you want a better way to do something like this, right? And so there are a couple of different ways you can do this. One of them is AWS provides this API, the IAM Policy Simulator API. And it's a little clunky to work with, but it's effective because it uses AWS's own engine to make decisions for you. So you pick one user at a time, Bob in this case. You give it a list of permissions. So it'll just tell you whether Bob has this permission on these resources or not. But what I've done is I've picked 6 permissions that are super highly privileged, like the types of permissions that allow you to give anybody administrator access, right? If you can give anybody administrator access, including yourself, then you're an administrator. And then if the test passes, all of these things will say allowed. And so what I have done is I've actually used these and built these into the tool CloudFox that I worked on and still work on today. So here is an IAM simulator subcommand as part of CloudFox. And let me take a step back. CloudFox is a tool that helps you gain situational awareness in unfamiliar cloud environments. What that means really is that it was created for penetration testers like me to be able to find threads to pull on that might lead to highly impactful attack paths more quickly. Now, any tool that fits that bill is also useful to defenders who want to try to find misconfigurations and things that might lead to attack paths more quickly as well. So this is what the code looks like in CloudFox for the IAM simulator command. It uses those 6 permissions that I was just talking about. And what it does, it allows you to just specify your AWS profile, so prod in this case, and then run the IAM simulator command admin checks only. And now, rather than minutes or hours, Bob can just enter one command and get the people that pass that check, which we can't say they're 100% have all the permissions, but we can say they appear to be an administrator. Okay, so now we have our diagram where we're starting to track who has this high level of access that if these people are compromised, it could be a very, very bad day for the company. So Bob writes an update to Madeline, and Bob says, hey, there's 12 people so far, but I'm not done yet. So why is Bob hesitating? Well, I said Bob is security conscious. Like any system, not just AWS, if Pam can access Bob and Bob is an administrator, then Pam is also administrator, right? That's a privilege escalation path that Pam has. So in AWS, this is what a basic privilege escalation permission could look like. Pam only has one single permission, IAM create access key. But the thing is, she has this permission on all resources. So if there is an IAM user who is an administrator, Pam can just create an access key for that user, and Pam can become the administrator. And that's what we're going to look at right now. So here's Pam. I said Pam only had one permission. Well, that's not true because everybody gets STS get caller identity for free. It's an implied permission, and it's like a who am I in AWS. So here's Pam confirming that she's starting with her user on her profile. But now here's Pam executing the attack against Bob, creating the access key. Here's Pam getting the credentials back for Bob. Here's Pam using those credentials on her own laptop. And now if she does AWS STS get caller identity again, Pam is Bob. Now, we have to include Pam in this diagram here because if Pam were compromised by an attacker, the attacker also has a path to impact that damage. Okay, so now we're up to one IAM principal that has a privesc path to admin and a total of 13. But there has to be a better way to find all of these privesc paths, right? I just talked about one, but there are over 30 different permissions or combinations of permissions that if you have those permissions, you have a path to admin, even if you're not an administrator right now. So back in 2021, when I was learning the art of AWS privilege escalation, What I did to help myself is I created a repository of Terraform code, and I created 31 users and 31 roles. Each one of them had only one of those privilege escalation paths. Oh, by the way, if I say privesc, that's just shorthand for privilege escalation. So each one of those principles had only one privesc path, and that's why I used those users and those roles to practice those privilege escalation paths so that if I ever found those on a penetration test, I'd be ready. What I found, though, is two things. Number one, because I put it in Terraform, I could open source it so that each and every one of you can download this I Am Vulnerable repository and do the same thing if you want to learn this. And two, I could actually run open source tools that were designed to try to determine privilege escalation in the cloud. I could run them through my intentionally vulnerable environment and assess their efficacy. So what I found was that PMapper, they all have their benefits, but PMapper had the most detections with the fewest false positives. So if you are interested in this area, my friend Rami McCarthy just released kind of an updated reference guide for this tools in this area as of 2024. It was just released a couple of months ago, so I encourage you to check that one out as well. Okay, so I mentioned that PMapper is my favorite. I recommend this today as the best of breed open source tool for finding privesc in AWS. The way it works is it creates a directed graph. So you run PMapper, you give it your AWS profile, you run graph create, and it creates a directed graph of nodes, which are the principles, and edges, which are the paths that one principal can get to another. So once you create that directed graph, now you have the ability to run a query, like this preset query, privesc star, and it'll give you two things. One, it'll give you, like CloudFox, a list of the principals that have administrative access, and two, a list of the principals that have a privesc path to admin. So we see Pam in the middle here, that we already saw her privesc path, but it identified two more principals that have a privilege escalation path as well, Lambda Publisher and Lambda Updater. So now we have to include, it's nice that Bob has this tool, and we can include these other principles in our tally, and we can update our diagram to show 3 privilege escalation paths. Okay, so now I'm going to introduce 2 more principles as a segue before we talk about our next topic, which is cross-account movement. So break glass prod admin is a new role that I just created, and I also created a new IAM user, Ryan. And I'm going to tell you that Ryan has a way to privilege escalate and gain access to break glass prod admin using the STS assume role permission. So let me show you why it's possible, and then I'll show you what it looks like. So it's possible because break glass prod admin, well, first we're seeing that it's an administrator. But importantly, we're looking at this trust relationships tab, and this is essentially who has access to this role. So this trust relationships tab says, okay, principal AWS, meaning it's going to be a principal somewhere in AWS that has access to this role. Now, this is our indicator of what account, and this is a kind of a reference that the 954, the first 3 digits, I might refer to it by that, is the production account. And what this :root says is everybody in this account with one caveat. They have to have the STS assume role permission. So if you take it all together, everybody in the production account that has this one single permission, STS assume role, can assume the break glass prod admin. And Ryan, of course, has one permission, and what's that permission? Is STS assume role. So that's why Ryan can access this role, and let's show you what that looks like. We're going to start as Ryan. We're going to run AWS, the profile, STS assume role, and we're going to put the ARN, the resource, the Amazon resource name of break glass prod admin. And then if the permissions check out, Ryan gets these temporary credentials for that role. And essentially, Ryan can export those credentials to his own workstation and become the admin. So now we have to include Ryan and break glass prod admin in the list here and put principals with privesc paths on our checklist. Now, I mentioned that last example was a segue because what we just saw was intra-account privilege escalation using STS assume role. But you can also have cross-account privilege escalation using STS assume role. There are a couple of different ways as a penetration tester that you might be able to go from one account in AWS to another, but this is by far the one that I have found and exploited the most on penetration tests, because there are sharp edges like the :root that make things a lot more complicated than it seems. So in other words, if Adam is sitting there in the development account and he can assume an admin role in prod, well, then Adam is another admin in prod. Okay, so here is a role in prod that trusts the dev account. Lambda updater, you'll see here, trusts the 253 account dev. And so now we have to put the dev account on our diagram. And so anybody in the dev account, well, that's what the question mark is, anybody in the dev account that has STS assume role can assume the Lambda updater. So now we just have to figure out who that is. Well, here's Lambda prod updater, and they have STS assume role star. So now we have our first principal starting from dev that if they were compromised would also have admin access to prod. Not great. We also have to include any administrator in dev, because any administrator in dev automatically has STS assume role on star. And worst of all, we have to include anybody in dev that can privilege escalate on the dev side to an admin, and then they also would have a path. It would take 3 hops, but they have a path to admin and prod as well. So once again, Bob's asking, please, I hope there's a tool to help me out with this. And this is actually what I worked on as the most recent CloudFox command. CAPE is not very imaginative. It stands for Cross-Account Privilege Escalation. I should do better. But what CAPE does is it takes PMapper as a prerequisite. So you have to run PMapper and create a graph of all of your accounts that you want to analyze. So in our case, just dev and prod. Then you run AWS or CloudFox AWS CAPE and specify those accounts in your profiles.txt, and it'll glue the graphs together, right? It starts with a graph of each account, and then it makes a global graph with those STS assume role edges. Then you can run CloudFox CAPE with the TUI, which is text-based user interface, and you can get something like this. So TUI just means that it's a command line tool, but you can use tab and arrow keys to go in between the viewports and in between the rows. It's pretty cool. So in the very top viewport, what you see is the inbound paths to each account. So I've highlighted, I want to know who can get into the prod account starting from outside the prod account. The middle one is all of the paths. So here are a bunch of principals that have access to the prod account that are from the dev and the management account and other accounts. And then this bottom one just shows you how. What are the hops? So let's take a look at our 2 examples that we saw earlier. Lambda prod updater can get to Lambda admin and prod in 2 hops. Hop 1 is the cross-account hop that CAPE created, dev to prod, and hop 2 is the hop that PMapper found. Once in prod, it can get to prod admin. Now, Adam is just the same thing, except there's 3 hops, right? The first hop is the privesc on the dev side. The second hop is the cross-account hop, and the third hop is the privesc on the admin side. So hopefully Bob uses this next time he has to answer this question. But I can't move away to our next section without talking about the AWS organizations and the management account. So if you're not familiar with AWS organizations, you can create an organization by just picking one of your accounts and creating the organization. The account that you use to create the organization becomes the management account, meaning that it's kind of like the parent account and everybody else is a child account. So in this case, prod or dev are the child accounts. But the way it manages those child accounts is through an organization account access role in every account. So this goes to just to say that anybody who has administrative level access or STS assume role star permissions in the management account also has a path to production admin. So here we have the 4 principals in dev that have a path to prod. Here are the 2 principals in management that have a path to prod. And now we are up to 23 principals. Now we're still in line with what Madeline was hoping for, the 10 to 20, 1% of the company. That's not really that bad. So Bob can update his checklist and feel a little good about himself, except he gets this whopper of an email from Emily. So Emily is a staff engineer, and there's been something that's been bugging her for a while that she hasn't been able to get traction on. and that's the GitHub VI Corp info repository. So why is Emily talking about a GitHub repository when she knows that Bob is just trying to find out who has admin access to production? It has to do with infrastructure as code and pipelines or GitOps. See, the way, if you are an organization and you have hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cloud resources, you don't want to have everybody just clicking around, adding EC2 instances, adding S3 buckets manually. That's called ClickOps, and that's a practice that we're trying to get rid of. The only way you can do it effectively is using infrastructure as code, and the way it would work is if I wanted to make a new EC2 instance or a new S3 bucket in prod, I would clone the repository, I'd add my new resources as code, like Terraform, and then I would make a pull request. Hopefully there's a required approval process, somebody approves my pull request, and it gets pushed to main, and then once it gets pushed to main, my resources magically get created. Now the question is, what's the magic? How does that happen? How does GitHub have the ability to push changes into my AWS account? And that's what we're going to talk about next. So I'm going to introduce a new account called the Ops account or the Operations account. This account has a role Ops Infra Deployer. This role has a role trust policy like every other role, but in this case, we're going to notice some differences. Here, the principal is no longer AWS, it is federated. That's our first hint that we're trusting something outside of AWS using a federated identity provider. Who are we trusting? In this case, we're trusting GitHub Actions. How are we trusting them? Using OpenID Connect or OIDC. And by the way, that's what this line means also. STS assume role with web identity just means using the OIDC protocol. But the most important line of this whole policy is who we're trusting. That's the subject here. If we didn't have this line in this role trust policy, any repository in all of GitHub could assume this role if they knew the ARN for this role. That would not be good. But because we're specifying here the specific repository, and we're going even further, if you look at the very end, we're trusting only the main branch in this repository, that it makes things much more secure. Okay, so now because of this role trust policy, we have to add the GitHub repo to our diagram, and that's this hop right here. GitHub can assume the Ops Infra Deployer role, but then how does that push changes to production? Well, there's another role assumption. This is what we call role chaining. Sometimes you need this. So this is the deployment role in prod trusts the deployer role in ops. So that just creates this second chain. Okay, we have just reached an inflection point for Bob. This is the first time in our process that Bob can't use his AWS credentials to answer the question, who has administrative access to my AWS account? He has to break out his GitHub administrative credentials and go to the GitHub access control tab for this repository to know that answer. And here we can see what Emily is concerned about. The whole engineering department has admin access to this repository. So remember I was talking about how cool it would be if we had required reviews in place that one person couldn't just submit an evil change, somebody else would have to approve it? Well, if you have admin access to the repository, you can just disable that. Just disable the required reviews check, push your malicious change, enable it afterward, good to go. This is what's been bugging Emily. So also there are 500 members in this engineering group, which is a quarter of the company, so that's not great. So now, let me walk you through what that would look like if I were to compromise one of those 500 users. How would I use their access to gain administrative access? So I would go to the .github/workflows directory. This is the deployment file that I'm going to attack. This is just the top of it, and this is about halfway down. So I know you probably can't read all the lines, but the first line 30 that we have highlighted 32, that's where we're using an open source GitHub action called configure AWS credentials. The next one is, this is the role we're going to assume in the ops account. And then this is the second role assumption that we saw, how ops can get to dev. So if this were to run right now, anything that runs after this would have administrative level access in prod, right? It would be operating under the deployment role. So as an attacker, what I can do is just comment out the Terraform apply that usually happens and add 3 malicious commands in this case. This is not very stealthy, but I'm just trying to prove a point here. I could create an IAM user called backdoor. I could create an access key for that user, and then I can attach an administrator policy to that user. So that way, the next time this action runs, and I can just run it here, it would execute my commands, create the backdoor user, and then spit out the credentials in the log for me to grab and use. Now, there are much more stealthy ways to do this, but I'm, again, just trying to prove the point. So now that we know 500 people have a path to admin through GitHub, we have to update our tally again. That's a pretty big one to add. And now we have 523 principal or identities that can become administrator in AWS. Okay, so let's move over to remote access. Now, if Sally can access an EC2 instance that's running in prod that has administrative permissions, then Sally has access to administrative permissions. She could do the same thing. She could connect to the EC2 instance, create a new backdoor admin user, and then just do malicious stuff there, right? So this has been around for a while. You can use SSH keys. But what I wanted to demonstrate here is that remote access solutions like Teleport, which make this easier from the user side, make it more complicated for Bob to answer the question. Because now Bob has to break out his Teleform administrative credentials to figure out who's in this group and anybody in this group. So here's another thought experiment. Sally and everybody in this group maybe doesn't have any access to AWS credentials or roles themselves. Maybe the only way they're interacting with the cloud is through Teleport, right? They don't even care where that EC2 instance or the virtual machine is. It just happens to be in AWS prod. But any one of them, if they ran an STS get caller identity, would see that they are operating as an administrative role, and they could do nefarious things. And any attacker that compromised Sally's identity and logged into Sally's Teleport could do the same. So now we have this edge here, and we have to update our tally again. And now Bob is not ready to send an email to Madeline. He's going to reach out to a penetration tester friend, Oliver. So he says, hey, Oliver, after you initially compromise an organization in one of your pen tests or red teams, what would you do to try to gain access to an AWS account? And this is an easy one for Oliver to answer. Actually, Kevin was just here talking about SharePoint. Every penetration tester has spent a lot of their time searching for secrets in knowledge management platforms and other places, and it's the same thing in AWS. If you have IAM users, and if they have long-term credentials, they're going to put them in places they don't belong. So that's Oliver's hot tip. This is why if Jim is an administrator and he misplaces his credentials, and then Amy finds them, Amy is an administrator. And so just to recap what I just said, we have IAM principals. They can be users that have long-term credentials, and they can be roles that have short-term credentials. Now, the long-term credentials are username and password or access keys in AWS. And like I said, we find those everywhere, mostly the access keys. And the IAM roles are temporary credentials. So even if somebody misplaces them, they expire in a couple hours. Now, 5 years ago, it used to be that you had to use IAM users for some things. In fact, our GitHub Actions example, people used to use hard-coded credentials in their GitHub Actions. But these days, with federated identity providers, you can authenticate everybody and just use roles. So please, if you remember nothing else after this talk, IAM users are bad, IAM roles are good. Kill all of your IAM users. They are just a liability. And this is actually a sneak peek to the Datadog State of Cloud Security report that comes out on Monday. If you are sitting here thinking it would be really difficult to get IAM users removed from my account, just know that over 50% of the organizations have already done this. 54% of organizations are only using federated identities for their human and machine users, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so now Bob takes Oliver's advice and he searches through Confluence, which is what his company uses for knowledge management, knowledge sharing. And what does he find? he finds a replication runbook written by Jim. Maybe it was a month ago, maybe it was a year ago, right? With Jim's credentials just sitting there in that runbook. Oops. You know, I don't even blame Jim though, right? Like, if there were no IAM users with access keys, this wouldn't even be possible. So now the question is, well, who has access to this runbook? Everybody in the company, right? This page is accessible by everybody in the company, so now we have reached Madeleine's worst nightmare scenario, Bob's worst nightmare scenario, and we have to update our tally and say that if anybody at this company were compromised, the attacker did just this, looked through Confluence and found that key, the attacker would be able to perform a ransomware attack on this organization. And there are attackers that are doing this right now, Scattered Spider being one of them. So here is Bob writing an email to Madeleine. It's a pretty rough email, but Bob is no dummy. He's going to start with some positive news. He's glad that we went through the exercise, right? Because in doing the exercise, he found out that the assumptions were incorrect. Things were much worse than they thought. They found hard-coded credentials in Confluence that everybody could access. But here's where Bob did two things really, really well. He didn't just delete the Confluence page. He deactivated the key, right? A lot of people's first thought is to just delete the page, but what about older versions of that page? What about somebody who made a PDF copy of that page and has it on their laptop? The other thing that he did really well is he looked through the logs and he tried to say, okay, for any action that used Jim's access key, what IP addresses did it come from? And luckily, in this case, they all came from Jim's machine. The next thing that Bob has to disclose or share is the overly permissive GitHub access. But here's another one that luckily he was able to solve. Emily is singing and dancing somewhere because this is finally resolved. All of engineering is no longer admin level access to that repository. So now he's left with 73 users that still have a path to admin, which is worse than we wanted, but not that bad. But he has an action plan for these last two. So time for Bob to update his checklist for next time. He should be identifying the third-party identities that have access via role assumption. He needs to include identities from third parties with remote access. He needs to include identities with access to shared credentials. Once again, if he gets rid of IAM users, he can just remove this line. He never has to do this check again. And so what did Bob learn? Well, hopefully he learned don't use IAM users. Hopefully, he learned that federated identities are great, but if he wants to be able to answer this question more quickly in the future, he has to have a way to incorporate the identity providers to automate getting that data back so that he can answer it more quickly. And then lastly, Bob has learned that he needs to scrutinize those cross-account role trusts, especially the ones that are trusting high trust accounts like prod. The roles in prod that are trusting lower trust accounts like dev, those should be scrutinized very carefully. So with that, I'd just like to share that if you are into cloud security, we have a brand new security newsletter. I think we're going to release our third issue next week. It's a monthly newsletter, and it focuses on cloud security articles from the larger community, cloud security articles from my colleagues on the security teams, and it also talks about our really cool security products, updates, and features. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions, and thank you all for coming.
Awesome talk, Seth. Thank you. Question on the infrastructure side for the deployment part. So we see here that was set up to have a GitHub workflow that was given the ability to then access the account. What are your thoughts on having that be flipped around and having some, I'm not trying to advocate for AWS code pipeline because we all know the challenges with those things, but what's the thoughts about advocating where that maybe instead clones the repo and then runs it there? Obviously, you can still maybe compromise the code, but do you think that would help in that kind of case? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, no, it makes sense what you're asking. I haven't given it much thought. If it's still cloning the repo and somebody has the ability to implant malicious things, there's still potentially a way, right? But yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's kind of back to my firewall reference, right? It used to be don't allow low trust to connect to high trust, pull from high trust into low trust. So yeah, I just haven't given it much thought, but thanks for the question. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you all very much for coming.
right. We are heading towards the end of the day here, and we have no better time to have an amazing talk from an amazing person who taught one of our workshops yesterday. So if you had a chance to check out some of that reverse engineering, you're going to get more from that individual here in just a moment. So quick housekeeping notes. You are in track 1, so if you're not supposed to be in track 1, you're in the wrong place. But if you do have questions at the end of the talk, microphones right there, please use them, because we want to hear your voice, we want to hear your questions, and we want to make sure that your questions get answered. But that's about enough from me, right? You're here to hear a speaker. So it is my great pleasure to introduce someone who's been very involved with BSides Orlando for a number of years. Hahna Latonick, who is the Director of Cybersecurity Research for Dark Wolf Solutions. Everyone, Hahna Latonick.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone enjoying BSides Orlando? Woo woo! Got a little woos in the back? Excellent. Thank you for attending my talk. I'm Hahna Latonick, and I will be presenting a guide for mastering Android security research. So you're probably wondering, who am I, and why should you listen to me? Well, I currently serve as the Director of Security Research at Dark Wolf Solutions. This is a technology firm that provides cybersecurity, software DevSecOps, and digital transformation services in support of federal and commercial customers. I currently serve as the Director of Security Research, where my team focuses on finding zero-day vulnerabilities in a variety of technologies, including mobile devices and applications, specifically within Android. I've been working across the defense industry for the past 18 years, specializing in both offensive and defensive cyber for the Department of Defense and several defense contracting companies. I've also served as a cybersecurity subject matter expert for several national media outlets, including Fox Business News, ABC, and more. When I'm not working or presenting at conferences, I love participating in capture the flag competitions. Some of my most notable achievements include coming in 3rd place at the most recent DEF CON RFCTF, tying for 1st place in last year's DEF CON IoT CTF, as well as back in 2014, my first ever DEF CON CTF in Vegas, where we competed in the main stage CTF event, coming in 6th place. I also hold several cybersecurity certifications, including my CISSP, CEH, and I'm the first ever certified Android exploit developer issued by Mobile Hacking Lab. Lastly, I hold a bachelor's and master's in computer engineering, along with a mathematics minor. But enough about me. Let's talk about how you can get started in conducting Android security research. We're going to cover a lot in these 45 minutes. First, we're going to provide an introduction to Android so that we all have a familiarity with what it entails. Then we're going to go into our methodology for conducting Android security research and the different steps to follow. We'll discuss how to set up your own lab environment at home, and then we'll dive into the 7-stage process of conducting reconnaissance to become familiar with your target, how to conduct static and dynamic analysis in order to discover vulnerabilities, and how you can automate and scale that process using fuzzing. And then we'll also touch upon different types of exploit mitigations or security protections that you may need to be aware of so that you can successfully exploit that vulnerability to demonstrate its severity. Every day, we are interacting with or surrounded by Android technologies. Android consists of roughly 72% of the global market share for mobile operating systems. Also, there are at least 3 billion Android devices that are presently being used worldwide. Given how immersed Android devices are within our everyday lives, it's important for us to understand the landscape of Android-based vulnerabilities and their security weaknesses and the security risks that they pose. So if you're not familiar with Android, it's an open source Linux-based operating system that supports a variety of devices and use cases. Given that it's open source, its documentation and source code is available through the Android Open Source Project, also known as AOSP. And the Android software stack consists of a variety of components. What I'll point out is there's the Java API framework. This provides a set of Java APIs that developers use to develop their Android applications. There's also the native C and C++ libraries. These are going to provide additional key functionalities, such as multimedia support, as well as graphics rendering. And it also includes the Linux kernel, which is going to provide core system services, such as memory management, process management, networking, and security. When you're developing Android applications, developers typically will utilize Kotlin, Java, or even C++. Once the code is compiled, it's compiled into an Android package kit, also known as an APK, or it might also be deployed as an Android app bundle or an AAB. Since Android 9, Android has implemented security sandboxes for their applications so that their operations are isolated and they only access the resources, components, and data that they need for their operations. Android applications consist of 4 main components. You have activities, services, broadcasts, as well as content providers. Activities are going to be handling your user interactions as well as handling any screen activities. So for services, they often run background tasks, even if a user is not actively using the application. Broadcasts are simply receivers that are listening to and responding to system-wide events. And then our content providers are helping to manage and share data between different applications. Android uses intents as a communication mechanism within and between different Android applications. These intents help to start activities, services, as well as broadcast receivers. For activities and services, these intents are going to define actions that are to be performed. As well as for broadcast receivers, the intents are going to define the broadcast announcement. So let's talk a bit more about the Android package kit, or the APK, right? This is essentially the app that is going to be running on your device. It consists of an Android manifest file, which is going to declare and define the app's components, such as the activities and services it's going to be using, what permissions it's requesting, the hardware requirements, as well as any API libraries that it's going to use for its operations. The APK also includes additional data, such as resources. This may be audio files, images, video files, anything that's going to relate or support the app's visual presentation. What's great about resources is that they are stored separately from the source code. And this enables developers to customize their app for different devices without actually needing to modify the source code directly. When it comes to Android security, Android is making significant strides to provide the most safe and secure operating system to their user. And they do this by providing a variety of security features. We've talked about, for example, the application sandbox, to isolate and contain the operations of that application. They also provide application signing. That way, it can verify the integrity of the application so that it's not executing software that may have been modified unintentionally or with unauthorized modification. Android also provides a security bulletin. They are very transparent about the security vulnerabilities that have been reported, as well as what possible fixes to implement. So they're very active in providing remediation guidance so that if a vulnerability is reported, you can address the issue immediately. Android also provides several and well-detailed documents about their security model, their upcoming security feature roadmap, so that you can understand what's coming down the pipeline. And this is very important to understand what their security model is when conducting Android security research. I also want to point out the importance of reviewing the OWASP Mobile Top 10 risks, which also highlight critical threats to mobile devices, mobile applications, and the mobile ecosystem as a whole. As we were conducting our Android security research, we discovered that most of the common popular tools that were being used were obsolete and no longer maintained. We also discovered a void throughout the industry where there's just a lack of documentation about conducting Android security research. And so we decided to fill that void by creating the Android Security Research Playbook. This is a getting started guide for how to properly conduct Android security research with the most modern tools that are publicly available so that you can just hit the ground running rather than wasting your time using tools that are ineffective against modern Android targets. We've open sourced this on GitHub, and don't worry, we will provide links at the end for you to access this. And we also developed a dedicated website so that you can easily access it on the go. And our goal with I call it the ASRP for short, but the Android Security Research Playbook, is so that it can provide recommendations throughout your research so that if you get stuck, you have other options to consider. Also, if you're completely new to conducting Android security research, we want to position you for success. Also, I want to note that the ASRP isn't all-inclusive of every single tool, technique, or method that's out there. And we're also looking forward to putting out an updated version in the coming months because technology is always evolving. So what exactly does our ASRP methodology involve? This is the 7-stage process, which we're going to go into in greater detail throughout this presentation, starting with reconnaissance, conducting static and dynamic analysis, identifying different vulnerability classes and how you can do that at scale, and then how to overcome any security protections that might be implemented by the application or the system itself so that you can demonstrate what unintended effects may occur when that vulnerability is triggered. But first, it's important to set up your home lab, right? We recommend using emulation software. That way, you don't destroy your own Android device, right? You don't want to corrupt the data that's on it or get into a weird non-operational state. So we recommend using emulation software such as Genymotion, Android Studio, or Corellium. Each of these types of emulation software products can either be used locally on your device or via a cloud platform. Some of them are also free. Others provide a subscription with more advanced features. We also recommend using virtualization software. So instead of conducting your security research directly on your host machine, if something goes wrong, you don't want to brick your own computer, right? We recommend working in a virtual environment that you can then interact with the emulated device. For example, I use Ubuntu 22.04 within VMware Workstation Pro that allows me to interact with my emulated Android device via Genymotion. There's also VirtualBox, which is another free virtualization software that you can utilize as well. So you have your lab set up. You're now ready to conduct your journey of Android security research. The first stage is conducting reconnaissance to research and understand your target in different ways before you begin to interact with it to investigate it for potential vulnerabilities. So first, you're going to gather open source resources. Going to the vendor's website, for example, to see is there any technical documentation, user guides, if there's a wiki providing additional information about the device. Do they have a support page that talks about any particular issues? Also, if there's any blogs that are discussing your target application. These are all very useful resources that you can gather to start painting a picture of how your target application works. We also recommend researching the target history. And what we mean by this is looking at, for example, the change log of the application. When was it first created? How has its design and implementation changed over the years or over time? What new features have been introduced? Because this is going to give you a good idea if the developers are following secure coding best practice, if they're security conscious and are implementing security mechanisms to make their application safe and secure to use. But also, you can start to see how the complexity of the app may change as well. We also recommend recording known CVEs. So sometimes the vendor is going to have a bug tracker that will list the different vulnerabilities that have been reported. There might be vulnerabilities that have been recorded in the National Vulnerability Database that you can research as well. And this is going to give you an idea of how vulnerable this app is, what type of attack vectors that security researchers are looking into to see if there's a particular area of the app that seems to be commonly vulnerable. But also, are there other areas of the app that people haven't been investigating that may include security vulnerabilities, weaknesses, or potentially software bugs as well? Next, we recommend, given all the research you've done so far, list out the target features, right? Is it ingesting any user data? Is it using any photos, videos? Is it allowing you to communicate to a web server? Does it connect out to the internet? All of these different features can serve as attack vectors that you can investigate for potential vulnerabilities and gives you an understanding of the entire attack surface of your application. And then lastly, the next step is to find the APK sources. What we mean by this is how do you actually obtain the application? Whether it's going to the Google Play Store, whether it's going to the vendor's website to download the app, or even going to a third-party vendor site such as APK Mirror in order to obtain the APK for the next stage of the process. So that brings us to static analysis. This is when you're examining software without running it yet. And we utilize a variety of different tools to conduct the static analysis process. And we're going to go into each of these. First, we want to understand the APK's design and compiler using a tool called APK ID. For example, we can identify if there's any anti-virtual machine mechanisms or checks that are implemented that may prevent us from running the application in an emulated or virtual environment. We also want to know if there's any anti-debugging checks that are implemented in the application, which could prevent us from actively debugging the application during runtime, or if there's any anti-disassembly checks and mechanisms that are implemented that could potentially prevent us from reverse engineering the application. And so by running this tool, we can immediately see what exploit mitigations are baked into the app that we may need to overcome, and also lets us know how secure this app was developed. Next, we want to decompress and decode the APK using APK tool. Essentially, an APK is a compressed archive, right? Once we unpack it, we can then get access to its Android manifest file and see what services and components are defined. We can also see what resources are bundled within the APK. But what's great about APK tool is that it performs a process called backsmollying, where we have the compiled Java bytecode, and we want to be able to convert that into a human-readable representation called Smolly. Smolly essentially is an assembly-like language that is much easier to analyze and interpret compared to the raw bytecode. We can also decompile the APK using Haddix. If you're familiar with the Ghidra decompiler, which will lift the disassembly to a high-level C-like language pseudocode, Haddix does the same thing, but for Java. So we can essentially recover a close representation of the original source code, which is also much easier to examine and understand compared to the Smolly representation or even the raw bytecode. We can also import the APK into Android Studio. This is their IDE for developing Android applications, where we can better examine the file structure of the APK, and we can use more advanced features such as cross-references, for example, and using the IDE features that we normally would as developers. Next, we want to analyze the APK's library files using the Mobile Security Framework, also known as MobSF. This allows us to understand what security mechanisms were enabled for the shared library. For example, does it have no execute or execute never enabled, which can prevent code from executing in non-executable regions of memory? We can also see if there's any stack canaries that are present as well. We can take it a step further by reverse engineering the library files using Ghidra. This allows us to analyze the binary for potential vulnerabilities. We can see how it's interacting with the Java APK and what additional functionality it's providing. Shared libraries are very interesting because although they extend the functionality of an APK, of an Android app, they also expand the attack surface. So this is definitely an area that we want to further investigate for our Android security research. Once we've conducted static analysis, we can then proceed with dynamic analysis, where we're examining the applications while it is running. So we want to better understand the runtime behavior of our Android app. And here are a variety of tools that we recommend using that are still effective against modern Android applications. So let's go into each of these. First, I can utilize ADB, that's the Android debug bridge. It's very similar to GDB, which is the GNU debugger, or WinDebug, which is the Windows debugger. And I can use that to connect to my emulated device, say in Genymotion. So I want to make sure I install ADB and use it to connect to my emulated Android device. Next, we're going to install the Frida server. This is going to allow us to interact with our Android app and gain greater introspection into its runtime behavior. For example, I can hook into a particular function that it's executing. I can modify its behavior, or even potentially run scripts that allow me to dump memory as well. Once I have my ADB installed and Frida server, next I'm going to actually install my target APK using ADB install. In this example, we have the Diva app. This is the Damn Insecure and Vulnerable application, which is a great target app to start with in learning how to conduct Android security research, as it provides a variety of different security challenges that you can solve. Next, we can use objection to examine the runtime behavior of our APK. Objection also utilizes Frida under the hood, where we can immediately enumerate the classes and methods that are currently running within our application. We can hook into it to perform additional functionality, as well as dump memory using objection. Another tool that I enjoy using is the Runtime Mobile Security, that's RMS. This allows us to perform real-time monitoring, where as I'm interacting with my application, I can actually see in real time what classes or methods are being invoked. So if there's a particular feature or area of our application that I want to dive deeper into, rather than trying to reverse engineer everything, I can just click on the feature of interest and see exactly what gets invoked in real time. And that's going to let me know the potential code path or attack vector that I should be focusing my attention on. We can also debug the application with GDB and GDB server. This allows us to perform more low-level reverse engineering and dynamic analysis, where I can look at the register state of the application at a certain point in runtime. If I'm developing a proof of concept, such as a simple exploit for a vulnerability, and I want to make sure that it's working properly, I can verify that using GDB. Also, if I have a target application that connects out to the internet that might be communicating with a web server, I can use Burp Suite Proxy in order to monitor and capture any web traffic and network traffic as well. So if I'm curious what data is being collected by the application, I can use Burp Suite Proxy to further investigate that. Here's the fun part. I like finding vulnerabilities, and there's a ton of vulnerabilities out there that you can look for. We only have 45 minutes, so we can't cover everything, but here are some of the key common vulnerability classes that we often look for in mobile applications as well as other targets. The first is a buffer overflow. Imagine you have a bucket of water and you fill it up to the rim. Well, if you add any more water, it's going to spill over and potentially ruin anything that's around it. It's very similar to a buffer overflow. This occurs when you allocate memory of a certain size, and when you write more data to it than expected, it's going to essentially create a buffer overflow, and it can corrupt the data, the adjacent data that's around that buffer. And so with buffer overflows, these can lead to a variety of different cyber effects and can be quite dangerous when they occur. We also have an integer overflow. You can think of this as the odometer in your car, right? Once you go over the final number of the odometer, it's going to roll over to 0. That's essentially what an integer overflow is, where you pretty much have a value that when you perform an arithmetic sequence to it, let's say I add 1 to an 8-bit integer, the maximum value is 255. Instead of it being 256, it rolls over or overflows back to 0. And this can lead to different cyber effects as well that are unintended. We also have a write, what, where vulnerability, which essentially allows an attacker to perform an arbitrary write to an attacker-controlled memory region. Essentially, the attacker can write whatever they want to wherever they want on your system. For example, they can write their own shellcode to a region of memory and then eventually jump to that location to execute their exploit. And a write, what, where vulnerability often occurs due to memory corruption issues. Next, we have a use after free. This is an attempt to access memory that has already been freed. Oftentimes, in an application, it's going to be allocating memory using malloc, freeing those memory regions using free. And so if you have a pointer, you use it, you free it, and then you try to read from or write to that same pointer again, that is what's called a use after free vulnerability and can lead to unintended effects. We also have format string bugs or vulnerabilities where user input can be utilized as a format string specifier for any format output functions such as printf, sprintf, and so on. Essentially, I can provide a format specifier such as %x to read from memory, or even more dangerous, provide %n as a user input, which allows me to write to memory as well. Next, we have an information leak. This is also known as a memory leak, in which it's an unintended exposure of data. If you remember the Heartbleed vulnerability where you could send it a request and then it would respond back with 65,000 bytes, regardless of the request that you had sent it. And that is a massive information leak. We had mentioned earlier the shared libraries, which again expand the attack surface of the application. And it can also introduce vulnerabilities as well. It's very common to use third-party software or third-party libraries into an application without really knowing how secure that library is. And then lastly, we have input validation. This is oftentimes programs may not properly validate user input. And this can cause the program to behave in unintended ways. For the most part of most of the top vulnerabilities that are reported, input validation issues continues to be at the top of that list. And if you remember the classic XKCD comic of Jobby-Bop tables, that is an example of poor input validation. We'll take a moment here to talk about fuzzing. When you're conducting vulnerability discovery, it can be a very manual, time and labor-intensive process. So we want to be able to automatically identify these vulnerabilities at scale. And the way that we do this is by performing fuzzing, where we are going to send crafted input to our target and then monitor how it behaves and responds to that input with the goal of it eventually crashing. And if it crashes, it's an indication that the application possibly made assumptions about the input that was provided, or it did not properly handle the user input that was sent. A great way of getting started with fuzzing is by running a mutational fuzzer called AFL. The new one is called AFL++, which is actively maintained and has great documentation and tutorials of how you can fuzz your target applications. Next, we're going to talk about exploit mitigations and security protections and how to bypass them. So on ARM, there's a security mechanism called execute never. On Linux, this is known as no execute, and on Windows, it's known as the data execution prevention, where essentially it's marking certain areas of memory as non-executable. Therefore, it's going to prevent the execution of code in those specific memory regions. This has prevented attackers from writing their shell code to wherever they want, such as the stack, that they could easily execute. However, we can bypass this using ROP, known as the return-oriented programming, where we can control the return sequences of our application and eventually lead or jump to our shellcode. There's also the address space layout randomization, known as ASLR, and this is going to randomize the memory addresses of a process. Oftentimes, when ASLR is disabled, the memory segments of an application are going to be fixed. But if it's randomized, it's going to make it harder for attackers to be able to predict where a vulnerable function exists. However, we can bypass ASLR using information leaks, which is going to provide us insight into where things are located at runtime. We also have anti-debugging mechanisms that make it harder for us to perform dynamic analysis. So we may not be able to use Frida. We may not be able to use GDB, for example. But we can bypass this by hooking functions, performing binary patching, or even potentially renaming the files that it's checking. We also have anti-reversing mechanisms where they want to make our job harder to conduct static analysis or reverse engineering. However, we can apply deobfuscation techniques if in a scenario where an app is heavily obfuscated because they don't want us to know how it's been implemented and how it's been designed. We also have anti-VM mechanisms that's going to prevent us from executing or operating our target app in a virtualized environment. The ways in which we can bypass this is potentially modifying the build checks, especially those that are defined in the build prop file. Or we can hook appropriate APIs and functions using Frida. Lastly, we have root detection. Oftentimes, applications are going to check if they're running on a rooted device. And what it means to root your device is that you're going to remove software restrictions that allow you to escalate your privileges. With that, we can actually run Frida root detection scripts to bypass these checks. We can hook functions that are checking for root, or we can actually patch the APK as well. Lastly, let's talk about common types of exploitation attacks that can occur for Android applications. Oftentimes, you may need to enter a PIN to access your Android device, or an application may require a PIN before you can use it to access sensitive information, or maybe even just to access your photos, for example. But there are ways in which we can perform pin lock defeats, where we can use Frida to brute force the pin and eventually get in. We can also perform local privilege escalation. As a standard user, you oftentimes have a restricted set of privileges as far as what you can read, write, and execute. So the goal with local privilege escalation is to obtain root, where you have the highest privilege on the device. So therefore, you can read, write, as well as execute any data on the system. There's also remote code execution, where instead of having direct local access to the application or Android device, you want to be able to execute code remotely. So I can say, send an exploit, it'll install a reverse shell that will call back to my attacker machine, for example, and then I can issue arbitrary commands remotely. And there's been an emerging trend of zero-click exploitation. Traditionally, when an application or system is being exploited, it requires some sort of user interaction, whether it's clicking on a link, downloading a file. But with zero-click exploitation, it doesn't require any user interaction at all. Pretty much, you point and shoot, and then once the application or system receives what you've sent, it automatically proceeds in exploiting the device and performing the desired effect. So, in conclusion, we've provided a getting started guide for conducting Android security research. If you're interested in learning more, highly recommend checking out our ASRP on GitHub, which you can access via this QR code behind me, as well as checking out our dedicated website. If you don't trust the 2 QR codes, we also specify the URLs as well. You can go to asrp.darkwolf.io, as well as check out our GitHub repo, Dark Wolf Labs, where you can access our different playbooks as well. So with that, I appreciate your time. If you do have any questions, I will be available towards the end. Dark Wolf, we're also serving as a sponsor, so you can find us in the sponsor lounge as well. Again, I appreciate your time, and keep being awesome. Take care.
Woo! Thank you. That was awesome. So I got to tell you, a bunch of us backstage as we're working and doing stuff, we're like, we can't wait to rewatch this talk when we can pay attention, because it was amazing. That was awesome. So thank you, everyone. Hahna, Kane, Latonick. Wonderful. So we are about at the end of this wonderful experience. So if there's anything you need to do, you better go do it now, because in about 15 minutes, we're coming back here to do closing ceremonies. So if you got CTF flags to get them in now. If you're searching for RFID foxes, do it now, because in 15 minutes, we'll be back up here letting you know who won all the contests and giving you a little bit of information on how things went down. So see you in about 15 minutes for closing ceremonies. that energy at the end of the day. That is wonderful. So let me go back here because, there we go. Cool. Excellent. I would say welcome, but it's kind of a good guy, but welcome to the closing ceremonies of BSides Orlando. Did everyone have a good time today? Yes? Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. We had a wonderful time throwing this for you, and we're so glad that you stuck around for closing ceremonies. Now, before we get started too far, I do want to remind folks, where are our volunteers taking raffle tickets? Raise your hands in the back. Where are you? Oh, they're up there. There they are. Yeah, so they're up front now. So if you did not put your raffle tickets in the hat, put your raffle tickets in the hat. I see it blinking, by the way. So I put your raffle tickets in the hat, and we'll go from there. So we're going to do a raffle here in a couple moments. But before we do that, I would like to call to the stage the president of BSides Orlando, Tabitha DiDomenico. Please come to the stage. So Tabitha and I are going to take you through a little bit of what's going on here. So I'm going to start with this slide. And we didn't talk about this morning because we were in a rush. But if you experience any hiccups, glitches, or whatnot, but to be perfectly honest, I'm terrified to drive home because I think we've used all our luck at this point. But it's hard to forget, we have had 2 hurricanes and a dock workers strike in the last couple weeks. Now, why does the dock workers strike matter, right? The dock workers strike matters a lot because we're having some HDMI issues up here. Yeah, if you want to futz with that down there while we're talking, that's fine. Hurricanes disrupting ports shutting down, which means things like, and while we're doing this, I'll vamp a little bit, things like this, and I'm going to jump to this story while we're figuring this out. Your badges. Show a hand. Well, I guess, how do we want to do this? Raise your hand if you think we had these badges here last week. Yeah, you kind of know where this is going, right? Raise your hand if you think they were here the day before yesterday. You're wrong. Raise your hand if you think they arrived at 4:45 p.m. by DHL yesterday. Congratulations, winners! Yeah. So these are really cool. We'll talk about these for a minute while they're figuring this out here. This is a new process from PCBWay, and the badge team did just a phenomenal job. This is the first time I've ever seen full color printing. It's a full color UV process, which I am excited to see what the Badge Life people do with this new capability, right? I think the Badge Life crowd, it's going to be completely off the chain. Are we good? Stable-ish, maybe? No? Hey, look at that. Woo, everyone. Yay, we got video back. Very good. So yeah, it's hard to forget, hard to remember. In the last 2 weeks, I had 2 hurricanes. We had no backup speakers. Even though we had backup speakers, we used them all up because people were affected by the storm and are dealing with it. So please do continue to keep those people in your thoughts, help where you can, and keep in mind that there's still a lot of people, even though we're here having a great time, cleaning up their homes and dealing with everything they needed to do. So, thank you for all of you for being here, and thank you for the staff as well for just pulling off a miracle. So let me get a clap for that. Very good. And Tabitha, why don't you take us through some adventure stats?
Sure thing. I love nerd numbers. This is one of my favorite things to find out is how other conferences are run. So I thought I'd give you guys a peek behind the curtains at BSides Orlando. So we'll start at the top. Total tickets sold between yesterday and today, 1,146. This is a first for BSides Orlando, where we have broken over 1,000 attendees over the course of 2 days that were at least planning to attend our conference, hurricanes notwithstanding. Our CFP submissions this year were also off the charts, and it wasn't like people were just phoning it in. It was quality content, which I'm sure you've seen after today's presentations. We had an incredible 112 submissions to our CFP this year. I hope to see yours next. CTF teams participating in the Sunshine CTF is 489. Individuals competing, 1,014. Flags captured, 1,448. So of those 112 CFP submissions, 35 speakers resulted, and that includes workshop instructors. Quite a competitive field out there. Somebody could probably do the percentage of that acceptance in their heads faster than I can. So, volunteers. This includes our senior staff and board members, but we ran at 75 volunteers to make this conference happen over the course of 2 days and all of the many months planning. Code of conduct violations, thank you all. Thank you for behaving so well, and I want to share just a quick story. So we had the folks that run the Jet Fuel Cafe here provide coffee service this year. And when I was reaching out to them, Karen, who runs it, went on and on about how incredibly kind the BSides Orlando attendees were and how delighted she would be to provide us coffee service. And when I closed out today, she reiterated it. She was absolutely delighted with how everybody was so gracious and kind when they went to get coffee today and so complimentary of it. So thank you all for being on your very best behavior at Full Sail, our hosts.
We covered the badges.
Yeah,
so.
we covered the badges, so whew.
Yeah, that was poor Jose and Sean were in the staff room over there, sweating bullets, watching the DHL go. Okay, it's in Orlando. Okay, is it that? Can we go get it? Can we get it? Anyway, it's great. So let's talk a little bit again. Just remind folks of our amazing sponsors. This does not happen without them. Between the ticket sales and our sponsors, this is what lets us do all this really cool stuff here. So again, thank you to Full Sail University, Advent Health, Ironwood Cyber. Let's give them a clap. They're our diamond sponsors. Very good. Got our platinum sponsors. You just keep clapping. Lockheed Martin, Fortress, ThreatLocker, Gold, Dark Wolf Solutions, ICR, Silver, Black Hills Information Security, G Research and GuidePoint, the company I work for, I should know how to say that, Hack5, Rot 13 Labs, Modus Crick, E11, Red Team, No Bandwidth, Jolly Media, Tech Squad. There we go. I just did that so it'd keep me going, because I'm like, I can't keep them clapping, talk faster. So, at this point, Tabitha's going to take you through here. We've got our Sunshine CTF winners, but we'd like to invite to the stage. Where's Hella Thumper and the team? Let's bring them up. Yep, there we are. So they're going to come up and talk just real quick about the CTF and announce the winners. So guys, I've got the scoreboard on the next slide, but I've got the winner blocked out. If you want me to pull it up, you can speak to it.
All right. Sounds good. Well, this year we had one of our largest Sunshine CTF years to date. I think as we brought up the stats earlier, we had thousands of players playing across the world. Last I saw, we had teams from Singapore and Morocco leading the leaderboard. I do want to announce real quick, we do have a prize for our in-person winners. In order to match, I couldn't match Ian's beard, sorry, we can't really give that away. But he had a really nice bag, and I'm like, you know what? The winners deserve a matching really nice bag. So we have a really nice canvas bag matched with, I think it has a little bag inside of it as well. We got bags inside bags, as well as some stickers and a few other pieces of swag that was added in. And so.
You want to do the top three, and then we'll do a drum roll for the number one? Oh, we get the top three. We got S. Go ahead.
So I guess a little bit, I think, slight miscommunication.
Oh, sorry.
Number one there is, I believe, in Singapore or Morocco.
Okay.
So, Morocco.
Okay.
So, based upon the looking up of these guys and seeing who is in person, I do want to announce the in-person winner.
Okay. So the next slide is going to be the one that you sent, just so you know. So this is Singapore, the next one? All right, the person who's blocked out?
I'm just going to announce it, and we're going to
go ahead. I'm going to put that up there, and then we'll explain why.
Not that one.
Not that one. All right.
FPUSec.
FPUSec, where are you?
And then...
What are you talking about? That was fine the whole
I'll go ahead
time.
and give you the bag because there's actually a secret something else that at the last second we heard was being added.
It's true. This is brand new to BSides Orlando.
We thought we had a cool prize. It turns out that BSides decided to donate another cool prize. So, y'all are going to have to decide how to hand this out. But
All right.
3 of you will be receiving BSides Orlando black badges.
Yeah. First year.
Oh, sorry, 4 black badges. Y'all are gonna have to decide how to hand these out and just get to the BSides organizers who exactly gets them. But
excellent.
Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations, FPUSEC. And was the team that we had up there before, that was the offsite winner?
Everybody above that is offsite. So
okay.
FPUSEC is the top on-site team.
Wonderful.
We will be continuing Sunshine CTF until 10 a.m. Monday morning, so feel free to join online. We definitely have teams from all over the world competing, so they would really enjoy being able to compete with y'all. We'll see you all next year. Oh, and I do want to call out, we do want to thank everybody who created and helped to build Sunshine TTF this year. We had an amazing number of CTF challenge contributors, as well as challenges submitted by ICR and Dark Wolf Security. I also want to make sure to call out that the remote players will be receiving a prize from ICR Security. We'll be announcing that on Discord for the remote teams.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. CTF winners. Next up to the stage, if we could get our RFID leads, I think for the RFID Fox Hunt. Oh, there they come. Wonderful. Yeah, we couldn't find Colt, so he'll have to award that, sorry. We're looking for this one, correct? And then I've got another slide with your top on it. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that RFID? Oh, we got 2 mics now. Look at that. We just got mics for days.
We fancy.
Sweet. Awesome. I'm just going to hand it off there. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about your contest.
We built an, I think this is the first time ever, I've never seen it before. It's an RFID CTF, which revolves on low frequency and high frequency access controls, like the ones that you see outside of buildings for you to badge in and to go in. So we had a total of 6 fully built access control systems with a total of 23 flags. And we had about 12, 13 people competing, so yeah.
All right. Want to give us a rundown of the 4th, 3rd, and 2nd? I'll give you the top one to bring up.
Yes, so for the top 4 players in 4th, we have Norway 1 with a total of 795 points. In 3rd, we have Southwick Creedy 07 with 925. In 2nd, we have XX Shotter with the 1,010 points. And one winner, one only, that actually did every single one of the flags in the challenge with a total of 1,225 points. So I actually have prizes. So the first winner, Sebastian, if you can come up, please.
Yeah, Sebastian, come up to the stage if you're here and can. Back there. Come on up.
Congrats.
Excellent.
So first prize is actually taken with them. Proxmark, easy. So
Ooh,
congrats.
Nice. Very nice. No, we're not done with you. Come back, Sebastian. Sebastian.
Come back.
So I wanted to say as well, this is our first year really having contests at BSides Orlando, and I want to appreciate and take a moment to thank you for putting your heart into this and really contributing just an amazing contest that everybody embraced. And since it's our first year doing it and first year doing black badges, here you go.
Black badge.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
And he's going to go walk off the stage, and guess what? We're actually not done. Panda, where are you? Can you stand up for me? You just stand up and point yourself out. Panda, where are you?
Are we looking for?
Is there a panda? Panda?
Hahna?
No? Okay. Oh, they're backstage in the green room. There they are.
Oh,
Perfect. Panda over here. Come on up. Panda offered something to us that we'd like to give to this individual as well. So could you just grab the mic there and tell them what you got?
2 tickets for Hack RedCon up in Louisville. Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. So 2 tickets to Hack RedCon up in Louisville. If you can make it, great, but they are also transferable. Yeah. So you two coordinate, get those pushed off there. Yeah, last minute, and that's all you get.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. So, thank you for it.
You can walk away now.
Okay, you got...
Yes, I have 3 prizes, actually.
Okay.
So, for second, we actually have the covered instruments. Forgot the name of it. They just released it a week ago. No, it's not the Scorpion. It's the Reaper set from Covered Instruments. So for the second player, Excess Shotter, please come up.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. Congratulations. And then for third prize, we actually have a Google Security Titan key. So third player, can you please come up?
You in the house. Seth ready. Your name is up there. If you're here, come up. Okay.
Going 1, going twice. All right, just raffle it.
Raffle? Hey, why don't we do it to your 4th? Is your... Oh, okay, fair enough. So we'll put it in the raffle. All right, great. Awesome. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So we got a Titan security key that'll go into the raffle as well. Oh, speaking of which, a raffle. Tabitha.
We need Rob with the bucket of raffles.
Bring me the raffle bucket.
And if you haven't gotten your raffle tickets in, final call.
This is your final call. If you got raffle tickets, stick your hand up and we'll send, I was going to say child labor, but he's 19 now.
Do you want to come up and...
The folks going around gathering the raffle tickets are children of some of the board members. But is an adult child now, but I knew them when they were young. So I'm like, oh gosh, I've got to treat you and charge you as an adult. No.
Let's do the Career Village stuff first and give we're going to pull the Career Village raffle first and give you another moment to get your yellow ticket into the pith hat, walking around the floor here.
Okay. That way there's no, see, I'm going to pull, I'm looking. Hold on, there we go.
Let me get the prize.
Okay. This is for the Career Village raffle ticket. 060 265. 060 265 060 265 060 060 265 going once, twice. 060 265. Oh, there it is! Oh, I was literally about to like. Wonderful. Oh, that's so pretty. Let me guess, I did this?
Of course I did.
Yeah. Wonderful. So come on up. This is very nice. You were that close too. I was about to go going once, going twice. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh, wait. It's like 265. 265. I'm gonna let you have it. Go ahead. That's fine. Excellent. So it's a wonderful basket. There, very good, very good. So it's a wonderful basket put together with some a wonderful Career Village stuff and BSides Orlando swag. So coming up next, what are we doing? Everyone's raffle tickets in. We got the swag raffle bucket coming. Get out! That is so cool. Okay. All right. So, our next raffle, why don't you tell them what it is? I'll pull it. You pull, you talk.
So, one of our BSides staff members participates in the
big Mersenne prime search and found the largest prime number yet to be discovered and confirmed, got the prime number printed, and autographed it. So you get a copy of the world's largest known prime number autographed.
Very good. All right. Okay. All right, we ready? I should just, it's 3.14, no, yeah. Anyway, 756, 549. 756, 549. Oh, I got a winner! Excellent! All right, let's see you to it. Oh, I'll shake your hand too. Let's see you to it. Go ahead. Excellent. Wonderful. Okay, what's our next one, Rob?
Let's see. What do we got? We got a stack of hacker boxes.
Stack of hacker boxes? What? A stack of hacker boxes for 756, 754, 756, 754. You got to be in the room because we collected it from you. There it is, back there. Stack of hacker boxes for this gentleman. I'll take it. All right. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, great. Okay, next up, we got an envelope that says Nuts for Networks. It's a packet squirrel from Hack 5. So, very cool toy here. Yeah, you pull. Yeah, pull. All right. Our next number for the packet squirrel from Hack 5. 756 703. 756 703. Come on up. All right. 756 703. Enjoy your packet to squirrel. All right. Couple last things here, it looks like.
Yeah, we got a couple things left. We have 3 copies autographed of Tribe of Hackers.
Excellent.
And these are autographed by some of your favorite hackers.
And some of maybe your unfavorite. I don't know. I don't know you. I'm not your mom. All right. No, wonderful people signed it. I know who signed. So not that I can remember. All right. For the first signed Tribe of Hackers. 757-059. 757-059. Excellent, right back here. Come on up. Get your book. Yeah. All right, for the next book, 756-973. 756-973. Excellent. And for our last book, just keep this train going. 756-442. 756-442. Oh, Patrick McNeil fame. Wonderful. Oh, we got one last one. One last one. That's right. I forgot. Gift card? We have a gift card as well? Oh, okay. All right. We actually have 2 more. I thought we had. All right. We have, this is actually really cool. This is a Titan security key for Google Cloud. Titan security key, so it's very good. Ready? 757-020. 020. 757-020. There we go, over here. Very good. Wonderful. There we go, wonderful. All right, and we got one thing left.
Our very last raffle item is a $200 Hack 5 gift card.
Sweet. How much was it?
$200.
$200. All right, that'll buy a whole bunch of blinky cool stuff. All right, you ready? Last prize, $200. USD, hack 5, 7, 5, 6. Shocking, right? 7, 5, 6, 5, 2, 5, 7, 5, 6, 5, 2, 5, right over here. With them. Wonderful. Bourbon's going to get them set up there with their Hack 5 gift card. I think it's an electronic gift card, so they have to mail it to them or something. There we go. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. All right. Back to you.
Oh, yeah. What am I doing?
You're doing that.
Oh, yeah. So every year we try to, we always appreciate our volunteers, right? Like that's just a given. We've talked about how much they do and how much they give for this conference every year. Seems like every year we have at least one individual that's absolutely a standout among all of these incredible humans. This year is no different. Absolutely not. I'd like to recognize the BSides Orlando 2024 MVP, like moved literally mountains, like did so much to give back to our conference this year. Not just our conference, but like to the community. Like that's who this person is just wants to give to this community and to see other people successful. So this, the individual that we choose every year gets $500 out of our budget to put towards a special project of their choosing in the following year. So I'd like to welcome to the stage this year's MVP of BSides Orlando, Edna.
Edna! Are they there? They may be in the staff room. They may be in the staff room. Oh, there they are. Come on.
Go on up, Edna. Sorry. Thank you. So I have little doubts about where this money might go towards next year's event, but I can't tell you how grateful I am for all of your help this year. Thank you so much.
This means so much to me. So tap of the nose, I love this community so much. And last year I had the opportunity to become the volunteer coordinator because I love the people that help make this conference happen and make everybody's experience wonderful. And I had such a supportive board of the BSides, and they let me go with my wild ideas. And
we call those great ideas.
So they let me put together Career Village. And then last minute, they allowed me to put together a social engineering adventure for you. So I'm just, thank you so much for this honor. I am blown away. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congrats. You deserve it. All right. So we're about at the end of this thing. Was it you or me that goes next? I don't remember. All right, I'll do it. All right, so come hang out. Party's not over, but you won't be able to stay here because Full Sail will kick us out, and then you'll be trespassing and there's felonies. I don't know. So we weren't able to do like a full after party this year because honestly, ticket sales didn't ramp up till the end. We try and be very budget conscious to make it affordable for you and affordable for everyone. So we're going to do an unofficial after party. We're going to be right that way. You're going to come out these doors. There's a Miller's Ale House. The poor people know we're coming. And you just walk straight over there. And we're going to go over and hang out. So if you want to keep that going, please walk out there, go over, have a good time. But even though we're not paying, I am going to give you the same speech that I always give on this stage. You are important. We want you here. If you are over there and you find yourself in a situation where you had a little too much fun, find somebody in a staff shirt and have them get somebody who's on the board so we can make sure you get home safely. I do not want to be up on this stage missing you next year. Deal? All right, very good. With that said, all of those staff and volunteers, please, up on the stage. You know the drill. It's high fives. So come on up. Here, you gonna go front? I'll do this way. All right. Oh wait, we got to say something. All right. There we go. See, okay, I'll go this way because then they're just doing one hand. All right. There we go. All right. Forward. There we go. Forward. Forward. Okay, perfect. There we go. They're about in front of hand. Good. Okay. That's a lot of people. That's too many people. All right.
This is incredible.
So, folks. Don't do it. All right. What's that? Absolutely, you do it. All right. Folks. When we say there's 75 volunteers, these are the people that showed up. They showed up before, they showed up now. They'll be here after you're probably having drinks, getting everything put away. The real work of just physically picking up boxes and moving it and doing stuff. So if I get the biggest round of applause right now for this wonderful group of people. And one more group to thank. If they're not in a staff shirt, they're in all black, and they're back there, and they're over there. The wonderful tech team up top, in the booth up there, and up there. The wonderful team at Full Sail. Go, Heather.
Before we move on, I just want to take a quick moment to recognize Heather Lawrence for her 10 years of service on the BSides Orlando board.
I promised her we weren't going to do anything crazy. This is as far as we're going.
That's it. Thank you so much for 10 years, friend.
Right. That was it. That was all we could do. Very good. So, the last thing. See these folks up here? They could be you, and you could be them. So please join us. If you came out of here and said, man, I want to be more a part of this, email, and I actually saw some emails already, email info@bsidesorlando.com with I want to be a coordinator. And we can figure out, is it a good role for you just to show up on that day and move boxes? Or are you someone who really wants to take over a village or do something like that? We'll figure out where you fit. So don't feel like you've got to have any sort of experience beyond showing up and being able to help. It can be just lifting boxes, it can be greeting people, it can be gathering raffle tickets so we don't have to use child labor anymore. We can do that. So, with that said, Tabitha, why don't you take us out?
Thank you so much. Thanks for joining our adventure.
That's right. Chomp, your adventure!